Hey everyone, I know a lot of you are using these videos to fall asleep. So before you doze off, I thought it would be fun if everyone left a comment to let me know where in the world you're listening to this. You can also like and subscribe to the episodes if you enjoy them. Okay, let's kick back, relax, and get started. The morning fog hung low over the treetops as I stepped out of my rusty pickup truck and into the gravel parking lot of the Appalachian Trailhead. A chill ran down my spine, though I told myself it was just the cold mountain air seeping through my flannel jacket. I had been looking forward to this solo backpacking trip for months, a chance to escape the stress and monotony of my life back in Cincinnati. My job as an accountant was stable but uninspiring, and at 32, still saddled with student loan debt, I often felt trapped, my dreams of adventure always just out of reach. But not this week. I had saved up my vacation days and trekked down to Great Smoky Mountains National Park for a 5-day hike through some of the most remote stretches of the Appalachian Trail. I hoisted my heavy backpack, double-checking that I had all the essentials: tent, sleeping bag, camp stove, food, water filter, first aid kit, headlamp, maps. The comforting weight of the pack on my shoulders filled me with a rush of excitement. With a deep breath of the crisp air, I strode off down the trail, ready for whatever lay ahead. The first few miles meandered through a shady forest of towering hemlocks and mountain laurel thickets. Shafts of sunlight slanted down through the canopy. Aside from the crunch of my boots on the dirt path and the occasional birdsong, all was still and peaceful. The trail was well maintained at first, with gentle inclines and switchbacks. Before long, I reached a scenic overlook with a sweeping view of blue-tinged mountains rippling to the horizon. I paused for a swig of water and to snap a few photos on my phone before continuing on. As the day wore on, the terrain grew steeper and more overgrown. I had to clamber over downed logs and push through tangles of thorny underbrush encroaching on the narrow trail. Every so often I glimpsed flashes of movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turned to look, there was nothing. Just shadows and leaves rustling in the breeze. Get a grip, I muttered to myself. Probably just squirrels. Still, I quickened my pace, eager to reach the campsite before dark. The sun was just starting to sink below the ridgeline when I came to a fork in the trail. I pulled out my topo map, trying to get my bearings, but I must have taken a wrong turn somewhere. Neither option exactly matched the route I had planned. The path to the right looked more traveled, so I headed that way, hoping it would curve back around to where I needed to be. Before long, I reached a small brook gurgling through a ravine. It wasn't on my map at all. Unease prickled at the back of my neck. I glanced at my phone, but of course there was no signal out here. Nothing to do but keep walking and try to get back on track. The sinking sun cast long shadows across the trail as the forest deepened with dusk. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the trees, somewhere between a howl and a scream. I froze. It sounded close, maybe just over the next rise. My heart pounded in my ears. I tried to convince myself it was just a coyote, but some primal instinct deep in my brain screamed otherwise. I thought of the stories I had read online, the ones I had laughed off as hoaxes or delusions. Hikers vanishing without a trace, tents ripped to shreds. And at the center of it all, the legend of a tall, hairy, ape-like creature roaming the wildest corners of the mountains, the mythical Bigfoot. Another eerie cry sounded, even closer. "Hello?" I called out shakily. "Is someone there?" My voice sounded small and afraid even to my own ears. The wail came again, somehow more guttural and menacing. I broke into a panicked run. I crashed through the undergrowth, heedless of the branches that slapped my face and caught at my clothes. I had to get away, had to find help. But I was hopelessly lost, and the light was fading fast. My lungs and legs burned as I sprinted ahead blindly. All at once, the ground disappeared from under my feet and I was falling, tumbling down a steep embankment in a confusion of flailing limbs and flying dirt. Pain shot through my left ankle as I landed hard at the bottom of the ravine. I struggled to stand, but collapsed back to the ground, groaning. It was definitely broken. And then I heard it, from the rise above me. The unmistakable sound of heavy footfalls, snapping branches and crunching leaves. The rank stench of wet animal fur filled my nose. Something large was crashing straight toward me through the brush. In the last rays of fading sunlight, I saw a dark shape, far too tall to be a man, shoulders hulking and head misshapen. A pair of glowing eyes burned into mine. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. I scrambled backwards on the forest floor, wrist deep in dead leaves, ignoring the agony in my ankle. The creature advanced, silhouetted black against the indigo dusk. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I fumbled in my backpack for something, anything that could serve as a weapon. But it was almost upon me, its massive silhouette blotting out the sky. Darkness took me. I awoke some interminable time later in pitchy blackness, heart thundering, unsure if I was alive or dead. When my eyes adjusted, the first thing I saw was the baleful orange glow of the moon overhead through a gap in the treetops. Its light illuminated my predicament. I was lying at the base of the steep ravine, foot pointed at an unnatural angle in my boot, a small circle of clearing around me but hemmed in by trees and underbrush on all sides. My pants were shredded and blood soaked through from deep scratches on my legs. Every inch of my body ached. But I was alone. No sign remained of the creature, the thing that had chased me. Relief and terror intermingled. At least I wasn't currently being devoured. But what if it was still out there, circling, waiting for me to let my guard down? I had to get out of here, broken ankle or not. I dragged myself to a sitting position, biting back a scream at the bolt of pain that shot up my leg. My pack had cushioned my fall, which had probably saved my life. I pawed through it, looking for my first aid kit. 2 ibuprofen and an elastic bandage for my ankle would have to do. Escape was my priority now. A rustling in the brush nearby made me freeze. I held my breath, straining to listen over the treetop sounds of katydids and the burbling brook. More rustling, then a dry branch snapping underfoot. Something was moving through the ravine. My hands shook as I reached for the pistol. I had scoffed when my father insisted I pack it for this trip, dismissing his warnings about the perils of the backcountry. Now I thanked my lucky stars for his backwoods paranoia. I fumbled to load the magazine, wincing as I racked the slide with a mechanical click that sounded deafening in the still night air. The grip felt oily and foreign in my sweaty palm as I held it in front of me with both hands, barrel wavering. The footsteps drew nearer, slowly, almost casually, as if the intruder knew I was helpless to flee. My heart felt like a wild animal throwing itself against the inside of my ribcage. At the sound of a stick snapping right outside the tiny clearing, I pulled the trigger. Boom! The pistol bucked wildly in my hands with the recoil. The muzzle flash strobed the forest in stark light and shadow. Something large crashed away into the undergrowth. Then silence. The night smelled of gunpowder and my own fear. "Hello?" croaked a voice, a human voice. "Stay back." I meant it to sound commanding, but it came out high and tremulous. "Whoa, whoa," the voice said. "Don't shoot." A figure stepped into the moonlight at the edge of the clearing, hands raised. My jaw dropped open. It was a man. Just an ordinary man, maybe late 50s, with weather-beaten brown skin and a silver ponytail poking out from a faded baseball cap. He wore a heavy green canvas coat and scuffed hiking boots. His face looked craggy and rough, but his eyes radiated concern. "You okay there?" he asked. "Heard some shouting and shooting?" I lowered the gun an inch, studying him. He looked about as threatening as a kindly grandfather, but I couldn't let my guard down completely. "Who are you? What are you doing out here?" "Name's Joe Whitetail. I'm a ranger with the Park Service. Was out doing some wildlife surveys when I heard the ruckus. Looks like you took a tumble, eh?" I glanced down at my busted ankle and torn clothes. "You could say that. Something chased me." His eyes narrowed and he scanned the dark trees behind him before turning back to me. "Chased you? What was it? Black bear? Mountain lion? Coyote?" I shook my head vehemently, a shudder passing through me at the memory of that hulking silhouette, those glowing eyes. "No, it was bigger, on 2 legs. It didn't move like an animal." The ranger was silent for a long moment, still surveying our surroundings keenly. Finally he spoke, his voice low and serious. "Let's get you out of here. My truck's not far. I've got a radio to call for help." He took a tentative step toward me and I tensed, raising the gun again reflexively. Joe froze, maintaining eye contact and keeping his voice level and soothing. Easy now. I'm not going to hurt you. Just want to help you get someplace safe, okay? I hesitated, heart and head both pounding. I didn't know if I could trust him, but what choice did I have? Stay here and wait for that thing to come back and finish me off? I needed medical attention. I slowly lowered the pistol. Okay, I said shakily. Help me up. Joe shouldered my pack and half carried me as I hobbled through the woods, leaning heavily on him to keep weight off my bad ankle. Neither of us spoke, straining our ears for any sound of pursuit over our own labored breathing and the crunch of leaves underfoot. My eyes darted at every rustle or animal call, searching the shadows for a looming figure. But we saw no further sign of the creature as we stumbled onward. What was that thing? I asked finally, dreading the answer, even as I craved validation that it hadn't just been a figment of my frightened mind. Hard to say, Joe replied after a heavy pause. Lots of strange things in these mountains. More than most folks care to admit. Before I could press him further, we reached a narrow service road where an olive green Parks Department truck sat parked in a pool of moonlight, U.S. Forest Service emblazoned on the doors. Joe helped me climb up into the cab and then rummaged behind the seats, producing a thick wool blanket and a dented metal thermos. He shook out the blanket and wrapped it around my shoulders. This'll help with the shock. He uncapped the thermos and the sharp scent of black coffee wafted out. Sip this slow. Got a first aid kit around here somewhere, too. As he rooted through the truck's compartments, I let my head tip back against the cracked vinyl headrest, suddenly exhausted as the adrenaline ebbed. I was safe, or at least safer. The coffee was hot and strong, bringing me back to myself. Joe turned up a big plastic first aid box and knelt to examine my ankle, prodding it gently. I hissed in pain and he clucked his tongue. Yep, that's broken all right. We'd best get you to a hospital. He stood and dusted off his knees, then hesitated, giving me an appraising look. You seem like you've got a decent head on your shoulders. What's your take on what happened tonight? Off the record? I wrapped my hands tighter around the thermos, looking out the windshield at the black lattice work of branches against the star-flecked sky. I swallowed. I know how it sounds, but I think it was Bigfoot. I think Bigfoot tried to kill me. Saying it out loud, I braced for him to laugh in my face, but Joe just sighed deeply and nodded, unsurprised. I was afraid you'd say that. You ain't the first, and I wager you won't be the last. A chill ran through me despite the hot coffee and blanket. You're saying there've been other Bigfoot encounters around here? My journalistic instincts perked up, even over the pain and exhaustion. The ranger looked around almost furtively, then leaned in closer, dropping his voice to a near whisper. Folks around here don't like to talk about it much, but there's been stories going back generations. Tall, hair-covered creatures stalking these hills. Mostly they stay hidden, leave campers be. But once in a blue moon, figured the government hushed it all up. What does the government know about this? My mind reeled, a feeling like walking on quicksand. Joe gave a grim half-smile. More than they let on, I reckon. They say I'm not at liberty to discuss it. Above my pay grade. But with what you saw tonight, he shook his head. Maybe it's time people knew the truth. Knew to stay out of these woods. A howl floated through the night air then, long and mournful and otherworldly. Goosebumps erupted down my arms. Joe stood abruptly, face unreadable. We'd best shove off, get you to that hospital. He slammed the passenger door and hurried around to climb behind the wheel. The Ranger truck jounced down the unpaved road, yellow headlights swinging crazily over the tree trunks. I clutched the dashboard, gritting my teeth against the fresh waves of agony radiating from my ankle with each bump. In the side mirror, I thought I glimpsed a shadow flitting between the trees behind us, keeping pace. When I whipped my head around to look out the back window, it was gone. Joe must have noticed my unease. His weathered hands flexed on the steering wheel, and he kept checking the rearview mirror. Almost to the highway now, he said, though I couldn't tell if he was trying to reassure me or himself. A few tense minutes later, we reached pavement and the comforting glow of highway floodlights. I felt the tightness in my chest ease a notch. No sign of anything behind us now besides a swirl of kicked-up dust. Joe accelerated down the mercifully empty road like the devil himself was on our tail. I had no idea what to believe anymore. Adrenaline and pain and exhaustion all tangled together into a pulsing ache behind my eyes. One thing was certain, though. There was more to this Bigfoot story than campfire tales. And I had just stumbled into the middle of it. I needed to get to the bottom of this, once I could walk again. The sterile white lights of the hospital emergency room entrance came into view, and I breathed my first true sigh of relief. I was bruised and battered, but I had survived. Whatever the truth turned out to be, one fact remained unassailable. I was never going camping again. I sat slumped in the hard plastic chair of the hospital waiting room, ankle freshly casted and arm with an IV sticking out, feeding me painkillers, bone weary but unable to sleep. Joe talked quietly with the triage nurse, no doubt concocting a story that didn't involve an 8-foot-tall furred cryptid. Stalked by a bear and fell down a ravine, most likely. I sure wouldn't contest the cover story. The fluorescent lights buzzed, and every closing door and squeaky gurney wheel made me flinch. Now that I was out of immediate danger, my mind raced to process what had happened. I couldn't have just imagined or dreamed up a monster, right? Things like that didn't really exist, and yet Joe seemed to take my story in stride, even hinted that he'd heard similar accounts before. I needed answers from someone who would take me seriously, not write me off as a nutcase or try to shove it all under the rug. When the ranger returned, I fixed him with the most lucid, level gaze I could muster through the narcotic fog. I want the truth, the whole truth. What the hell is going on in those mountains? Like I said, you're not the first one to see something unexplainable out there. Park Service has been getting reports for years, going way back. At first, they just dismissed it as black bears or feral hogs or whatnot. But the sightings kept coming. Too many similarities to just write off. He glanced around to make sure no one was within earshot, and lowered his voice even further. I've been working these woods near on 30 years now. Seen some things I can't rightly explain. Found tracks where no man could walk. Trees snapped like twigs, 10, 12 feet up. Folks gone missing and only bits of them left behind. A shudder ran through me that had nothing to do with the hospital air conditioning. Why haven't I heard about any of this? Why isn't it all over the news? Joe snorted humorlessly. You think the powers that be want this getting out? It'd be chaos. Goodbye tourism, goodbye development. They can't have that. So they keep a lid on it best they can. Anyone talks too loud, they end up discredited or disappeared, if you take my meaning. I gaped at him. Are you serious? There's some kind of, government cover-up going on? To hide the fact that Bigfoot is real? I felt like I'd slipped into a conspiracy thriller. I'm just telling you what I've seen with my own eyes, what I've pieced together over the years. You experienced it yourself, up close and personal. What do you think? I leaned back in my chair, mind spinning. As much as I wanted to deny it, to chalk it up to bumps on the head and an overactive imagination, I couldn't shake the memory of that silhouette looming over me, the putrid breath on my face, the malevolence radiating from it. Whatever it was, it had been undeniably real, and it had wanted to hurt me. I think, I said slowly, that I need to find out more. I need proof. Records, photographs, testimonies. Something concrete to show that I'm not crazy. That this wasn't just some freak animal attack. Joe nodded grimly. I figured you might say that. I can put you in touch with some folks. Ones who've been on the trail a lot longer than I have. Locals mostly. A few crackpots mixed in. But they've got stories that'll curl your hair. Even some evidence if you know where to look. He glanced at his watch and stood abruptly. I have to get back out there, show my face, make my reports. But I'll be in touch. Be careful who you talk to about this in the meantime, you hear? Walls have ears. With that cryptic warning, he slipped out of the waiting room. As I watched him go, a cocktail of emotions swirled through me. Residual fear, morbid excitement, grim resolve. I had started this day as just another hiker looking for a bit of adventure in the great outdoors. Now, I'd been plunged headlong into a mystery that threatened to upend everything I thought I knew about the world. Bigfoot wasn't just a childish campfire story. It was real. It was out there. And I was going to prove it. Busted ankle and government spooks be damned. This was the story of a lifetime. Time to embrace my inner Kolchak and get hunting. Right after I got some rest and a fistful of antibiotics. Monster chasing would have to wait until I could walk again. But I had a feeling my dance card was about to fill up fast. I patted my pocket to make sure Joe's card with his scrawled phone number was still there. The game was afoot. Over the next 2 weeks, my waking hours were consumed with pain, physical therapy, and painstaking research. I scoured the internet and local library records for any scrap of information about Bigfoot sightings in the area. The more credible, the better. I made discreet calls to the contacts in Joe's network, prying for leads while dodging questions about my own misadventure. Slowly, tantalizingly, a pattern began to emerge from the patchwork of accounts. Hikers and hunters vanishing without a trace, only for gnawed bones to turn up months later. Giant footprints preserved in cast concrete. Eerie screams recorded faintly on phones and trail cameras. Knobby stick structures assembled deep in the backcountry. A persistent stench lingering around remote cabins. And the creature itself, or glimpses of it, an imposing humanoid shape covered in matted hair, at least 8 feet tall, loping through the forest with uncanny speed and agility. Red eyes glinting in the night. No clear photos, but plenty of shaky, grainy videos and blurry eyewitness sketches that sent chills down my spine. The similarities to what I had seen, what had stalked me, were undeniable. I traced reports of encounters back decades, with a significant uptick starting about 7 years ago, almost as if the Bigfoot population had grown, become more aggressive, or migrated for some reason. The incidents were also clustered around a specific area. The remote valley where I'd been camping, part of a vast wilderness tract recently sold to a logging company for clear cutting. I had a hunch these pieces of the puzzle fit together somehow. My investigations did not go unnoticed. I kept catching glimpses of strange cars parked on my street, just a little too long to be casual visitors. A black SUV followed me to the grocery store and then sped off when I tried to approach it. My phone made weird clicking sounds during calls. I was jumpy and paranoid, seeing threats in every shadow. But I knew I was onto something big. I just needed hard proof, which is how I found myself back out at the trailhead parking lot, 2 weeks to the day after my nightmarish ordeal, cast on my ankle and a sturdy walking stick in hand. Call it stubborn or stupid, but I had to see for myself, had to get concrete evidence of what I now knew lurked in those hills. This time, I came prepared. The late afternoon sun slanted golden through the leaves as I limped into the forest. My pack was heavy with gear, HD cameras, motion sensors, a thermal imager, bait to lure the creature out, and tucked in my belt, a large caliber hunting revolver. Maybe Joe was right that bullets couldn't stop this thing, but they'd sure give me a fighting chance. I made slow, painful progress, trying to keep quiet. It went against all my survival instincts to venture deep into the territory of a predator that had nearly killed me. But I didn't plan to confront it directly. I would plant my cameras at strategic spots along its apparent ranging area. The ravine where it attacked, the creek I'd fallen into, a few deer trails and meadows. With any luck, I'd capture definitive imagery and be back in my truck by sunset. The woods felt watchful, like they knew I didn't belong. A strange hush lay over everything, no bird calls or insect drone. The shadows stretched long and deep. My neck prickled with the unshakable sensation of being observed. I reminded myself of the pistol, a comforting weight at my hip. I was the hunter this time. By the time I placed and disguised the last of the cameras, dusk was falling fast. I had no desire to retrace my route all the way back to the lot in the dark, injured foot or no. I found a flat spot to camp, near enough the creek to refill my water bottle. If I could just wait out the night without incident, I'd grab the cams in the morning light and finally have the truth. I assembled my tent and ate a quick meal of jerky and granola, senses on high alert. A strange, dank scent rode the cool night breeze, faintly metallic and musty. It made the hair on my arm stand up. Something was out there, something big. I crawled into my tent and zipped it tight, revolver close at hand. I didn't dare make a fire. 1,000 tiny night noises pressed in from beyond the flimsy nylon. Every snap of a twig set my heart racing. But aside from a few deer or raccoons rustling through the brush, the hours crept by in eerie quiet. Just as I finally began to drift into an exhausted doze, a piercing shriek echoed through the trees. Close, far too close. I bolted upright, scrabbling for the gun with sweat-slick hands. Heavy footfalls squelched through the loam toward my tent. That rank, wet dog smell filled the air. Then the telltale sound of branches cracking as something immense pushed through the undergrowth. My blood ran cold. It was here, and this time there was no ranger to save me. I racked around and aimed my trembling pistol at the tent door. I wasn't going down without a fight. A massive silhouette loomed against the fabric wall, blotting out the moonlight. I could hear its breath rasping in the dark. I squinted at the night vision on my phone and my heart nearly stalled. Inches from my tent, peering in with eyes that glowed pale yellow, was the unmistakable face of a Sasquatch. This was it, my proof, if I survived the next 60 seconds. I fumbled to hit record on my phone camera, gun still trained on the entrance. "I don't know if you can understand me," I called out, voice cracking. "But I'm not here to hurt you. I just want the truth." For a moment, the creature went still, head cocked, regarding me. Did I imagine the flash of calm intelligence in that gaze? Then it reared up, impossibly tall, and I saw claws the size of steak knives at the end of its long arms. It lunged forward, its tremendous weight collapsing the tent in the space of a heartbeat. I screamed and squeezed the trigger, tongue blazing flame in the dark, once, twice, 3 times, point blank. The creature bellowed in agony and rage, pressing in, smothering me. I kicked and thrashed, suffocating in a tangle of torn nylon and shaggy, blood-matted fur. Jaws like a bear trap snapped an inch from my face. Then my head slammed against something hard and unyielding, and I tumbled down into roaring blackness. I awoke with a gasp and a full-body spasm, cold sweat drenching my sheets. For a panicked moment, I flailed against the confines of the tent, the stink of wet animal musk still thick in my nose. Then my eyes adjusted to wan morning light, and I realized where I was, lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by monitors bleeping and clear fluid dripping down an IV line. "He's awake!" a voice cried from nearby, and suddenly the room was filled with the bustle of nurses and machines. I blinked, disoriented, trying to process. The last thing I remembered was the creature collapsing my tent, crushing me beneath its bulk. How had I gotten here? What happened? "Take it easy, Mr. Landry," a woman in blue scrubs said, pressing me back against the pillows as I tried to sit up. "You've had a rough time. We need you to stay calm." "What?" I croaked, throat dry as dust. I coughed and she held a cup of water with a straw to my lips. I drank greedily, the cool liquid heaven on my parched mouth. "You're in Valley General Hospital," she explained gently, anticipating my question. "You were brought in late last night with severe lacerations, blunt force trauma, and a possible concussion." "Brought in?" I struggled to focus past the throbbing in my temples. "Brought in by who? What happened?" Hazy memories filtered back, fractured and nonsensical. Red eyes in the dark, the stench of rotten meat, gunshots. Had it all been real? "A hiker found you out cold at your campsite and called 911. You're lucky to be alive, from the looks of it. What were you thinking, camping out there in your condition?" "My campsite?" I seized on that, ignoring her chiding. "My cameras, my footage. Did they bring back my gear?" If the memory cards had survived, they'd have the evidence I needed. The proof that would blow the lid off this whole conspiracy. The nurse frowned at the cardiac monitor as it sped up, tracking my agitation. "Please, try to relax. You've been through an ordeal. There will be time to sort out the details later after you've rested." As she spoke, 2 sheriff's deputies in khaki uniforms appeared in the doorway, grave-faced and looming. My mouth went dry again. This was it. They knew what I'd seen, what I had. They were here to contain the situation. Contain me. "Go right ahead, officers," the nurse said, ushering them in. "He's awake and alert. Just please don't overdo it. He needs to stay calm." I shrank back into the thin mattress as they approached the bed, hands on their holstered weapons. When the first one spoke, it was not to reassure, but to bark. "Mind telling us what you were doing out in the woods all by yourself? Got some kind of death wish?" His tone made it clear he didn't appreciate my reckless endangerment, wasting his time and taxpayer dollars on search and rescue. But I could tell this was about more than my personal safety. They wanted to know what I knew, and shut me up. I glanced frantically to the nurse, but she was already backing out of the room, tugging the door closed behind her to give us privacy. No help there. I was on my own, just like in the mountains. I swallowed hard, throat clicking. I was doing research for an article about wildlife attacks in the area. It sounded feeble even to my own ears. The second deputy, a woman, thin-lipped and skeptical. Wildlife attacks. Uh-huh. That includes shooting up half the forest? We found shell casings all over your camp. My heart sank. The Bigfoot had been right on top of me. There was no way I could have missed at that range, but apparently I had. Unless... Something came after me, I said, deciding to play it halfway between the truth and what they expected to hear. Let them think it was a bear. It was self-defense, I panicked. What kind of something, the first cop asked, exchanging a look with his partner. And I knew then that they knew. What's more, they wanted to see if I would spill the beans, on record. They were fishing for a reason to discredit me. Or worse. Luckily, I was saved from answering by a knock on the door. The deputies looked irritated at the interruption, but stepped back as another figure entered. My heart leapt. It was Joe, the park ranger, still in his green uniform. He looked haggard and grim, but he winked at me subtly as he addressed the cops. Sorry to interrupt. Heard about what happened and came to check on our friend here. Why don't you let me take over? Pretty sure this falls under park jurisdiction, being on federal land and all. The deputies bristled, but couldn't argue with his logic or credentials. Fine. Just get a full statement. We'll expect a copy for our report. With that, they slouched out, shooting me warning glares over their shoulders. As soon as they were gone, Joe shut the door firmly and turned to me, lowering his voice. So you did it, didn't you? Went back out there like a damned idiot to try and get proof. I told you to be careful. And I was. I shoot back defensively. Those cameras would have been foolproof if they hadn't been smashed. What happened, Joe? Did you see it? My eyes begged him to validate my experience. He sighed gustily and sank into the chair beside my bed, taking off his hat. I saw signs, tracks, scat, fur caught in branches. Enough to tell me something big came through your camp, and you're damn lucky to have gotten out with just a few bites and scratches. Bites? My hand flew to my bandaged forearm, a sudden throbbing there now that I focused on it. I hadn't been able to see much in the chaos of the attack. It bit me? Joe nodded grimly, not quite meeting my eyes. Must have. The wounds look partly human. They're pumping you full of broad-spectrum antibiotics now. I sat stunned, trying to process the enormity of that. Not only was Bigfoot real, but I'd been savaged by it, had its teeth marks in my flesh like some gory souvenir. This is huge, Joe. I mean, it's terrible, but also incredible. Wait until I publish. No, he barked, startling me with his vehemence. No, you can't publish anything. Don't you get it? They'll bury you, make you out to be a head case or a liar, someone dangerous. Your life won't be worth spit. But it's the truth. The public deserves to know. The public deserves to not have its idyllic mountain paradise shattered by nightmares they can't comprehend, Joe said with finality. Look, I've been down this road before. Seen what happens to folks who try to expose this thing. It ain't pretty. He leaned in close, eyes darting to the closed door and back. They'll come for you. The ones who want this kept hush-hush. They'll dig through your whole life looking for dirt to smear you with. Make you out to be an unreliable witness at best, a nut job or criminal at worst. You'll lose your job, your reputation, maybe even your freedom if they trump up some charges. And that's if you're lucky. A chill ran down my spine at the intensity in his weathered face. And if I'm unlucky? Joe's jaw clenched. People have disappeared, poking into this, turned up dead from animal attacks or accidents. I've known good men and women, smart ones, walk into those woods on the Bigfoot's trail and never walk out again. It protects its own, almost like it's got some kind of unnatural sway. I thought of those luminous eyes boring into mine in the instant before it lunged, that flash of cold intellect. A shudder ran through me. What was this thing really? Could it truly have powers beyond just tooth and claw? The implications were staggering, terrifying, but so was the idea of this monstrous truth lurking out there, ready to rip apart the next unsuspecting hiker who wandered across its path. How could I live with myself knowing I might have prevented the next attack, the next death? Even if trying to expose it destroyed me, I had to try. I wouldn't be able to look my reflection in the eye otherwise. I met Joe's gaze with determination, ignoring the way my pulse throbbed in my battered skull. I can't just walk away, not after what I've seen, what I've survived. If not me, then who? This story needs to be told. Danger be damned. The ranger studied me for a long, heavy moment, then sighed in resignation, rubbing a hand over his stubbled face. I figured you'd say that. You've sure got guts, if not sense. Okay then, I can't stop you. But at least let me help. Give you what protection I can. Access to the resources you'll need. Folks to watch your back. Relief and gratitude surged through me, stinging my eyes with sudden tears. I wasn't alone in this fight. Thank you, Joe. I mean it. I owe you my life. I won't let you down. You better not, he growled. But the glint in his eye told me he understood. He stood stiffly, knees popping. Get some rest. I'll be in touch once you're out of here, and watch your back. Constant vigilance. With that, he slipped out as subtly as he'd come, leaving me alone with the weight of my new mission, my burden of truth. I laid back on the thin pillow, aching body throbbing in time with my racing thoughts. I was in the crosshairs now, caught between worlds, the one I thought I knew, and the one I'd glimpsed in that ravine, red-eyed and ravenous. There would be no peace for me, maybe ever again. Not until I'd ripped the veil away and shown everyone the monster in the dark. It was a lonely road I'd chosen, a hard one, maybe a short one. But I knew down to my bones it was the right one, the only one. The truth was out there, and it was my destiny to reveal it, whatever the cost. I touched the bandage on my arm, felt the sting of torn flesh beneath. The creature had marked me, changed me, baptized me in blood and pain and purpose. I was a soldier now, in a hidden war, the war for reality itself. Bigfoot was my white whale, and I would hunt it to the ends of the earth. Not to kill it, but to bring it into the light, to end the long night of secrecy and lies, to make the world see at last the wonder and horror that lurked in the forgotten places. I closed my eyes and let the pain meds carry me away to haunted dreams of endless trees and glowing eyes. The hunt was on. The truth will out. And God's help anyone or anything that tried to stand in my way. The sun hung low in the sky as I steered my beat-up Jeep Wrangler along the winding dirt road leading into the Olympic National Forest. Dark evergreens towered on either side, their branches seeming to reach out and clutch at the vehicle as I bounced and jostled over potholes and ruts. I glanced down at the rumpled map on the passenger seat beside me and the scrawled directions I'd hastily jotted down earlier that morning before setting out on this ill-advised solo excursion. Money was tight as usual, and when my buddies had to back out of our annual camping trip at the last minute, I had stubbornly decided to go it alone rather than eat the cost of the backcountry permit and gear I'd already paid for. Besides, I reasoned, some time alone in nature would do me good after the stress of the job I'd recently lost and the girlfriend who'd walked out. The road curved sharply and I slowed, entering a small pull-off ringed by towering firs and hemlocks. This was the spot. I parked the Jeep, cut the engine, and sat for a moment breathing in the fresh piney air and listening to the abrupt silence broken only by birdsong. I was miles from the nearest ranger station, or hint of civilization now. It was already late afternoon, so I needed to get moving if I wanted to make camp before dark. I heaved my pack onto my shoulders with a grunt, grabbed my walking stick, and set off down the narrow, overgrown trail leading into the shadowy forest. As I tromped along, the trees seemed to press in closer, blotting out the watery sunlight slanting through their branches. An eerie hush hung over the woods, the normal sounds of wildlife oddly absent. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I had the unsettling feeling that I was being watched. I stopped in my tracks, scanning the dense undergrowth and peering into the dim spaces between the towering trunks. Nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. I shook my head and continued on, determined to shake off the odd sense of foreboding. About a mile in, I came across a shred of faded yellow police tape clinging to a branch along the path. My unease deepened. There had been reports of hikers going missing in this area over the years, whispers of dark shapes glimpsed moving through the trees. The locals blamed Bigfoot, or Sasquatch as they called the mythical beast. I didn't believe in that superstitious nonsense. Probably just bears, I told myself, though I clutched my bear spray a little tighter. The trail began to climb steeply and my breathing grew labored. As the sun dipped below the jagged peaks on the horizon, the temperature dropped sharply. I was grateful for the warmth of my red flannel jacket. At last, just as the last light was fading from the sky, I reached the small clearing near a rushing stream that would serve as my campsite for the night. I dropped my heavy pack with relief, rolling my shoulders. Suddenly, a sound in the underbrush behind me made me spin around. A dark shape was moving through the trees at the edge of the clearing, too bulky to be a deer. A bear? My heart hammered against my rib cage. I fumbled for my bear spray with shaking hands. A branch snapped, and the shape emerged from the shadows cast by the trees. I let out the breath I'd been holding. It was a man, an old Native American by the looks of him, with weathered brown skin and long gray hair tied back. He was dressed in fringed buckskin, and his lined face was solemn. "You should not have come here," he said simply, his dark eyes boring into mine. "These woods are not safe, especially at night. There are ancient, hungry things that dwell here." A chill ran through me despite myself. I aimed for a casual tone. "Oh? Like what kind of things?" The old man stared at me, unblinking. "The Sasquatch, Gigantopithecus, the big man as my ancestors called him, a creature not quite man nor animal, a relic from an earlier age of the world, and he does not like trespassers in his domain." I barked a strained laugh. "Bigfoot? Come on, that's just a myth, a hoax." "Believe what you will," the old Native American said, "but do not say I did not warn you." With that, he turned and melted back into the darkening forest as silently as he had come, leaving me uneasy and unsettled. The moon was rising over the treetops by the time I finished setting up my small tent and building a fire in the stone circle of an old campsite. I huddled close to the weak flames, shivering slightly as the night pressed in close around me. Despite my earlier bravado, the old Native American's words kept echoing in my head. Ancient, hungry things in the woods. I shook myself. He was just a crazy old man, and Bigfoot was nothing more than a legend. Shadowy shapes half glimpsed by unreliable witnesses and a few suspiciously blurry photos. I rummaged in my pack and pulled out the pre-made veggie burrito I'd packed for dinner. It was cold, but I was too unnerved to venture out into the dark forest to gather more firewood. As I chewed, the snapping of twigs and rustling of leaves nearby made me pause and cock my head, listening intently. Probably just a raccoon or a possum scavenging, I told myself, but my spine tingled. After finishing my unappetizing meal, I doused the meager fire, taking some small comfort in the beam of light from my LED headlamp. I crawled into my tent, zipping it securely behind me, and wriggled into my sleeping bag still fully dressed, including my boots. I lay there in the dark, staring up at the nylon ceiling of the tent, painfully aware of every night noise filtering through the thin fabric, the hoot of an owl, the musical trickle of the nearby stream, the sighing of wind through branches, and underneath it all, a low, rhythmic thudding that my sleep-deprived brain slowly registered was the sound of my own heart. I must have drifted off at some point despite the gnawing dread in my gut, because I snapped awake suddenly, disoriented. Something had woken me. Something big moving outside the tent from the sound of it, much bigger than a raccoon. I fumbled for my headlamp and flicked it on. The shadows cast on the tent walls by the swaying branches looked like grasping claws. I swallowed hard and turned my head to the side. That's when I noticed the smell, drifting in through the mesh panels. A rank, musky animal odor mixed with something else, something rotting and foul. I gagged, then I heard it. A deep, ululating cry, halfway between a howl and a scream, far too large to be any known wildlife. It was answered by another cry, closer, and another. They were all around me. I desperately clapped my hands over my ears, as if that could block out the blood-chilling sound. Something vast moved past the tent, blotting out the moonlight, filtering through the fabric, a huge shadow at least 8 feet tall. Then another on the opposite side. They were circling me, toying with me. I was seized by total, mindless panic. I had to get out of here. I scrabbled for the tent zipper with numb fingers, ripping it open. In my terror, I caught my foot and sprawled out onto the forest floor. The night seemed to spin dizzyingly around me. That's when I saw the footprints. Huge humanoid footprints as long as my forearm, pressed deep into the soft earth. They surrounded the tent. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. It couldn't be. It wasn't possible. A roar shattered the night, so loud it made my teeth ache, drowning out my own ragged breathing. I whipped my head up. On the edge of the clearing, silhouetted against the moon, stood a towering figure covered in shaggy fur. Bigfoot. And he sounded angry. I froze, my muscles locking up in sheer terror as I stared at the hulking shape looming over me. Slowly, the creature stepped forward into a shaft of moonlight, and I got my first clear look at it. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, with long limbs rippling with wiry muscle, and skin hairy as an ape's. But it was the face that seized my attention. A protruding brow, glittering coal-black eyes, and a mouth pulled back in a snarl over jagged fangs. The similarities to a human's features somehow made it all the more nightmarish. The Sasquatch took another step towards me, its huge feet crunching in the leaf litter. I scrambled backwards crab-like on all fours, my heart galloping in my chest. I had to get away, but how could I possibly outrun something so huge and powerful? It would be on me in seconds. The beam from my headlamp swept wildly around as I scuttled back, seeking desperately for anything that could serve as a weapon. A sharp branch, a fist-sized rock, anything. But the forest floor was bare except for rotting leaves and mulch. The creature let out a roar that shook the ground and lunged. I felt the wind from its huge body, smelled its rank animal musk. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the crushing impact, the rip of fangs and claws. So this was how I died, alone in the forest, killed by a mythical beast that wasn't supposed to exist. But the blow never landed. I cracked one eye open to see the Sasquatch stumble and reel backwards as if it had collided with an invisible wall. It shook its shaggy head, blinking dazedly. Then, in the distance, I heard a low melodic chanting rising over the creature's snarls, and the blood pounding in my ears. On the far side of the clearing stood the old Native American man, his arms raised and his eyes closed in concentration, as he chanted rhythmically in some language I didn't recognize. As his song reached a crescendo, the Sasquatch threw back its head and howled, a sound of pain and rage that set my teeth on edge. Then it turned and bounded away through the trees, moving with surprising speed and grace for something so large. I slumped back against a tree trunk, my whole body trembling with adrenaline and exhaustion as I watched the man approach. He knelt down beside me and placed a gnarled hand on my shoulder. Up close, his face was lined like a weathered cliff face, and his eyes glinted with ancient knowledge. "You are lucky," he said gravely. "Few who encounter the big man escape unscathed. The spirits were watching over you tonight, or perhaps you carry some protection of your own." I didn't feel very lucky at the moment, with my heart still trying to hammer its way out of my chest. "Thank you," I managed to rasp out. "For saving me. How did you do that? Drive it away?" He gave me an enigmatic look. "My people have kept the secrets of this land since time began. There are ways to appease the spirits and bind them, rituals handed down through the generations." He stood up creakily and offered me a hand. "Come, we will leave this place. It is not good to linger where the big man walks after dark." I took his hand and let him pull me to my feet, still wobbly with shock. I had a million questions swirling in my mind, but exhaustion was rapidly overtaking me. Together, we made our way out of the forest, the old man guiding me surely on paths I never would have found in the dark. Eventually, we emerged into a scrubby meadow where a rust bucket of a pickup truck was parked. I practically collapsed into the passenger seat as he started the engine. The drive down out of the mountains passed in a blur. The next thing I knew, the old man was shaking me awake as we pulled into the parking lot of a shabby, rundown motel on the outskirts of the nearest town. "You will be safe here," he said. "Rest, recover, and then go back to your people. Do not go into those woods again alone. There are things humans are not meant to see." I nodded drowsily, too drained to argue. I stumbled into the motel room he indicated and collapsed onto the bed fully clothed. I think I was asleep before my head hit the musty pillow. Gray light was filtering through the grimy window when I startled awake, gasping and flailing. For a moment I didn't know where I was, remnants of dark dreams still clinging to me, hulking shapes crashing through the forest, guttural roars, the rancid stench of wet animal fur. Then the events of the previous night came rushing back, the old Native American's warning, the spine-chilling howls echoing through the trees, my terrifying encounter with the creature that couldn't possibly exist. Bigfoot. Sasquatch. Just thinking the name made my stomach clench with atavistic dread. I sat up gingerly, half expecting my body to be battered and bruised. But I seemed to be in one piece, at least physically. I had a pounding headache, though, and my mouth tasted like something had crawled in it and died. I stumbled to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face, staring at my haunted reflection in the spotty mirror. I looked like hell. Bloodshot eyes with dark circles, skin pale and clammy, my short red hair standing up in wild spikes. I felt like I'd aged a decade in a single night. Suddenly desperate to talk to another human being, I fumbled my cell phone out of my pocket with shaking hands. No signal. Of course not, out here in the boonies. Cursing, I tried the ancient beige landline phone on the nightstand. Dead. I dropped my head into my hands, my mind churning. What was I supposed to do now? Go to the police? Tell them I was attacked by Bigfoot? They'd laugh in my face, or worse, lock me up in the psych ward. And without the old Native American to back up my story, I had no proof except my own incredible tale. Restless, I paced to the window and peered out through the curtains at the motel parking lot. To my shock, my battered old Jeep was parked right outside, as if it had been waiting for me. I had no memory of driving it here, but I must have, unless... A knock at the door made me nearly jump out of my skin. Heart pounding, I eased it open a crack to find the old Native American man standing there, as tall and weathered as a monolith. "You are awake, good," he said, something that might have been a smile crinkling his broad face. "I thought you might be hungry." He held up a grease-stained paper bag that smelled like fried heaven. My stomach rumbled loudly, and I realized I was ravenous. I opened the door to let him in, and we sat at the rickety little table, laying out a feast of breakfast burritos, donuts, and steaming coffee that he must have picked up from some local diner. For a few minutes we ate in companionable silence, too focused on the food to talk. But finally I wiped my mouth and fixed him with the intense stare. "Okay, I need some answers. What the hell happened to me out there? What was that thing? And how did you know I was in trouble?" The old man sighed heavily, seeming to deflate a bit. "My name is Tom Nine Killer," he said. "And to answer your second question first, I was assigned to watch over you the moment you set foot on our ancestral lands here. I didn't expect you to encounter him so soon, though. Usually he keeps to the deep places, and only the very foolish or unlucky cross his path." "Him? You mean Bigfoot? Sasquatch?" I asked, feeling slightly hysterical. "But that's impossible. They don't exist. It's a myth, a hoax." Tom leaned forward intently, his dark eyes boring into me. "Your people have a saying, 'I'll believe it when I see it.' But perhaps the wiser words are, 'I'll see it when I believe it.' There are more things in heaven and earth than dreamt of in your philosophy." I shook my head helplessly. "But what is it? Where did it come from?" "The big man has always been here," Tom said. "Since before my people, before the first humans walked these lands. My tribe has many tales of encounters with him, passed down through generations. Sometimes he hunts us, and sometimes he helps, if properly honored and appeased." I thought of those huge humanoid footprints pressed deep into the loamy earth. A shudder ran through me. Why did it come after me? Tom shrugged his bony shoulders. "Perhaps you trespassed too close to his sacred places. Perhaps he was curious about you. He has a fascination for man, his closest cousin. Or perhaps he was simply hungry. The big man's motives are his own. I stared down at my trembling hands, trying to process everything Tom had said. It was too much. Mythical creatures come to life, ancient tribal secrets, a man who could apparently summon spirits. My rational mind rebelled against it all. I think I need some time, I said finally, my voice cracking, to think about all this, to decide what I'm going to do next. Tom nodded sagely. Of course, this is not a simple thing to have one's understanding of the world overturned in a night. Take the time you need. But know this, you have been touched by the big man now. Your life may never be the same. With those ominous words, he rose and walked to the door. If you need me, you will find me, he said cryptically. Then he was gone, leaving me alone with my churning thoughts. I sat there for a long time, staring at the watery sunlight slowly creeping across the stained carpet. So much had changed since yesterday morning. The world seemed to have shifted under my feet, taken on dimensions of strangeness and impossibility. Finally, I roused myself enough to throw my meager belongings into my pack and check out of the dingy motel room. The kid working the desk barely glanced up from his phone as I dropped the key on the scratched laminate countertop. I wandered out to my waiting Jeep, trailing my fingers along the sun-warmed metal. At least this was still solid and familiar, unchanged. I tossed my pack into the back seat and then just stood there, face tilted up to the sky and eyes closed, letting the daylight soak into me, chasing away the lingering shadows. After a long moment, I heaved a sigh and opened my eyes. I knew what I had to do. As much as the thought made my palms sweat and my stomach churn with dread, I couldn't just walk away from this, pretend it never happened. I had to understand, which meant I had to go back into the woods, back to where it happened. Maybe I could find some clue, some proof that I wasn't crazy, that it hadn't just been some vivid nightmare born of isolation and darkness. And if I encountered the creature again, well, Tom had hinted there were ways to ward it off, bind it. I would just have to hope that if I needed that knowledge, it would come to me. Pulse picking up tempo, I swung myself up into the driver's seat, the Jeep's shocks creaking under me. The engine started up with a comforting roar. It was time to stop running. Time to face this head on, come what may. I pulled out of the motel lot and turned the Jeep's nose toward the mountains, toward the rising wilderness, toward my destiny. The drive back up the winding mountain road seemed to take half the time it had yesterday, the towering trees flying past in a blur of green and shadow. Maybe it was just that everything looked different in the light of day, less ominous and oppressive. Or maybe it was the new sense of resolve burning in my chest, tempered with a healthy dose of terror. I was still far from sure that I wasn't losing my mind, that the whole thing hadn't been some kind of vivid stress dream. But I had to know, had to see for myself in the cold light of day. I pulled off onto the dirt track that led to the trailhead, the Jeep bouncing and juddering over the uneven ground. I parked in the same spot as yesterday, the packed earth already showing signs of the tire tracks I'd left behind. For a long moment, I just sat there, knuckles white on the steering wheel, as I stared out at the deceptively peaceful forest. Birdsong twittered from the rustling leaves and patches of sunlight dappled the forest floor. It looked like something out of a fairy tale. It was hard to believe anything dark could lurk in those green depths. But I knew better now. Taking a deep breath, I gathered up my backpack, checked that my bear spray was at the top and easily accessible. Then, before I could lose my nerve, I set off down the narrow hiking trail that had brought me to the brink of madness and back just a few short hours ago. My heart was a drumbeat in my ears as I walked, the crack of dry twigs underfoot making me flinch at every step. My eyes darted about, peering into the dappled shadows between the trees for any sign of movement, anything out of place. At first, everything seemed normal, orderly, just another late summer day in the Olympic National Forest. But as I went deeper, letting the trail draw me onwards, I started to notice a wrongness creeping in at the edges of my awareness. It was little things at first, the birdsong faltering and then going abruptly silent, replaced by a watchful hush. a strange, musky animal smell that pricked at my nose and made the hairs on my nape stand up. A flicker of shadow at the corner of my eye that was there and then gone when I turned my head. I wasn't alone out here. I could feel it. By the time I reached the little clearing where I'd made my camp, my nerves were wound to the breaking point. I stood at the edge, hands clenching and unclenching at my sides as I took in the scene of last night's terror. The little ring of stones that had been my fire pit was scattered, the ashes long cold. My tent was a collapsed husk of shredded nylon, deep furrows raked into the earth all around it as if by huge claws. It had been real, all of it. I sank to my knees in the churned-up dirt and leaf litter, an incredulous little moan leaking out of me. Some part of me had still been hoping it was all a dream, a delusion. But the evidence was here, irrefutable. The creature was real. A snap of a branch behind me had me surging back to my feet, whirling around and scrabbling for my bear spray with suddenly numb fingers. At the edge of the tree line, just barely visible in the shadows, was a huge, dark shape. A shape that was horribly, terrifyingly familiar. The creature stepped forward into a patch of sunlight, and I got my second good look at the thing that had haunted my nightmares. It was just as horrific as I remembered. A hulking brute of a thing, all matted fur and corded muscle. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, with shoulders as wide as a fridge. But it was the eyes that froze me in place, turned my blood to ice water. Black and glittering with a dark intelligence, they bored into me from that strangely human face, holding me pinned like a bug on a card. It knew me, remembered me. I could see that recognition in its gaze, along with something else. Curiosity? Hunger? I couldn't be sure. I just knew that I was in deep, deep trouble. "Easy," I heard myself saying, my voice high and thready with fear. "Easy there, big guy. I don't want any trouble. I just want to understand." The creature cocked its head, staring at me intently. For a moment I thought it was listening, that it could actually understand me. Then it opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar, one that shook the ground and sent birds exploding from the trees in panic. I stumbled backwards, tripping over my own feet and sprawling backwards into the leaf litter. The creature lunged forward, closing the distance between us in a single ground-eating bound. This was it. It was going to tear me apart, and my body might not be found for days out here. Suddenly a sharp whistle pierced the air, cutting through the creature's roars. It faltered mid-step, head whipping around towards the sound. I followed its gaze to see Tom Ninekiller striding into the clearing, a long wooden staff in one hand and some kind of leather pouch dangling from the other. He was chanting under his breath, the same eerie words I'd heard him use last night to drive the creature away. As he drew closer, I saw that his eyes were rolled back to the whites, his weathered face taut with concentration. The creature snarled and swung back towards him, muscles bunching as it prepared to charge. But Tom raised his staff and slammed the butt of it against the ground, the crack echoing off the trees like a gunshot. He shook the leather pouch, and it rattled like it was full of bones. To my shock, the creature faltered, letting out a whine and backing up a step. Its eyes rolled frantically between Tom and me, and I got the sense that it was warring with itself, caught between fury and fear. Tom stepped right up to it, seemingly unafraid of the fact that it could tear him in half with a single swipe of its huge clawed hands. Sweat was running down his lined face, but his chanting never wavered, the foreign words taking on a rhythmic, almost hypnotic cadence. As I watched in disbelief, the creature sank back onto its haunches, head bowed. It almost looked cowed, submissive, like a scolded dog before its master. Tom stared at it unblinkingly, his voice rising to a sudden shout. At this, the creature flinched back, then turned and loped off into the trees, moving with that ground-devouring stride, until it vanished into the green gloom. I just gaped after it, my brain struggling to process what I'd just witnessed. Tom turned to look at me, his dark eyes weary but holding a glint of satisfaction. "You really don't pay attention, do you, son?" he said wryly. "I told you it isn't safe to be out here alone." I struggled to my feet, torn between relief, shock, and embarrassment. I needed to see for myself, to understand. I waved my hand helplessly at the wrecked campsite. What the hell was that thing? Not a thing, Tom said sternly. A being. One older and stranger than anything else on this earth. It's a miracle you've survived 2 encounters with him. Most aren't so lucky. I shuddered, remembering the creature looming over me, the rot and musk of its breath. So what do we do now? Tom sighed, suddenly looking very old and tired. We leave this place, give him a wide berth, and hope he doesn't take too much offense to your trespass. He turned and began limping back towards the trail, leaning heavily on his staff. After a moment, I fell into step beside him, my mind churning. Will you teach me? I asked abruptly. He shot me a sharp look. The chants, the rituals you used to call him off. I want to learn them. Understanding dawned on his weathered face. You want to be able to protect yourself if you run into him again. I nodded jerkily. And maybe learn more about what he is too. Now that the terror was starting to recede, I could feel that burning curiosity welling up again. To know more about this impossible creature that had entered my life. Tom stopped walking and turned to face me fully, eyes boring into mine. It's not an easy path or a safe one, he warned. To walk between the worlds, to traffic with powers beyond your ken. It will change you in ways you can't imagine. I swallowed hard, but held his gaze. I'm already changed, I said softly. The moment I saw him, I was changed. There's no going back for me now. For a long moment he stared at me, searching my face. Then he gave a slow nod, something like approval in his eyes. Very well. Come with me then. Your first lesson begins now. He turned and strode off into the trees, and I followed behind, my human world receding with every step as I entered a new one, full of ancient secrets and beings that defied explanation. And at the center of it all, the mystery I was determined to unravel. The creature known as Sasquatch. My story was just beginning. The sun was setting by the time we made it back out of the forest, painting the sky in vivid streaks of orange and purple. Tom set a brisk pace despite his age, and I struggled to keep up, slipping and skidding on the uneven ground. We didn't talk much on the hike back. I got the sense that Tom was still processing the fact that I wanted to learn from him, that I was apparently crazy enough to want to seek out more encounters with the creature that had almost killed me, twice. I wasn't totally sure I had processed it either, to be honest. Every time I blinked, I saw the creature looming up in my mind's eye, felt again that debilitating rush of terror. Sane people, I knew, would be putting as much distance between themselves and this place as humanly possible. But sanity, it seemed, was now in short supply for me, because every time the fear threatened to drown me, it was met by an equal swell of awe, of desperate, clawing curiosity. I'd seen something that wasn't supposed to exist, tangled with a legend come to life. How could I possibly go back to my little mundane life after that? The world had more corners to it than I'd ever dreamed. I needed to know what else was out there. By the time we reached the trailhead where we'd left Tom's battered old pickup truck, full dark had fallen, the first stars glinting coldly in the twilight sky. I was shaky with exhaustion and adrenaline letdown, my legs feeling like rubber as I collapsed into the passenger seat. Tom didn't say anything, just cranked the engine and steered us down the winding mountain road, the truck's headlights cutting through the gathering gloom. I leaned my head against the window, watching the darkened trees flicker past. "You're really sure about this?" Tom asked finally, breaking the heavy silence. "About wanting to learn our ways? Once you start down this path, there may be no going back to your old life." I huffed out a half laugh, scrubbing a hand down my face. "I think that ship has already sailed," I said wryly. "Pretty sure Bigfoot attack survivor isn't something you can just leave off your resume." Tom shot me a sharp look, but I caught the faint twitch of his lips, there and gone. "This isn't a joke, son. The things I know, the rituals and chants, they're not just party tricks to impress your friends. They're a heavy responsibility, a sacred trust, one my people have kept for generations." I sobered, staring out at the night-shrouded road ahead. "I know, and I don't take it lightly, I swear. But I can't just forget what I've seen, what I've experienced out here. Can't go back to pretending the world is small and explicable. I need, I don't know, answers, I guess." "And you think I have them?" I shrugged helplessly. You're the only one who hasn't looked at me like I'm crazy when I talk about what happened. The only one who seems to understand what it's like to have your reality turned inside out." I turned to face him, earnest. "I'd say that makes you uniquely qualified." Tom was silent for a long moment, his weathered face unreadable in the sporadic flashes of passing headlights. Then he sighed, long and low. "All right then, I'll teach you what I can, share with you the stories of my people. But I'll warn you again, it won't be easy. You're going to have to uproot a lot of what you think you know, make space for some hard truths. You sure you're ready for that?" "No," I admitted, my throat suddenly dry. "But I'm not sure I have much choice. Pandora's box has already been opened for me. I have to see it through now." That earned me another inscrutable look. Then Tom turned back to the road, giving a slow nod. "Suppose you're right about that at least. Okay then, get some rest. Tomorrow your real education begins." I leaned back against the cracked vinyl seat, my eyes sliding shut as exhaustion finally won out. My last thought before I slipped into sleep was that maybe I should be afraid of what the morning would bring. But I was too tired and wrung out to be anything but darkly excited to stand at the threshold of a hidden world, one populated by creatures of myth and legend. One that had reached out and sunk its claws into me, for better or worse. The mystery of the Sasquatch had found me, and I had every intention of returning the favor, of unraveling the truth behind the beast, whatever the cost. It was time to see just how deep this rabbit hole went. My name is John Ravenheart. I'm a 32-year-old park ranger of Cherokee descent, living in the remote wilderness of the Pacific Northwest. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved the outdoors, hiking through misty forests, fishing in pristine rivers, and camping under a canopy of stars. That's why I became a ranger, to immerse myself in nature and protect these sacred lands. But lately, my dream job has become a nightmare. Strange things have been happening in these woods, things I can't explain. It started a few months ago when I was out on a routine patrol. As I hiked along a winding trail, I suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream echoing through the trees. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It sounded like a woman in distress. I radioed for backup and raced in the direction of the screams, my heart pounding. When I reached a small clearing, I froze dead in my tracks. In the center of the glade was the mangled carcass of an adult deer. Its stomach had been torn open, entrails strewn across the forest floor. But this was no ordinary animal attack. The deer's limbs had been twisted at unnatural angles, almost as if something had wrenched them from their sockets. And there, pressed into the soft dirt around the body, was a series of massive footprints, far too large to be human. A wave of cold fear washed over me. Ever since that day, I've been haunted by the feeling that I'm being watched. I'll be walking along a ridgeline and swear I catch a glimpse of a dark, hulking figure ducking behind a tree. At night, laying in my sleeping bag, I'll hear heavy footsteps crunching in the underbrush just beyond the glow of my campfire. People have gone missing too, hikers vanishing without a trace, only to turn up dead days later, their bodies broken and torn. The other rangers think I'm losing it, saying the isolation must be getting to me. But I know there's something out there stalking me, something big, angry, and inhuman. The legends of my ancestors warn of a creature they call Tsul Kalu, a ferocious, hairy giant who roams the wilderness. As a boy, I always assumed the stories were nothing more than old wives' tales meant to scare us around the campfire. Now, I'm not so sure. The sun was setting behind the Douglas firs as I made camp for the night. Crimson rays bled through the branches, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I was miles from the nearest trailhead, completely alone in an untouched stretch of wilderness. After pitching my tent and building a small fire, I sat on a mossy log and opened a can of beans for dinner. The evening forest was alive with sound, the hoot of a distant owl, the babbling of a nearby brook, the chirping of crickets. But beneath the tranquil noises of nature, I could feel an undercurrent of menace. It was as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. As I scooped the last spoonful of beans into my mouth, a twig snapped in the underbrush behind me. I whipped my head around, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. At first I saw nothing but the blue-black silhouettes of pines swaying in the breeze. Then, about 30 yards away, I spotted it. A pair of glowing yellow eyes peering out from a tangle of shrubs. A chill ran down my spine. The eyes were far too large and high off the ground to belong to any normal forest creature. I stood up slowly, never taking my gaze off those eerie, luminous orbs. Leaves crunched under heavy footfalls as something huge shifted its weight in the shadows. A low, guttural growl rumbled out from the darkness, so deep I could feel the vibrations in my chest. That's when I knew I was in the presence of the Tsul Kalu itself. The creature of legend was real, and it was stalking me. My mind raced as I weighed my options. I couldn't outrun something that big, but maybe I could scare it off. I grabbed a flaming branch from the fire and thrust it toward the beast, waving it back and forth. The brute let out an angry bellow, and I saw the silhouette of a massive arm swat at the flames. I hurled the torch in the monster's direction and sprinted to my tent. Just as I dove inside and frantically zipped up the flap, an ear-splitting roar shook the forest. I barely slept that night, jumping at every noise outside my tent. I clutched my hunting knife in one white-knuckled fist, dreading the moment when I would hear the creature's claws shredding through the nylon. But the attack never came. As the first gray light of dawn seeped through the forest canopy, I peered out of my tent flap, half expecting to see the beast's yellow eyes glaring back at me. But the woods were still and silent. The fire had died down to meager wisps of smoke drifting up from the coals. I emerged from my shelter and surveyed the campsite. Everything appeared undisturbed, save for a few scattered logs around where my fire had been. No fresh footprints marred the dirt. No snapped branches or flattened underbrush betrayed the creature's presence. If not for the lingering sense of dread in my gut, I might have believed the previous night's encounter had been nothing more than a terrifying dream. I set about packing up camp, moving with quiet efficiency. The sooner I could put this place behind me, the better. As I stuffed the last of my gear into my backpack, a gleam of white caught my eye from the base of a nearby tree. I walked over and crouched down for a closer look. There, half buried in the dirt and pine needles, was what appeared to be an animal skull. I reached out and picked it up, brushing away the clinging soil. It was larger than any skull I had ever seen, easily twice the size of an adult grizzly's. The bone was thick and heavy in my hands. I ran my fingers over the smooth surface, tracing the contours of the eye sockets. That's when I noticed the teeth. A chill went through me. Instead of the normal flat molars of an herbivore, the skull's massive jaws were lined with long dagger-like canines. This was the skull of an immense predator, one that had clearly been dead for a very long time, judging by the weathered bone. I shoved the gruesome relic into my pack, unsure what to make of it, but knowing it was important. Then, with a last wary look at the tree line, I shouldered my gear and began the long hike back to civilization. The discovery of the skull only raised more questions. If that creature had been stalking these woods for years, why had no one encountered it until now? And why did it seem to have a particular interest in me? As I walked, a troubling thought occurred to me. In the Cherokee tales of the Tsul Kalu, the beast was said to be a guardian of the wild places, a protector of the ancestral hunting grounds. It only showed itself to those who didn't belong, those who threatened the sanctity of its territory. A creeping sense of unease grew in my mind. What if the Tsul Kalu believed I was an intruder in its domain? What if, in my job as a ranger, I had somehow violated the ancient ways, provoked the creature's wrath? A part of me still wanted to deny the existence of the beast, to write off everything that had happened as the product of fatigue and overactive imagination. But the weight of the unknown skull in my pack said otherwise. By the time I reached the ranger station late that afternoon, my nerves were raw and ragged. I'd spent the hours walking out of the backcountry, constantly glancing over my shoulder, leaping at every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig. I keep thinking I'd caught fleeting glimpses of something big moving through the underbrush, paralleling my trail from just out of sight. Now, beneath the warm glow of the station's lights and surrounded by the chatter of my fellow rangers, those fears felt far away. almost silly. I stowed my gear and made my way to the station's small office, the strange skull tucked under one arm. When I walked in, I found my supervisor, Ranger Rick Hawkins, sitting at his desk doing paperwork. He glanced up as I entered. "John, you look like hell," he said, taking in my disheveled appearance and haunted expression. "Rough night out there?" I hesitated, weighing how much to tell him. Rick was a good boss, but he was a practical man, not prone to flights of fancy. If I started babbling about giant monsters stalking the woods, he'd probably think I'd gone crazy. And given the strange events of the past months, I wasn't entirely sure he'd be wrong. "You could say that," I replied, mustering a weak smile. I set the massive skull on his desk with a thunk. "I found this out there. What do you make of it?" Rick's eyes widened as he took in the size and shape of the skull. He let out a low whistle. "Damn, that's one big critter," he said, picking it up and turning it over in his hands. "Doesn't match any animal I've ever seen around here. Where'd you find it?" I told him about stumbling across it near my campsite, omitting any mention of the glowing eyes or uncanny footprints. No need to raise alarm bells quite yet. Rick furrowed his brow. "Weird. I'll have to send this off to the university, see if one of the biology eggheads can ID it." He set the skull back down and fixed me with a concerned look. "You sure you're all right, John? You've seemed a bit off lately, like something's eating at you." I wanted to unload everything right then, to tell him about the screams and the missing hikers and the creature that had come to me in the night. But I couldn't shake the feeling that doing so would make it all too real, would drag others into the nightmare I'd stumbled into. Whatever was going on, I needed to understand it better before I involved anyone else. "I'm fine," I lied. "Just tired. Think I might be coming down with something?" Rick nodded, though I could tell he wasn't entirely convinced. "Go home and get some rest. I'll call if I hear anything back on this skull." I thanked him and excused myself, hurrying out of the station before he could press me further. As I climbed into my battered pickup truck and pulled out of the parking lot, I could feel the weight of the woods pressing in, dark and heavy. I knew I needed to go back out there, to confront the Tsul Kalu, or whatever it was that had put the fear of God into me. But not yet. First, I needed answers, and I thought I knew where to start looking. The next day, I drove 2 hours to the Cherokee Reservation to see my grandfather, Joseph. He was a respected elder in the tribe, a living repository of our old stories and traditions. If anyone could shed light on the Tsul Kalu legend, it would be him. I found him sitting on the porch of his small cabin at the edge of the reservation, whittling a chunk of wood. He was a tiny, wizened man, his skin creased like old leather, and his hair a wispy white. But his eyes were bright and sharp, holding the keen perception of a much younger man. He looked up as I approached, a smile spreading across his weathered face. "John, my boy, it's good to see you." I sat beside him, the porch boards creaking beneath my weight, explaining the sightings and the missing hikers, keeping the fear out of my voice. I finally got to the point. "Grandfather, I think I've seen the Tsul Kalu. I need to know if the stories are true, if it's really out there in the wilderness like the legends say." A shadow seemed to pass over his face at the mention of the creature's name. He stared out over the forested hills, eyes distant. For a long moment he was silent. Then he spoke, his voice a soft rasp. "The Tsul Kalu is very real and very old. Its spirit has guarded our hunting grounds since the time before memory. In the early days it lived in peace with our people. But then the white man came with his guns and his hunger for the land. Many of our people were driven away or killed. The old ways were forgotten, and the Tsul Kalu grew angry." He turned back to me, his expression grave. "They say when the last of our people who remember the creature are gone, when no one is left to leave offerings or say the old prayers, the Tsul Kalu will be freed from its duty. It will rampage across the land, attacking any human it finds, until it is destroyed or our people return to tradition." His eyes bored into mine. "You must be careful, John. The Tsul Kalu is not evil, but its wrath is terrible to behold." A chill went through me at his words. The thought of an enraged, unchecked monster hunting me through the wilderness made my skin crawl. I swallowed hard. What can I do? How do I stop it? My grandfather shook his head sadly. You cannot stop the Tsul Kalu any more than you can stop the rain or the turning of the seasons. It is a force of nature, not a beast to be slain. He reached out and gripped my arm, his fingers surprisingly strong. The only way to calm its fury is to honor the old ways, as our ancestors did. Leave an offering of tobacco or sage when you enter its woods. Speak the ancient prayers. Show the Tsul Kalu that someone still remembers, still respects the traditions. Only then will you be safe. I left the reservation with my grandfather's warning ringing in my ears. As I drove the winding road back toward the ranger station, I tried to take comfort in having at least some modicum of a plan, however mysterious and uncertain. Make an offering, say a prayer, and hope for the best. It wasn't much, but it was better than being totally defenseless. Still, I couldn't shake the sense of impending disaster, the feeling that I was balanced on the edge of a knife. The Tsul Kalu was coming for me. That much was certain. And if my grandfather was right, even the old rituals might not be enough to save me. I spent the next week throwing myself into my work, going out on extra patrols and vigorously logging trail conditions. Anything to keep my mind off what was really bothering me. But no matter how hard I tried to distract myself, I couldn't escape the growing sense of dread, the knowledge that my confrontation with the Tsul Kalu was inevitable. Finally, I couldn't stand the suspense any longer. I packed up my gear, including bundles of tobacco and sage tied together with leather cords like my grandfather had instructed, and set off into the woods. This time I didn't bother with trails or designated camping areas. I headed straight for the deepest, wildest stretch of forest I knew, the place where I'd first heard those blood-curdling screams. The woods seemed to darken as I walked, the canopy growing thicker, until only mottled patches of sunlight penetrated to the forest floor. The air felt heavy, oppressive, like a physical weight bearing down on me. Every snapping twig or rustle of leaves made my heart race. I was hyper-aware of how alone I was, how far from help. When I reached my chosen campsite, a small clearing ringed by towering redwoods, I wasted no time making my offering. I arranged the tobacco and sage bundles in a careful semicircle, then stood and spoke the words my grandfather had taught me, stumbling a bit over the unfamiliar Cherokee phrases. Tsul Kalu, great spirit of the forest, I honor you. I come in peace as my ancestors did to walk in your domain. I bring these offerings as a sign of respect. Let there be no strife between us. The words felt awkward, clumsy in my mouth. I wasn't sure if I was getting them exactly right. But as I spoke, the oppressive feeling in the air seemed to lessen somewhat. For the first time since I'd arrived in the clearing, I felt like I could breathe properly. I built a small fire and set about making camp, pitching my tent on the far side of the clearing from the offerings. As I worked, I felt eyes on me, watching from the shadows of the trees. But the sensation wasn't menacing as it had been before. It was more curious, evaluating. I tried to take that as a hopeful sign. As the sky darkened and my fire burned low, I finally allowed myself to relax a bit. I still didn't feel entirely at ease, but at least I'd taken some proactive steps. Maybe with the offerings and the prayers, the Tsul Kalu would leave me in peace. Maybe I'd wake in the morning and hike out of these woods without incident. My fears never realized. That fragile hope shattered like glass when an ear-splitting roar shook the night, far closer than I'd ever heard it before. I leaped to my feet, my heart hammering against my ribs. The roar came again, an unearthly blend of bear and big cat that sent icy terror flooding through my veins. It was close, terribly close. I spun in a frantic circle, scanning the tree line for any sign of the beast. The flickering firelight played tricks on my eyes, turning every shadow into a hulking silhouette. Then I saw it, a huge shape detaching itself from the deeper darkness beneath the trees. My breath caught in my throat. The Tsul Kalu stepped into the clearing, looming twice as tall as a man. It walked upright on powerful hind legs, its barrel chest and broad shoulders speaking of massive strength. Shaggy fur, dark as a moonless night, covered its body. In the dancing light of the fire, its eyes glowed a ghastly yellow. For a moment, the creature and I stared at each other across the clearing, frozen. I could hear its great, heaving breaths, see the glint of firelight on dagger-like claws. Then the Tsul Kalu's gaze shifted to my offerings, still sitting in their neat semicircle. A low rumble built in its chest, a sound I felt in my bones more than heard. Slowly, deliberately, the creature lumbered over to the tobacco and sage bundles. It bent and sniffed at them, delivering great gusting exhalations that made the delicate leaves shiver. I held my breath, not daring to move. The prayers raced through my mind on rapid repeat, a desperate mantra. After what felt like an eternity, the Tsul Kalu straightened. It turned back to me, staring intently. I tensed, preparing to bolt, though I knew it would be futile. There was no way I could outrun something that big, but the creature didn't charge. It raised one giant paw and placed it over its heart, almost like a salute. Then it turned and vanished back into the trees as silently as it had come, the darkness swallowing it whole. I stood there, trembling, hardly able to believe what I had just witnessed. The Tsul Kalu had come to me and left in peace. The offerings, the prayers, they had worked. Against all odds, I had faced the legend and emerged unscathed. A half-hysterical laugh bubbled up my throat as the tension drained out of me. I sank down beside the fire, my legs no longer able to support me. As I stared into the dancing flames, I felt a strange mix of elation and humility. I had been granted a rare gift, a glimpse into a primal world that few would ever know, and I had learned a valuable lesson. The old ways were not just quaint traditions, but a deep wisdom, an understanding of how to live in harmony with the ancient spirits of the land. I knew I would never look at the wilderness the same way again. The Tsul Kalu was still out there, guarding these woods as it had for generations untold. And now, in some small way, I was a part of its story, woven into the rich tapestry of myth and legend that my people had passed down through the ages. As I finally drifted off to sleep in the gray light of dawn, I found the shadow of fear that had lived in me these past months was gone, replaced with a deep sense of peace and reverence. I had gazed into the eyes of the Tsul Kalu and recognized a kindred spirit, a fierce protector of the wild places, a being that belonged to the forest as surely as the trees and the rivers and the earth itself. In honoring the creature, I had found an unexpected sense of belonging, of connection to something far greater than myself. And I knew that no matter what challenges the future held, I would face them with the strength and wisdom of my ancestors at my back, and the untamed spirit of the wilderness forever in my heart. The ravens always know first. That's what my grandmother used to tell me, her weathered hands weaving dried sweetgrass as she shared stories of our Lakota ancestors. Now, 20 years later, as I watch 3 of them circle above my ranger cabin in Olympic National Park, their harsh calls pierce the morning mist with an urgency I've learned to respect. I'm a Hanu white cloud, though most folks around here just call me Han. After 8 years of working minimum wage jobs in Seattle, drowning in student debt from a biology degree I couldn't use, I found my way to this remote corner of Washington state. The Park Service offered something my ancestors understood, a connection to the land, a purpose. The pay isn't much better than my old jobs, but out here, living in a government-provided cabin with minimal expenses, I can finally breathe. That morning, as I laced up my boots and checked my radio, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was different. The forest felt too quiet, like it was holding its breath. Even the constant drip of moisture from the towering cedars seemed muted. I'd been stationed at this outpost for 3 years, and you learn to read the subtle changes in the wilderness, the way city folks read traffic patterns. The call came in at 7:43 a.m. Station 14, we've got a missing hiker report. Male, mid-30s, last seen 2 days ago on the Hoh River Trail. Family just reported it. I keyed my radio. Copy that. Starting search pattern from the visitor center checkpoint. But even as I gathered my gear, I knew this wouldn't be a typical search and rescue. The ravens' circles had grown tighter, their calls more insistent. What I didn't tell dispatch was that this was the 3rd missing person report in as many months. What I couldn't tell them was about the massive footprints I'd found last week, far larger than any known wildlife in the area. And I definitely couldn't tell them about the strange structures of broken trees I'd been finding, arranged in ways that defied both nature and human capability. Some things you learn to keep to yourself in this job. Some things the old stories warn us about. The whole rainforest has a way of swallowing sound. The thick moss carpeting everything absorbs footsteps, voices, even the mechanical clicks of my GPS unit. By mid-morning, I was 4 miles in, following what seemed to be the hiker's last known route. The forest canopy filtered the light into an eternal twilight, and the air hung thick with the scent of decay and renewal. I'd found his first campsite easily enough. The remains of a small fire, an energy bar wrapper, boot prints heading northwest, standard stuff. But then things got weird. The boot prints suddenly veered off the trail at a sharp angle, as if he'd been startled by something. There were broken branches at head height, snapped backward in a way that suggested someone, or something, much taller than a human had passed through. The ravens followed me, their shadows flickering across the forest floor like dark thoughts. I checked my satellite phone. No signal, as usual in these deep valleys. My hand instinctively went to the medicine pouch at my belt, a gift from my grandmother before she passed. Inside was sage, cedar, and a small carved stone she said would protect me from the things that lurk in the old places. That's when I found the first structure, 12 trees, each at least 8 inches in diameter, twisted and broken at identical heights, forming a crude teepee shape. No bear could do this. No storm either. The breaks were fresh, the wood still oozing sap. Something had been here within the last 24 hours. I've seen plenty of strange things in my years as a ranger. Illegal camping structures, elaborate art installations by misguided nature artists, even the occasional marijuana grow operation. But this was different. This felt deliberate, like a message or a warning. My training said to document everything, take photos, mark the GPS coordinates. But something deeper, something that spoke with my grandmother's voice, told me to leave this place immediately, to respect the boundaries being shown to me. Instead, I pressed on. The missing hiker could be nearby, injured or worse. That's what I told myself anyway. But part of me knew I was following something else now. Something that had walked these forests long before the Park Service drew its boundaries on a map. The day grew darker, though my watch said it was only 2 p.m. The mist had thickened into a proper fog, and the temperature had dropped noticeably. I found myself checking my compass more frequently, not trusting my usual sense of direction. The ravens had gone silent. Night comes early in the rainforest, especially during the wet season. I hadn't planned on camping out. Most searches either end in finding someone within the first few hours or turn into multi-day operations with full teams. But something kept pulling me forward, a certainty that I was close to something. I made camp in a small clearing, if you could call it that, really just a space between the massive trunks of old-growth firs. Standard procedure says to maintain radio contact with base, but my last 3 check-ins had met only static. The fog had become so thick I could barely see 20 feet in any direction. The fire wouldn't start. Every match sputtered and died, even though my tinder was dry. After the 4th try, I gave up and pulled out my emergency bivy sack. The temperature had dropped to near freezing, unusual for this time of year. The forest felt wrong, compressed somehow, like the space between the trees had shrunk. That's when I first heard it, a sound that had no place in these woods, a low rhythmic thumping, like massive footsteps but too regular to be walking. Almost like a heartbeat. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I pulled out my flashlight, knowing it was probably useless in the fog but needing to do something. The beam cut through the mist like a knife through soup, revealing nothing but more layers of gray. But then, something moved at the edge of the light. Something tall. My grandmother's stories came flooding back. Tales of the stick Indians, of Bigfoot, of things that walked upright but weren't men. Things that could drive you mad if you looked at them too long. Things that could make you disappear if you disrespected their territory. I remembered her warnings about whistling at night, about saying certain names out loud in the forest, about the importance of showing respect. The medicine pouch at my belt felt warm, almost hot. The figure moved again, closer this time. In the beam of my flashlight, I caught a glimpse of matted hair, of shoulders broader than any human's. The smell hit me then, an overwhelming musk mixed with something metallic like old blood. My training kicked in. Stay still. Make yourself look big. Don't run. It triggers the predator instinct. But this wasn't a bear or a mountain lion. This was something else entirely. I don't remember running. I don't remember how long or how far. But somehow I found myself at the old Peterson cabin, an abandoned ranger station from the 1950s that's not even on most park maps anymore. I'd discovered it during my first year here, while doing boundary checks. The door was already open. Inside, the air was stale but dry. My flashlight revealed dust-covered furniture, old log books, a pot-bellied stove, and something else, fresh boot prints in the dust. The missing hiker. The prints led to the back room where the rangers used to sleep. I followed them, my heart pounding so loud I was sure it could be heard for miles. The room was empty, but on the old metal bed frame lay a backpack. New, modern, with a familiar name tag, property of Mark Stevens, our missing hiker. The pack had been torn open, not by animal claws or teeth, but by huge, powerful hands. The contents were scattered across the bed and floor: energy bars, maps, a cell phone, dead, and a journal. I picked up the journal with trembling hands. The last entry was dated 3 days ago. Something's following me, not an animal, too smart, keeps leaving signs, broken trees, weird structures. Rangers never mentioned anything like this in the briefing. Getting dark now, found an old cabin, going to try to wait it out here, if anyone finds this. The entry ended there. A long scratch mark ran across the remainder of the page. That's when the thumping started again. Closer now, much closer. And something else. A smell coming through the broken windows. That same musky, metallic odor from before. The old floorboards creaked beneath my feet as I backed away from the windows. The thumping had stopped, replaced by something worse. The sound of heavy breathing just outside the cabin walls. My own breath, fogged in the freezing air. I reached for my radio knowing it was useless but needing to try anyway. Static. Just static and that breathing. My flashlight beam caught movement through the broken window. Something massive, shifting in the fog. Then it spoke. Not in words, not exactly, but a sound that carried meaning, that bypassed my ears and went straight to some primitive part of my brain. A sound that said mine. The cabin walls began to shake, not from something trying to break in, but from the sheer presence of whatever was out there. My grandmother's medicine pouch burned against my hip, and without thinking I grabbed it, holding it out like a shield. The shaking stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard another sound, the ravens. They were back, their calls cutting through the fog like knives. The presence outside shifted its attention, and I felt its focus leave me like a physical weight lifting. That's when I saw it clearly for the first time, illuminated by a sudden break in the clouds. It stood nearly 10 feet tall, its massive frame silhouetted against the forest. Not a man, not an ape, but something in between, something ancient. Its eyes reflected red in my flashlight beam, but there was intelligence there, purpose. It raised one huge hand, pointing first at me, then at the medicine pouch, then at the forest beyond. The message was clear. You are known, you are permitted to leave. This time. They found Mark Stevens 3 days later, wandering along Highway 101, dehydrated but otherwise unharmed. He had no memory of what happened after finding the cabin. The official report lists his case as another example of someone getting lost in the wilderness and succumbing to panic and exposure. I never mentioned what I saw that night. Never reported the broken trees or the strange structures. Some things aren't meant for official reports. Some truths belong to the old stories, to be whispered around fires and passed down through generations. I still work as a ranger in Olympic National Park. Still live in my little cabin at Station 14, but I've learned to listen more carefully to the ravens. Learned to respect the boundaries that aren't marked on any map. Learned that sometimes the old stories aren't stories at all. The missing persons reports have stopped. The structures still appear sometimes, but never close to the trails anymore. Never where casual hikers might stumble upon them. It's as if an understanding has been reached. At night, when the fog rolls in thick and the forest grows quiet, I sometimes hear that thumping again, far off in the darkness. I keep my grandmother's medicine pouch close, but I don't fear it anymore. This is its territory, after all. We're just guests here, temporary custodians of land that has never really belonged to us. Some say Bigfoot is just a legend, a story to scare tourists and sell t-shirts. But legends grow from seeds of truth, and some truths are too big, too ancient, to fit into our modern understanding of the world. The ravens always know first. That's what my grandmother used to tell me. Now I understand what she meant. They know when the boundary between our world and the old world grows thin. They know when the ancient ones walk again, and they know enough to warn those who are wise enough to listen. They call me Sequoia, after the towering trees that have stood sentinel over these lands for millennia. It's a fitting name for a park ranger who has dedicated her life to protecting and preserving the vast wilderness of the Pacific Northwest. I've always felt a deep connection to nature, even as a young girl growing up on the edge of the endless forests that stretch from Northern California up through Oregon and Washington. My ancestors, members of the Yurok tribe, had lived in harmony with this rugged landscape for generations, respecting the delicate balance between man and the wild. I knew from an early age that I wanted to carry on that legacy. Becoming a park ranger seemed like the perfect way to merge my love for the outdoors with a meaningful career. I went through intensive training, wilderness survival, emergency medical response, search and rescue operations. I learned how to navigate treacherous terrain, forecast weather patterns, deal with dangerous wildlife. But nothing could have fully prepared me for the realities of the job. My first assignment was in the heart of the Olympic National Forest, a hauntingly beautiful expanse of misty valleys, glacier-capped peaks, and lush, temperate rainforests. I moved into a rustic cabin provided by the Park Service, nestled beneath towering Douglas firs and Sitka spruces. The solitude was both exhilarating and unnerving. At night, the primeval sounds of the forest pressed in close around my tiny shelter. I quickly fell into the rhythm of ranger life, maintaining trails, monitoring campgrounds, conducting nature programs for wide-eyed visitors. I relished sharing my knowledge of the forest's delicate ecosystems, giant slugs that could stretch over a foot long, vibrant saprophytic plants that fed on decaying matter instead of photosynthesis, flying squirrels that glided silently between trees under the cover of darkness. But there were also the park's many dangers to contend with. Unpredictable weather that could turn deadly in an instant. Avalanches, rock slides, and uprooted trees that could crush the unwary. Disoriented hikers wandering off established trails, falling victim to hypothermia or dehydration. And of course, the wildlife, black bears, mountain lions, even temperamental elk. As much as I loved my work, the position came with its share of hardships. Park ranger salaries are notoriously low, especially starting out. I had to carefully budget every expense and pick up occasional side jobs in the off-season to make ends meet. The isolation also took its toll over time. It could be weeks between seeing another human face out in the backcountry. But I convinced myself the sacrifice was worth it, that I was making a real difference protecting these lands that I loved. If only I had known then the true nature of the horrors that lurked in the shadows of the ancient forest. Atavistic fears as old as humanity itself, patiently waiting to be awakened from their slumber. I'll never forget my first encounter with the creature the old-timers called Bigfoot. It was near the end of a grueling 4-day solo patrol, bushwhacking my way along a remote ridge rarely frequented by hikers. I was bone-tired, my shoulders aching under the weight of my gear, looking forward to reaching the trail junction where I'd cached my mountain bike for the downhill coast back to my cabin. The day had been typically overcast, a fine mist drifting among the treetops, muting the usual forest sounds. I was navigating mostly by instinct, surrounded by a uniform landscape of lichen-draped conifers and moss-carpeted logs. As I angled down a steep slope, picking my way across a talus field of house-sized boulders, an uncanny feeling prickled at the back of my neck, the distinct sensation of being watched. I froze, slowly scanning my surroundings. At first, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. A Steller's jay scolded from a branch overhead. A few moisture-beaded spiderwebs glinted between ferns. Then a flicker of movement caught my eye up the opposite side of the drainage. It was like trying to pick out a ghost among the trees. A shaggy silhouette, taller and broader than any bear, seemed to melt in and out of the dappled shadows. It moved with an eerie silence and fluid grace, belying its massive size. As I watched in disbelief, the figure turned, and I caught a glimpse of its face. It was both terrifyingly alien and strangely human, with deep-set eyes and a pronounced brow ridge. Its huge nostrils flared as if sampling the air. Then, quick as a thought, it vanished into the undergrowth, leaving me to question if I had actually seen anything at all. My heart hammered against my ribcage as I stood rooted to the spot. Every childhood tale I'd ever heard of the legendary Sasquatch came flooding back. Could they actually be real? Some relic hominid that had escaped extinction, lurking in the vastness of the forest? I shook my head, trying to clear the superstitious thoughts. There had to be a rational explanation. Maybe it was a bear or an elk, distorted by the mist and the fading light. The mind often plays tricks when you spend so much time alone in the wilderness. Still, I couldn't shake the uncanny feeling as I pitched my tent that night, listening to the mournful song of a distant loon echoing across the valley. I drifted into a restless sleep, dreaming of lumbering shapes moving stealthily through the understory, and glowing eyes peering from the darkness. Over the next few weeks, I started hearing strange stories from other rangers and even a few hikers. Eerie howls piercing the night, too sonorous to be a wolf. Huge footprints that vanished into the forest without a trace. A growing sense of unease seemed to hang over the park. I tried to dismiss the tales as mere superstition and overactive imaginations, but I couldn't quite banish the memory of that ghostly figure on the ridgeline and the prickling sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. Little did I know, my encounter had only been the beginning, a warning of the terror to come. As the summer wore on, the sightings and strange occurrences continued to escalate. Park visitors reported feelings of dread and paranoia, describing fleeting glimpses of a huge, shadowy figure darting between the trees. One family even abandoned their campsite in the middle of the night, leaving behind a tent shredded by enormous claws. I documented each incident dutifully, but there was little I could do beyond posting warnings and increasing patrols in the affected areas. Without hard evidence, my superiors were reluctant to close off trails or alert the public, worried about causing undue panic. Privately, I pored over every scrap of information I could find on the Sasquatch legend. Most accounts described a shy, reclusive creature that avoided human contact at all costs. But a disturbing pattern emerged in the older stories: tales of bad medicine, dark shape-shifting magic, and insatiable bloodlust. As a woman of science and reason, I tried to view the myths objectively. Every culture had its boogeymen and cautionary fables, metaphors for societal fears and taboos. But I couldn't shake my own uneasiness as I hiked those lonely forest paths, always watching the tree line and listening for the telltale snap of twigs underfoot. The real turning point came late in August. I'd just finished a routine trail maintenance circuit and was about to bicycle back to my cabin for the night when I heard a distant cry echoing from a nearby box canyon. It sounded almost human, a wail of anguish and desperation. Something told me to leave it alone, to radio for backup and wait for dawn. But my ranger's instinct wouldn't let me ignore a potential emergency. If someone was lost or injured down there, every minute could make the difference between life and death. I stashed my bike and grabbed my emergency kit, heading into the steep, mist-shrouded canyon. The wailing had stopped, but in its absence the woods took on a deeply unsettling hush. Even the usual bird songs and insect chatter had fallen silent. As I rounded a bend in the ravine, I caught the metallic scent of blood on the breeze. A wave of instinctive dread washed over me, but I forced myself to keep moving forward, sweeping my flashlight beam across the forest floor. There, in a small clearing ringed by devil's club and foam flower, I found the first body. It was a young man, eyes frozen open in an expression of shock and terror, his abdomen a glistening ruin of shredded flesh. Viscera painted the leaves a glistening crimson. Fighting back a surge of nausea, I staggered to the other form crumpled nearby. It was a young woman, limbs splayed at unnatural angles, her face battered almost beyond recognition. They wore identical silver rings. A young couple, I realized, likely honeymooners from the nearby campsite. As I knelt in shock beside the grisly scene, rustling movement in the underbrush sent a chill slithering down my spine. I raised my flashlight slowly, the beam wavering as it picked out a pair of reflective eyes staring coldly from the shadows. The creature rose up on its hind legs, standing well over 8 feet tall, muscles rippling beneath its matted pelt. Its hands ended in sickle-like claws, each longer than a bowie knife, dripping with gore. It took a step forward, nostrils quivering as it regarded me. I scrabbled backwards, fumbling for the bear spray on my belt, but my fingers felt leaden and slow. The creature loomed over me, its musky stench filling my nostrils, blotting out all rational thought. I was certain I had breathed my last. But to my amazement, it turned away, melting back into the gloom as swiftly and silently as it had appeared. I sat trembling in that blood-soaked clearing for what felt like an eternity, trying to process the horrific scene. By the time I made it back to my cabin, I was nearly catatonic with shock. But one thought crystallized in my mind with terrifying clarity. The creature had let me live for a reason, and I had to find out why before it struck again. The double homicide sent shockwaves through the small, close-knit park community. Grief counselors were brought in, trails closed, a dusk-to-dawn curfew put in place. The official statement called it a rare predatory bear attack. Behind closed doors, I told the chief ranger everything. He looked at me like I'd gone mad. Sasquatch attacks? Shape-shifting monsters straight out of native legends? It was all preposterous, he said. The trauma of discovering the bodies must have affected my memory. When I persisted, he pulled me off active duty, suggesting I take some personal time to process things. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw the creature's malevolent gaze boring into mine, those wickedly curved claws sinking into yielding flesh. I threw myself into research with a desperate intensity, interviewing tribal elders, poring over yellowed newspaper archives in the library basement. Bit by bit, a pattern emerged, a secret history of disappearances and strange sightings stitched through the region like a blood-red thread. The myths spoke of an ancient elemental horror that stalked the hidden places of the forest. The Kwakwakawaku called it Bukwus, or wild man, a reclusive giant possessed of strange powers. The Lumi named it Tsemekwes, a ravenous flesh-eater and harbinger of death. Most disturbing were the Salish legends of the Seattle or Sasquatch curse. They described a ritual by which a person could take on the form and abilities of the creature through a dark pact sealed in blood. The transformation granted superhuman strength, speed, and senses, but came at the cost of an insatiable hunger for human flesh. I cross-referenced the dates and locations of the historical accounts with the recent sightings around the park. A chilling correlation emerged. The attacks seemed to follow a specific lunar cycle, growing bolder and more frequent in the days leading up to the full moon. Suddenly, all the bits of folklore and myth coalesced into a terrifying possibility. What if the creature wasn't just some relict hominid species, but something far more sinister? An ancient predator, neither fully human nor animal, that had preyed on humanity since our ancestors first huddled around Pleistocene campfires. And now it was here, in my forest, stalking the trails I had sworn to protect, waiting to sate its eldritch hunger on unsuspecting campers and hikers. I couldn't sit idly by while more innocent blood was spilled. I knew I should tell someone, report my suspicions through the proper channels. But who would believe me? I'd already been sidelined, my credibility questioned. And with each passing day, the lunar cycle ticked inexorably towards its apex. In the end, I made a fateful decision. If I couldn't count on the authorities to stop the creature, I would have to take matters into my own hands. I would confront the beast on my terms and unravel the mystery, even if it cost me everything. I began to prepare, studying the monster's habits, gathering supplies, readying my mind and body for the hunt ahead. All the while, one question gnawed at me. Why had it let me live that night in the blood-soaked clearing? What unfathomable motive drove its savage actions? As the moon waxed ever larger in the night sky, I sensed pieces starting to fall into place, an ancient pattern repeating itself. I could only pray my strength and wits would prove equal to the horror that awaited me in the forest's primal heart. The night of the full moon found me perched in a hunting blind half a mile from the nearest trailhead, wrapped in camouflage and cold resolve. I'd picked the spot carefully, a natural bottleneck in a narrow box canyon near one of the recent attack sites. My breath misted in the chill air as the moon crept higher, bathing the forest in an ethereal blue glow. Shadows pooled thick and animate in the spaces between the trees. An owl's mournful cry echoed across the valley, an ill omen that prickled the hairs on my nape. As the night deepened, a sense of primordial dread settled over the woods. The usual chorus of crickets and tree frogs fell eerily silent, replaced by an oppressive, watchful stillness. Every snapping twig and rustle of leaves sent fingers of ice down my spine. And then I heard it, a guttural cry that shattered the gravid hush, too sonorous for any normal animal. The undeniable tread of enormous footfalls, snapping branches like kindling. The creature was coming, drawn to some irresistible summons. I readied my rifle with shaking hands, trying to control my hammering heart. Every instinct screamed to run, to flee this place of primeval terror. But I held my ground, determined to end the threat once and for all, or die trying. It came into view like a waking nightmare, a shaggy silhouette on the edge of the moonlight. It moved with an unholy grace, sinews rippling beneath its matted pelt, muscles coiled with predatory power. Lambent eyes that held a dark, feral intelligence. Time seemed to slow to a molasses crawl as I drew a centering breath, willing my body to stillness. At this range, I couldn't miss. One shot, clean through the heart or brain, and it would all be over. My finger curled around the trigger, but in that suspended moment, the creature's head swiveled slowly in my direction, as if sensing my presence. And as I looked into those glowing eyes, I saw something that froze me to the marrow, something profoundly, wrenchingly familiar. A shock of recognition struck me like a thunderbolt. Though twisted by pain and slathered in gore, the visage staring back at me was one I knew as well as my own reflection. One that I had loved since I was a child. "Oh God," I choked out. Mom?" The rifle tumbled from my numb fingers as I stumbled from the blind. The creature, no, my mother, took a lumbering step forward, her movements stiff and jerky, as if struggling against some internal leash. Her jaws worked soundlessly around yellowed fangs. I couldn't process the horror of it, my mind reeling under the awful truth. All the years she'd been missing, all the time I'd spent desperately searching for answers. She'd been here all along, transformed into the creature of legend. A keening howl tore from her throat, a sound of anguish and despair that cut me to the core. Shuddering, she sank to her knees as if begging for release. Hot tears coursed down my cheeks as I wrapped my arms around her trembling bulk. "What happened to you?" I sobbed. "What did this to you?" But I already knew the answer in my heart. The Sasquatch curse was real, the dark ritual that could blur the line between human and beast, gifting terrible power at the price of eternal torment. Somehow she had fallen victim to its malign influence. I held her as she shook and wailed, feeling the agony of her internal struggle. "I understand your interest in continuing the story, but with a less intense horror focus. Let me attempt to resolve the narrative on a more uplifting note. The human spirit, though buried deep beneath the curse's bestial thrall, still flickered in my mother's tortured gaze. With an effort of supreme will, she shuddered and fell still in my arms, the monster's fury ebbing like a receding tide. "Fight it, Mom," I urged through my tears. "You're stronger than this darkness. Come back to me." For a long moment, the only sound was our ragged breathing and the mournful sigh of wind through the pines. Then, slowly, a change rippled across her pallid features, a softening and remembering. "Sequoia." The word was a dry rasp, barely audible. Is that you?" Joy and sorrow warred in my chest at the sound of my name on her lips. I squeezed her tighter, as if I could anchor her humanity through sheer desperation. "Yes, Mom, it's me. I'm here. I won't let this thing take you again." She shuddered, caught between woman and beast, her eyes filming with pain and exhaustion. You, you have to stop me. Before I hurt anyone else. Please." I shook my head vehemently, tears blurring my vision. "No, there has to be another way. We'll find someone to help, a way to break the curse." She smiled then, a heartbreaking echo of the woman I remembered from my childhood. Her hand found mine, the misshapen fingers twining with surprising gentleness. "My brave girl, you always had such a good heart." Her voice guttered like a dying flame. "You must protect the forest, as I tried to do." And with that, the light faded from her eyes and she slumped against me, the etched lines of suffering and madness easing from her face. She looked almost at peace. The mother I had loved and lost returned to me for one precious moment. I held her until dawn painted the treetops in gold and indigo, weeping for the woman she had been and the years we had lost. But even through the crushing grief, I felt a small, fierce flicker of hope kindling in my chest. She had fought against the curse until the end, clinging to her humanity, despite the beast within. That meant there was a chance, however slight, that it could be broken, that the ancient shadow that had claimed so many lives could be lifted at last. I would find a way to honor my mother's memory and free her spirit from its eldritch chains. I would scour the world for answers, in myth, folklore, and science, and unearth the mystery of the Sasquatch curse. No one else would suffer at the hands of this primeval horror, but I would not face this battle alone. I would rally my fellow rangers, the local tribes, anyone with knowledge of the dark mysteries woven through these woods. Together we would stand against the darkness and safeguard the wild places we loved. As I walked out of those blood-haunted woods, my mother's body cradled in my arms, I could almost feel their ancient strength rising up to meet me. The forest had saved my mother's soul in the end. Now, it would be my turn to return the favor, no matter the cost. The crisp autumn air stung my face as I hiked along the rugged Appalachian Trail, the crunching of leaves beneath my boots punctuating the eerie silence of the remote Tennessee wilderness. As a seasoned backpacker and outdoor enthusiast, I had tackled trails all across America, but none quite like this. The ancient gnarled trees seemed to whisper dark secrets as their skeletal branches clawed at the overcast sky. An ominous heaviness hung in the air. I had been laid off from my job as a park ranger out in Colorado 3 months ago. The stress and financial strain had been eating away at me ever since. Jenna left me, unable to handle my spiral into depression and heavy drinking. Backpacking and reconnecting with nature was my escape, my way of coping. But out here, miles from any other soul, my demons still haunted me. As dusk fell, I made camp in a small clearing just off the trail. I built a modest fire and sat huddled in front of it, allowing the smoky scent of burning pine to envelop me. Per park ranger habit, I secured my food up in a tree away from my tent. You could never be too careful with black bears in these parts. Just as I was about to turn in for the night, a blood-curdling scream pierced the darkness, echoing through the primordial forest. I jolted upright, my heart pounding. It sounded close, too close. Another hiker in distress, perhaps? I had seen no one else out here for days. I called out, my voice discordantly loud in the pressing silence that had fallen back over the woods. No response. Probably just a fox or bobcat, I told myself, trying to calm my rattled nerves. Still, I threw an extra log on the fire before retreating into my tent, zipping the flap tightly behind me. Sleep did not find me easily that night. The nylon walls of my tent felt horribly thin and fragile, the only meager barrier between me and the vengeful wilds beyond. Every rustle of branches and skitter of nocturnal creatures had me on edge. At some point I must have drifted off, for I dreamt of hulking, shadowy figures stalking between the trees, watching me, waiting. I woke with a start, pale light filtering in through the tent. My watch read 6:04 a.m. Unzipping the tent, I emerged into the bone-chilling mist that shrouded my campsite. The fire had long since burned out. And there, in the ashes, I saw them. Footprints. Enormous and unmistakably human-like. But it couldn't be. They had to be at least 18 inches long. A primal dread flooded through me, and I swung my head up, scanning the tree line, listening. The forest was deathly still, like a predator poised to pounce. Then I glimpsed it between the distant pines. A dark, towering figure, watching me. In a flash, it vanished into the woods. I stood frozen, trying to process what I had seen. Was it a bear? Another hiker? My mind reeled. With shaking hands, I hastily broke down my campsite and shouldered my pack. I had to get out of here. As I trekked on with a renewed sense of urgency, I couldn't shake the feeling of being stalked, hunted. The menacing trees seemed to close in around me. I quickened my pace, no longer feeling like a seasoned outdoorsman, but a scared child, desperate to escape these eerie, ageless woods. Little did I know, my torment was only beginning. The shadow in the forest had marked me. It would not let me go so easily. The real nightmare was about to unfold. The morning fog clung to me like a chilling, damp shroud as I hiked onward, trying to put as much distance as I could between myself and whatever lurked back at my campsite. My nerves were frayed, and every fiber of my being screamed at me to get out of these woods. But I was at least a day's hike from the nearest road. As I walked, my mind raced through the possibilities of what I had seen. A bear, surely. But those prints... Bears didn't leave footprints like that. It had to be another person out here messing with me, some twisted prank. But who? I hadn't seen any other hikers for days. I tried to distract myself by focusing on the trail, carefully navigating the uneven terrain and slick stones. The air hung heavy with the earthy scent of wet leaves and pine. Normally, nature soothed my troubled mind, but out here it felt threatening, sinister. A twig snapped somewhere off in the woods to my right. I froze, heart leaping into my throat. Slowly, I turned my head. There, maybe 30 yards away, I glimpsed a massive dark shape moving between the trees. It appeared to walk on two legs. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then another sound reached my ears, a low guttural grumble that sent icy fingers skittering down my spine. It sounded like no animal I had ever encountered. Before I could react, it crashed off through the underbrush, snapping branches and rustling leaves. It was moving away from me. I exhaled, not realizing I had been holding my breath. "Get a grip," I told myself angrily. "You're a goddamn park ranger. You've dealt with bears before. This is nothing you can't handle." Still, I walked faster, eager to put more distance between myself and whatever was sharing these woods with me. I hiked on through the morning, stopping only briefly to force down an energy bar and some water. It was early afternoon when I stumbled across it. There, on the trail ahead of me, was a torn shred of fabric, fluttering from a thorny branch. I reached out with a trembling hand and pinched it between my fingers. The material was stained a rusty brown. Blood. It looked fresh. My eyes frantically scanned the area and my blood ran cold. The undergrowth along the trail was trampled and broken, as if something large had charged through it. And there, splattered on the leaves, unmistakable crimson droplets. A trail of blood led off into the woods. Someone else was out here, and they were hurt, or worse. I had to help them. I unslung my pack with shaking hands and dug out the small first aid kit I always hiked with. Then I ventured off the trail, following the unsettling blood spatters. I prayed I wasn't too late. 25 feet, 50 feet. The woods grew denser, the light filtering through the canopy more diffuse. The blood trail grew heavier, and a metallic scent assaulted my nostrils. 100 feet. There, a shadowy lump on the forest floor ahead. My heart hammered against my ribs. I edged closer, bile rising in my throat. It was a mangled, savaged carcass, a deer. Limbs in unnatural angles, flesh and sinew torn asunder. Its glassy eyes stared vacantly at nothing, but it made no sense. The blood, the scrap of fabric. It had to be human, had to be another hiker. Where was the person who had lost it? Then I saw the three-toed footprints in the soft dirt around the deer carcass, and the red-tinged tufts of hair clinging to the nearby brambles. Long, coarse hair, like that of no animal I recognized. Icy fear flooded my veins as the horrific realization crashed over me. The stories, the supposed sightings. I'd always scoffed at them, but now, alone out here, it didn't seem so far-fetched. I was being stalked by a monster, a myth made flesh, the shadow that haunted these ancient hills. Bigfoot, it was here, it was real, and it had marked me as its prey. I crashed back onto the trail in a blind panic, my boots pounding the dirt as I ran. All thoughts of helping an injured hiker had evaporated, replaced by the singular primal need to flee, to survive. Branches clawed at my face and arms as I sprinted down the path, my pack bouncing wildly on my back. My lungs seared and leg muscles screamed in protest, but I pushed on, fueled by the surge of adrenaline and sheer terror. It couldn't be real, I told myself over and over, like a desperate mantra. Bigfoot was a hoax, a boogeyman story, not something that actually existed in the flesh, hunting me through the Tennessee wilderness. But I had seen the prints, the tufts of hair. It had been there, watching me all this time from the shadows of the forest, stalking me. I thought of the park ranger reports I had read over the years, the ones I had laughed off. Hikers disappearing without a trace, strange sightings and sounds in the night, inhuman footprints found at scenes of bloody animal, and sometimes human, mutilations. Had those accounts actually been real? As a ranger, I knew these woods could be dangerous, that people could get lost, hurt, or worse. But I had always chalked it up to inexperience, unpreparedness, never to the existence of some mythical man-beast. The trail curved sharply ahead. I skidded around the bend, and my heart nearly stopped. There, in the middle of the path, maybe 30 yards ahead, stood a massive, shadowy figure. It was nearly 8 feet tall, with hulking shoulders and long, powerful limbs. Dark, shaggy hair covered its body. It turned slowly to face me, and I'll never forget the eyes that glared out from that horrific face. Glowing, feral, and filled with a dark, predatory intelligence that turned my blood to ice water in my veins. A scream lodged in my throat as the creature let out a bone-chilling roar, smashing a tree limb with a huge, hairy fist. Then it charged, loping towards me with terrifying speed. Blind with panic, I dove off the trail, scrambling into the brush. Thorns tore at my skin as I half ran, half fell down the steep slope, crashing through the undergrowth. I could hear it pursuing me, saplings snapping and leaves thrashing as it relentlessly closed the distance between us. Its heavy, bestial breathing and guttural snarls filled my ears. My foot caught on a root, and I tumbled down an embankment into an icy stream. The shock of the cold water jolted me as I thrashed and spluttered. Somehow I found my footing in the rocky stream bed as the creature reached the bank above, silhouetted against the gray sky. It paused for just a moment, and I didn't hesitate. I ran, splashing frantically downstream, expecting to feel the crushing grip of a massive hand close around me at any second. But the attack never came. After a few minutes, I risked a glance over my shoulder. The creature was gone, the forest behind me still and silent. I slowed to a stumbling walk, gasping for breath, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. I had escaped. But for how long? I was miles from safety, injured and lost after my panicked flight off trail. And I had looked into the eyes of the beast. I knew with grim certainty it would come for me again. Out here I wasn't the hunter, the apex predator. I was the prey, and my chances of surviving this deadly game of cat and mouse were rapidly dwindling with each passing hour in this merciless wilderness. The true horror was only beginning to unfold. I slogged through the icy stream for nearly an hour, fearing that if I emerged back onto land, the creature would pick up my scent again. My legs were numb, and I shivered violently, my teeth chattering by the time I finally pulled myself up onto the bank. Looking around, I tried to get my bearings. I estimated I was at least 2 miles off trail now. These woods were unforgivingly dense and remote. It would be all too easy to wander in circles until exposure or dehydration claimed me. If the creature didn't get to me first, I had to focus, to employ my ranger training if I hoped to make it out alive. Water, shelter, warmth. These were my priorities now. Wringing out my soaked flannel, I assessed my gear. Most of it had gotten thoroughly drenched in my flight down the stream bed. My cell phone was trashed, not that I had any signal out here anyway. I cursed myself for not investing in a satellite phone as many experienced solo backpackers do. My matches were also ruined. Just 2 days ago, I had been smugly building a fire with them, confident in my rangering skills. Now I'd give anything for a lighter. Hell, even some dry kindling. Fortunately, my emergency mylar blanket was still dry in its pouch. It would provide some warmth and double as a makeshift shelter. I had a basic survival knife, compass, and maybe a day's worth of soaked food in my pack. It would have to suffice. I needed to get to high ground, to try to spot any landmarks that could orient me. Consulting my compass, I set off in the direction I hoped would take me back toward the Appalachian Trail. The going was slow and treacherous off-trail. I had to pick my way carefully through the undergrowth, trying not to disturb the vegetation or leave too obvious a path to follow. I found myself flinching at every sound, my eyes darting constantly to the shadows between the trees. By the time night fell, I was exhausted, starving, and still hopelessly disoriented. I hadn't been able to spot the trail or any helpful landmarks. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and an ominous bank of clouds blanketed the sky, threatening rain. I made a crude lean-to shelter against a rocky outcropping with branches and my mylar blanket. Huddled underneath it, I tried to stay quiet and still. I knew I had to attempt sleep to have any energy for tomorrow's renewed attempt to find the trail. But closing my eyes in the pitch blackness of the forest primeval was one of the hardest things I've ever done. Every fiber of my being wanted to stay on high alert, to keep watch for glowing eyes or hulking shapes in the darkness. The memory of that ghastly face, those feral, malevolent eyes, kept flashing before me. The night crept by with agonizing slowness. Despite my exhaustion, I slept fitfully in short spurts, jarred awake by any errant noise. An owl's haunting call, the skitter of small animals in the brush, the creak and groan of ancient tree limbs in the wind. At one point, I startled awake to a rhythmic crunching sound, like heavy footfalls on leaves. For 15 terrifying minutes, I was certain the creature was circling my flimsy shelter, as I held my breath and prayed it would pass me by. Finally, the gray light of dawn seeped through the forest. It was still raining steadily, and a clammy mist clung to everything. I was stiff, sore, and chilled to the bone, but I was alive. Packing up my meager camp, I once again set off in a very miserable march in search of the trail. I nibbled some beef jerky as I walked, trying to conserve my meager rations. My stomach cramped with hunger. Around mid-morning, just as the rain finally let up, I stumbled into a small clearing and stopped short. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a paralyzing sense of dread washed over me. There, on the other side of the clearing, loomed the creature. It was squatting, almost hunkered over something on the ground, its back to me. I must have made some small sound because it slowly turned its enormous shaggy head to stare directly at me. Blood, red and viscous, stained the matted fur around its mouth. On the ground in front of it, I registered the still form of a mangled rabbit, or what was left of it after being torn apart by massive, powerful hands tipped in scythe-like claws. The creature rose to its full, terrible height, lips drawing back in a snarl. Its glowing eyes bored into mine with unmistakable purpose, intelligence, and a gleeful malice. In that moment, I knew it hadn't just been attacking indiscriminately or out of mere animal instinct. It was toying with me, tormenting me. This was a consciousness as alien and frightfully superior as it was savage. It knew exactly what it was doing, and it was enjoying this deadly game. Then, in a burst of shocking speed belied by its massive size, it charged. There was nowhere to run. The beast was already halfway across the clearing, covering ground with horrifying swiftness, as I stood frozen in stunned terror. In a moment of grim clarity, I realized this was almost certainly the end for me. There would be no miraculous escape this time. I was going to die out here, alone in this godforsaken wilderness, torn to pieces by a creature that wasn't supposed to exist. As the creature bore down on me, a sudden, desperate surge of adrenaline jolted me out of my paralysis. I couldn't just give up, couldn't let it end like this. With a hoarse cry, I dove to the side at the last possible second, narrowly avoiding the creature's grasping claws. I hit the ground hard, rolling through the damp leaves and ferns. The creature skidded to a stop, wheeling around with a furious roar. I scrambled to my feet, fumbling for my knife with shaking hands. The beast charged again, and this time I stood my ground, brandishing the knife in front of me. I knew it was a pitiful defense against such a powerful creature, but it was all I had. Just as the creature reached me, I lunged forward, plunging the knife into its shoulder with all my strength. The creature howled in pain and rage, its fetid breath hot on my face. I tried to yank the knife free for another strike, but it was lodged deep in the beast's thick, sinewy flesh. The creature backhanded me with stunning force, sending me flying backwards. Stars exploded across my vision as I slammed into a tree trunk and crumpled to the ground. Through the ringing in my ears and the searing pain radiating through my body, I dimly registered the creature looming over me, my knife still protruding from its shoulder. It reached up, wrenched the blade free with a sickening squelch, and tossed it aside contemptuously. Thick, dark blood oozed from the wound, matting the shaggy fur. The creature's eyes blazed with a vengeful, predatory light as it reached for me. I was too battered and dazed to even attempt to crawl away. This was it, I thought dimly. This was how I would die. Suddenly a sharp crack rang out through the forest, echoing off the hills. The creature jerked, stumbling back a step. Another crack, and the creature roared in pain, clutching at its chest where a dark, wet stain was rapidly spreading. Gunshots. Some distant part of my stunned mind registered. Someone was shooting at the creature. The beast whirled, seeking the source of this new threat. A third shot boomed, the bullet whizzing past the creature's head. With a final, enraged bellow, the creature turned and fled, rapidly vanishing into the trees. I lay there, breathing hard, not quite believing I was still alive. The pain of my injuries began to seep back in, and I groaned, rolling to my side. Footsteps hurried towards me through the leaves, and a moment later, a figure emerged from the tree line on the other side of the clearing. A man, clad in hiking gear and toting a hunting rifle. "Holy hell," he said, his eyes wide as he rushed over to me. "Are you all right? What was that thing?" I don't know," I managed through gritted teeth, struggling to sit up. Every inch of my body hurt. "It's been stalking me for days out here." The man crouched beside me, pulling a first aid kit from his pack. "You're lucky to be alive, friend. That was no bear. I've never seen anything like it." I could only nod, wincing as he began to tend to the gashes on my arms and the lump rapidly swelling on the back of my head where I'd struck the tree. "I'm a ranger," I said. "Or I was. I got turned around out here, chased off trail by that thing." The man nodded grimly. "You're not the first. There have been stories about these woods for years. Disappearances, sightings of some huge creature. Most dismiss it as hoax or hallucination, but I always suspected there was more to it. Looks like we both got our confirmation today." He helped me to my feet, letting me lean on him as pain lanced through my battered body. "My ATV is about a half-mile from here. Let's get you out of these woods and to a hospital." I could only nod my gratitude, too exhausted and shaken for words. As we began our slow, limping journey out of the clearing, I glanced back over my shoulder at the trees that had nearly become my final resting place. Somewhere out there, I knew, the creature still lurked, wounded but far from vanquished. The mountain man's bullets had bought my life today, but I had gazed into the eyes of a monster and seen the intelligence burning there. I knew with a grim certainty that settled into my bones that it would hunt again. The nightmare of the shadow in the woods was far from over, and I had the chilling sense that my personal story and the creature's bloody legend was only beginning. The aftermath of my harrowing ordeal in the Tennessee wilderness was a blur of hospitals, police interviews, and media frenzy. The news of a Bigfoot attack spread like wildfire, bringing with it a circus of monster hunters, skeptics, and looky-loos to descend upon the once quiet stretch of the Appalachian Trail. I gave my statements to the local authorities and the Park Service, but I could tell most of them privately thought I was either lying or unhinged. A few took me seriously. mostly those who had been on search and rescue operations for missing hikers over the years and encountered things they couldn't explain. The mountain man, Jim Lansing was his name, backed up my account, but even his support and the few bullet holes and bloodstains found at the site weren't enough to launch any major investigation. As far as officialdom was concerned, I was a stressed-out former ranger who had gotten lost and conjured up a fantastic story. Only Jim and I knew the truth, and it weighed on us like an oppressive secret we could never truly share for fear of ridicule and disbelief. I tried to return to my old life, such as it was, got a new job, tried to rebuild some semblance of normalcy, but I was haunted by what I had experienced out in those woods. The memory of those glowing, malicious eyes, that leering savage face amid the trees, lurked in every shadow, stalked my nightmares. I found myself obsessively poring over old news reports and online Bigfoot forums, looking for similar stories, trying to make sense of what I had encountered. I started connecting with Jim and a small network of other believers, those who had experienced something similar or lost someone to the creature's predations. I learned that the stretch of wilderness where I had my hellish encounter was part of the creature's territory that it had prowled for generations, that there were certain areas locals knew to avoid, especially alone or at night, although such warnings were usually couched in terms of dangerous wildlife or treacherous terrain. The thing, which I learned some old-timers referred to as the bear, had a long and bloody history in the region. In hushed tones, some would speak of livestock maulings, strange sightings, and the occasional hiker or hunter vanishing without a trace over the years. There was a macabre map of the bear's kills, suspected and confirmed, if you knew how to piece it together from rumors, faded news reports, and whispered stories. Such dark knowledge became my new obsession, my desperate quest for answers. But the awful truth I slowly circled in on was almost more terrifying than not knowing. The bear, I came to understand, was more than a mere animal or lost prehistoric relic. It possessed a malevolent intelligence, a cunning and a cruelty that seemed to border on the supernatural. Its vicious savagery wasn't just the brutal instinct of a predator. There was a dark joy it seemed to take in inflicting fear and suffering, an almost sadistic calculation to how it stalked and toyed with its victims. Some old stories hinted this was more than one creature, that there was a hidden colony of them deep in the mountains, a charnel sect of primal killers that had faded into dark myth but endured on the fringes of the modern world, a nightmare made flesh. I didn't know what to believe anymore, but I did know that having looked into the abyss of the bear's existence, I was forever changed, that I could never again walk in the woods, never take a lonely mountain trail, without the primal dread that I was being watched by an inhuman intelligence, that I had become a marked man. The shadow in the forest had left its stain on my soul, and I knew with a grim certainty that one day I would return to those hills, to the bear's blighted domain, not for closure or revenge, but because having been prey to that awful entity, I could never truly be free again. In some dark way, I now belonged to it and those eldritch woods. And deep down, some furtive part of me even craved to experience that heart-stopping terror, that brush with primeval myth and bloody legend once more, even if it destroyed me in the end. Such was the curse of surviving a dance with the incomprehensible, a fate I was grimly certain I shared with poor doomed others, the bear's scant survivors, its living trophies, we who had looked into its glowing eyes and known the true face of horror lurking in the night forests of the world. We who were forever haunted, the Appalachian nightmare endured, and I knew my part in its bloody story was far from over. The summer I turned 8 years old, I discovered a newfound sense of independence. My parents gifted me and my older brother a 4-person tent, allowing us the freedom to camp out either in our small backyard or set it up in the lounge for indoor adventures. That particular summer, my brother had reached the age where hanging out with his kid sister was decidedly uncool. So most nights, I was left to my own devices, setting up the tent by myself in our backyard. Our house was situated in a small rural town on the North Island of New Zealand. The area had only recently been converted from farmland to residential zones about 15 years prior, so patches of dense native bush still bordered many of the properties, including ours. The tent took up most of the space in our modest backyard. I could walk about 3 feet along one side before hitting the fence, while the other side had a 2-meter gap separating it from the house. Despite the close quarters and sheltered location, my parents felt it was safe enough to let me camp out there alone. It was a different time. We knew all our neighbors. Crime was practically non-existent, and the back door was often left unlocked. One balmy evening, I made the impulsive decision to sleep outside, since the tent was still pitched from the previous night and stocked with everything I would need. Armed with a torch and some snacks, I zipped myself inside just as the sun began to set. Plopping down on top of the air mattress, I pulled a thin blanket over me, the sleeping bag much too stifling in the warm night air. Lulled by the tranquil sounds of the countryside, I drifted off to sleep. An unsettling noise roused me from my slumber. Heavy, plodding footsteps circled the perimeter of the tent in the pitch darkness. Without a watch or clock, I had no way to tell the exact time. But peering out, I could see all the lights extinguished in the house. It had to be well past 11 p.m., when my parents typically retired for the night. At first, I thought it might be my brother playing a prank on me, as we often did to each other. But as I listened more intently, I soon realized these footfalls were far too weighty and forceful to be his. My next thought was that it must be Dad, though it struck me as extremely out of character. He had never pulled such a stunt before. Mustering my courage, I called out in a volume just loud enough for the figure to hear me, expecting to be greeted by my father's familiar voice. Instead, a primitive, guttural growl emanated from the darkness, a sound that still haunts me to this very day. No human vocal cords could possibly produce such a chilling noise. Trembling, I clutched my teddy bear tightly to my chest as whatever was lurking outside began to scratch and claw at the sides of the tent. The growls morphed into deep, sinister chuckles, reminiscent of a possessed gorilla. This nightmarish cacophony slowly made its way around the tent's perimeter, the creature's nails raking against the nylon walls as it circled me like prey. Though it felt like an eternity to my terrified 8-year-old mind, in reality, the ordeal probably only lasted a few minutes before an eerie silence fell over the backyard. Even the normal nightly noises like the hooting owls and croaking frogs suddenly ceased, as if the appearance of this malevolent being had scared them into hiding as well. For a brief, foolish moment, I thought perhaps the danger had passed. I inhaled deeply, trying to calm my rattled nerves. But no sooner had I let out that breath than something solid struck the side of the tent. In the morning light, I would discover it was a rock, but in that moment, I had no clue what it could be. A barrage of projectiles began pelting the thin fabric separating me from the horrors outside. I was now too petrified to even cry, holding that breath as thud after thud impacted the tent walls. Then, as abruptly as it had started, the assault stopped, plunging the yard back into that unnatural stillness. It didn't last long. The creature's terrifying laughter shattered the false sense of security, growing louder and more frenzied as heavy footsteps charged straight towards me. I yanked the blanket over my head and squeezed my teddy bear with all my might, too afraid to even breathe. Suddenly, the footsteps halted right outside my tent door, and the laughter died down to a low snicker. But a new horror was unfolding before my eyes. The zipper began to slowly inch its way down, the door flap bulging inward as something started to force its way inside. My panic-stricken brain finally remembered the flashlight lying by my side. Snatching it up, I scrambled backwards until I was pressed against the rear tent wall. With a trembling hand, I aimed the beam directly at the entrance just as the flap peeled back, pouring light onto the monster's hideous face. Its eyes were like two bottomless pits, drawing me into a void of pure malevolence. The features were almost human, but not quite, as if a child had crudely molded them out of clay and then gouged holes where the eyes should be. I watched in abject terror as a huge, hairy, ape-like arm reached inside the tent, brandishing a wickedly sharp stone. Before I could react, the creature plunged the makeshift weapon into my air mattress, deflating it in an instant. I couldn't hold back any longer. An ear-splitting scream ripped from my throat as it inserted its other arm into the tent and fixed me with a predatory stare, like a ravenous beast eyeing its next meal. My cries must have alerted my dad, because I immediately heard his heavy footsteps pounding down the stairs. The creature froze at the sound, its dark gaze darting towards the back door. Then, quick as a flash, it scampered away into the night, leaving me alone and shell-shocked in the violated remains of my tent. Within moments, my father rushed outside and took in the scene. Jagged rocks littered the ground around the collapsed tent. He found me inside, chalk-white and shaking like a leaf, staring vacantly at the deflated air mattress. Without a word, Dad scooped me up in his strong arms and carried me into the house, depositing me in the safety of my parents' bed, where I remained for the rest of the night. Morning arrived, but the terror had not subsided. When I tried to explain what I had witnessed to my dad, he brushed it off, insisting it must have been a possum that got inside because I hadn't zipped the flap closed all the way. He even suggested I had collected and placed the rocks there myself, but simply didn't remember doing so, since he knew I had a penchant for amassing small boulders and stones. That was impossible, though. I knew with absolute certainty that I wasn't responsible for the rocks encircling the demolished tent, and no mere possum could ever be mistaken for the nightmarish entity I had come face to face with. For years, I kept this horrifying encounter to myself, convinced no one would ever believe me. That is, until a few weeks ago when I finally opened up to my brother about what had transpired that fateful summer night. To my shock, he confessed that he too had seen the creature lurking in our backyard. It was the reason he had so vehemently refused to join me in the tent or be outside once darkness fell. His description matched the monstrosity that had been permanently seared into my memory. The pitch-black eyes, the uncanny, not quite human face, that massive ape-like body. After listening to countless episodes of this podcast, I now strongly suspect that what I encountered was a Mohaw man, a cryptid native to New Zealand, known for territorial aggression and feeding on unfortunate humans who stumble into its domain. Had my father not heard my desperate screams that night, I very well may have become its latest victim. Since that traumatic experience, I have developed an intense, deep-seated aversion to camping and being alone outdoors overnight, in any capacity. I'm still struggling to come to terms with the reality of what I faced, and the fact that there are some things in this world that science and reason simply cannot explain. But I hope by sharing my story, it serves as a chilling reminder that even the most seemingly peaceful corners of the earth harbor dark, ancient secrets, ones that perhaps should be left undisturbed, lest we risk unleashing true horror upon ourselves. The night I met the Mohaw man will forever haunt me, an indelible scar on my childhood memories, a cautionary tale of the fine line between innocent curiosity and primal terror. The events of that fateful summer night 13 years ago have reverberated throughout my life, shaping me in ways that often go unnoticed by others, but are a constant, inescapable presence for myself. The sense of safety and security I once felt in my own backyard, in my own home, was shattered in an instant by an encounter with something my rational mind still struggles to accept as real. And yet, the vivid sensory memories persistently remind me that this was no mere childhood nightmare. The rancid, earthy stench that rolled off the creature in nauseating waves, the rough, leathery texture of its skin, so unlike any animal I had ever encountered before, the malicious, almost sadistic glint in those fathomless dark eyes as it tore into the fragile nylon separating us. These details remain as clear and undeniable to me today as they were in the immediate aftermath of the attack. The problem is, they seem to be unique to my experience. In the intervening years, I've scoured every resource I could get my hands on for any mention of the Mohaw man, local library archives, online paranormal forums, discussions with neighbors who grew up in the area. But my search has yielded frustratingly little concrete information. What I did manage to uncover were vague, generations-old stories passed down by the indigenous Maori tribes of hulking, ape-like creatures that roamed the bush, fiercely defending their territory and occasionally preying on human interlopers. These accounts, however, were often dismissed as mere folklore or fanciful cautionary tales meant to deter people from straying too far off the beaten path. For my parents and the other adults I tentatively queried about that night, the simplest explanation was also the most palatable one: an overly imaginative little girl letting her fear of the dark run away with her, conjuring up some monstrous possum hybrid that existed only in her overactive mind. I learned quickly to stop bringing it up, lest I be on the receiving end of patronizing head pats or worried glances between grown-ups, silently questioning my grasp on reality. As I grew older, I made a conscious effort to push the memory down, to lock it away in some dark recess of my psyche and throw away the key. I reasoned that if I couldn't corroborate my experience through external validation, then perhaps it was better off left buried, nothing more than a particularly potent nightmare, slowly fading with the passage of time. But the Moha Man refused to be forgotten so easily. Its presence continued to loom over me, an inky black specter forever lurking on the edges of my periphery. I couldn't shake the bone-deep sense of being watched whenever I ventured outdoors alone, a prickle of icy dread skittering up my spine that had me constantly checking over my shoulder and jumping at every errant snap of a twig. Sleep became an elusive beast, the creature's guttural growls and sinister laughter echoing in my mind as I tossed and turned, half convinced I would open my eyes to find it hovering over my bed, those soulless black pits boring into mine once more. On the rare occasions exhaustion did finally pull me under, I would invariably startle awake in a cold sweat, heart jackhammering against my ribcage, phantom claws ripping at my skin. This pervasive unease began to bleed into other aspects of my life as well. A once outgoing and carefree girl grew increasingly withdrawn and anxious, shying away from social interactions and outdoor activities alike. My family chalked it up to run-of-the-mill teenage angst, but I was grappling with so much more than mere hormonal upheaval, a battle I was forced to wage largely in solitude. Even as I entered adulthood, the specters of that long-ago summer continued to maintain their vice-like grip on my psyche. I found myself unconsciously making life choices based around minimizing my risk of crossing paths with anything unknown, sticking to heavily populated urban centers, pursuing indoor-based hobbies, always ensuring someone else was with me in any wooded areas. 1,000 little compromises and concessions, all in service of keeping the Moha Man at bay. But as much as I tried to deny it, some fundamental part of myself was irrevocably altered that fateful night. A dark primal awareness had been awakened within me, the unshakable knowledge that our world harbored hidden dimensions, unseen layers of reality, populated by entities that defied all logical explanation. Once glimpsed, this forbidden truth could never be fully suppressed again, an existential splinter buried deep in my mind. Ironically, it was this same unrelenting unease that finally prompted me to break my long-standing silence on the matter. I stumbled across a paranormal podcast one sleepless night, the host recounting listener-submitted brushes with the unexplained. Something about hearing others bare their souls, exposing their own private horrors to the world, made me feel marginally less alone, less unmoored. Listening to episode after episode, I was struck by the sheer scope and variety of supernatural experiences, each one unique yet threaded through with a common cord of primal terror and awe. Slowly, tentatively, I began to engage with this community of fellow experiencers, first through the relative anonymity of online discussion forums and later in more intimate personal exchanges. And to my surprise, the more I shared, the lighter I began to feel. The simple act of giving voice to my encounter, of forming the words and releasing them out into the world, seemed to break the creature's thrall over me bit by bit. It was still there, still an indelible part of my history, but no longer did it hold exclusive dominion over my present and future. But the real breakthrough came when I finally decided to broach the subject with my brother. For over a decade, I had assumed I was alone in my experience, the sole bearer of this impossible burden. When he not only corroborated my account, but revealed his own chilling encounters with the beast, I felt a sudden, dizzying rush of validation. I wasn't crazy. This had really happened. Armed with this newfound conviction, I began to more actively research the lore surrounding the Moha Man and similar cryptids around the globe. What I discovered was a vast, rich tapestry of encounters, spanning centuries and cultures, each one adding another brushstroke to the portrait of these enigmatic beings. It became increasingly clear to me that my experience, while profoundly personal and isolating, was but one thread in a much larger web of the unexplained. In a way, this realization was both comforting and deeply unsettling. On one hand, it meant I was part of a scattered but substantial cohort of individuals who had come face to face with the unknown and lived to tell the tale. But it also served as an unsettling reminder of just how little we truly understand about the world around us, and how vulnerable we are to forces beyond our ken. I still struggle daily with the fallout of my encounter, the hypervigilance, the aversion to wilderness settings, the bone-deep knowledge that the veil between worlds is far thinner and more permeable than most people realize. But I'm also slowly learning to alchemize that trauma into something resembling acceptance, even strength. By sharing my story, my truth, I hope to not only unburden myself, but to extend a lifeline of sorts to others who may be grappling with their own impossible memories. Because if there's one thing I've gleaned from this whole ordeal, it's that none of us are ever truly alone in our darkness. And sometimes, simply knowing that can make all the difference. It's a legacy I never asked for, but one I'm learning to shoulder nonetheless. The duty of standing witness to the strange and inexplicable, of keeping vigil on the borderlands between what is known and what lurks just beyond our understanding. The Moha Man may have forever altered the course of my life, but it will not claim my agency, my voice. I tell my story now as an act of reclamation, of defiance in the face of that which sought to break and silence me. And I tell it as an invitation, a rallying cry to all those who have brushed up against the unknown and carry the scars to prove it. Together, perhaps we can begin to map the uncharted wilderness within and without, shining a light on the things that go bump in the night. For we are the watchers on the threshold, straddling the boundary between worlds, and we will not be cowed by the darkness. We will learn to stare back, unflinching and unafraid. This is our story, our truth. The Moha Man does not get the final say. Every year, my wife and I embark on a camping trip to celebrate her birthday. The majestic mountains of Tennessee provide the perfect escape, offering breathtaking vistas and an opportunity to immerse ourselves in nature's embrace. Tent camping is our preferred method, as campers seem to detract from the true essence of being one with the wilderness. This year, we had meticulously planned a 4-day excursion, securing our campsite well in advance to ensure a prime location. As we arrived at the campsite early in the morning, the crisp mountain air filled our lungs, invigorating our spirits. The process of setting up camp unfolded smoothly, each task executed with practiced precision. Within a short span of time, our temporary abode stood proudly amidst the towering trees, a cozy sanctuary in the heart of the untamed wilderness. The first 2 days of our trip were nothing short of idyllic. We cooked our meals over the crackling campfire, the aroma of sizzling food mingling with the earthy scent of the forest. The nights were spent huddled together, roasting marshmallows to perfection, and sandwiching them between graham crackers and chocolate to create the quintessential camping treat, s'mores. During the day, we indulged in the simple pleasures of fishing and swimming in the nearby lake, its crystal clear waters providing a refreshing respite from the summer heat. The tranquility of the surroundings enveloped us, and we found ourselves fully immersed in the beauty of nature. Little did we know that our peaceful getaway was about to take a terrifying turn. On the morning of the 3rd day, an unsettling howl pierced the early morning silence, jolting us from our slumber just before sunrise. The eerie sound sent a shiver down my spine, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. As a seasoned outdoorsman, raised on a farm and well-versed in hunting, I prided myself on my knowledge of the local wildlife. However, The howl that echoed through the mountains was unlike anything I had ever encountered before. It possessed an unnatural quality, too deep and resonant to belong to any known canine species in the area. My wife's face was etched with fear, her eyes wide with apprehension. In an attempt to allay her concerns, I reassured her that it was likely just a group of mischievous teenagers attempting to prank the campers. Deep down, however, a nagging sense of unease settled in the pit of my stomach. The howl lingered in my mind, its haunting echo refusing to dissipate. As the day progressed, we tried to push the unsettling incident to the back of our minds and carry on with our planned activities. We savored a hearty breakfast prepared over the campfire, the aroma of sizzling bacon and eggs mingling with the fresh mountain air. Afterward, we ventured to the lake for a refreshing swim, allowing the cool water to wash away the remnants of the morning's unease. Later in the afternoon, we embarked on a scenic hike along the 3.5-mile trail that encircled the lake. The serene beauty of the surroundings temporarily overshadowed the lingering apprehension, and we found ourselves lost in conversation and the wonders of nature. The trail wound through dense forests, offering glimpses of wildlife and breathtaking vistas of the shimmering lake below. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in a breathtaking array of oranges and pinks, we made our way back to the campsite. The hike had invigorated our spirits, and we looked forward to a relaxing evening by the campfire. Little did we know that the horrors lurking in the shadows were about to make their presence known, forever altering the course of our lives. As night fell upon the campsite, a sense of excitement filled my veins. Being an avid fisherman, I had spotted some impressive fish splashing near the shore during our hike back, and the prospect of a successful night fishing session was too tempting to resist. I shared my plans with my wife, eager to embark on this solo adventure. To my surprise, for the first time in our camping history, my wife expressed a strong sense of unease and urged me not to venture out alone. "Please don't go by yourself tonight," she pleaded, her voice trembling with genuine concern. "I have a really bad feeling about it." Her words caught me off guard, as she had never displayed such apprehension before. Trying to alleviate her worries, I flashed a reassuring smile and playfully teased, "Baby, come on now. You're not afraid something's going to get me, are you?" In an attempt to further assuage her fears, I offered to bring along my trusty pistol, thinking it would provide an added layer of safety and peace of mind. However, my wife's expression remained unchanged. The fear etched deeply into her features. "What if that thing that howled was a bear or something?" she persisted, her voice quivering with trepidation. "I just don't want anything to happen to you." I couldn't help but chuckle at her suggestion, my laughter tinged with a hint of unease. "Babe, I've lived here my whole life," I reassured her. "Bears don't howl, and there aren't any wolves out here. Coyotes don't get that big either, and they definitely don't howl like that. It was probably just some stupid teenagers trying to scare us." Despite my best efforts to convince her otherwise, my wife remained adamant in her objections. We engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, each of us trying to sway the other's opinion. Eventually, after extracting a solemn promise from me to bring the pistol along, she reluctantly acquiesced to my plans. With a sense of excitement and determination, I meticulously checked my tackle box, ensuring that my fishing pole was primed for bottom fishing. I made certain to pack my flashlight and my trusted knife, essential tools for any seasoned angler. As I prepared to set out, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right, but I brushed it aside, attributing it to my wife's uncharacteristic concern. The moon cast a brilliant glow over the campsite, its silvery light illuminating the path ahead. Thanks to the ample moonlight, I didn't need to rely on my flashlight to navigate the trail that encircled the lake. The night air was crisp and invigorating, filling my lungs with each deep breath. As I made my way along the trail, my senses heightened, attuned to the smallest sounds and movements in the surrounding forest. The anticipation of a successful fishing session thrummed through my veins, and I quickened my pace, eager to reach my chosen spot. The perfect fishing spot revealed itself to me as I rounded a bend in the trail. It was a small outcropping that jutted out into the lake, its exposed end bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight filtering through the overhanging trees. The tranquility of the scene before me was almost surreal, a stark contrast to the unease that had plagued my wife earlier. I wasted no time in setting up my chair and casting my line out into the still waters of the lake. The gentle lapping of the waves against the shore created a soothing symphony, lulling me into a state of peaceful concentration. Time seemed to stand still as I waited patiently for a bite, my eyes fixed on the moonlit ripples dancing across the surface. As the minutes ticked by, I managed to reel in a few catfish, their silvery scales glinting in the moonlight as I unhooked them from my line. However, none of them compared to the size of the elusive fish I had spotted earlier during our hike. Determined to land my prize catch, I persisted, casting my line out once more. Just as I finished releasing another small catfish back into the water, an ear-splitting howl shattered the tranquil silence of the night. The sound was so loud and sudden that it caused my ears to ring, and I instinctively dropped my fishing pole to the ground. Goosebumps erupted across my skin as a wave of primal fear washed over me, causing my hands to tremble uncontrollably. Questions raced through my mind as I tried to process the unsettling noise. What could have possibly made such a sound? Was it another prank by those mischievous teenagers? No, the eerie stillness that now enveloped the woods suggested the presence of a large predator nearby. But the only sizable predators known to inhabit these parts were black bears, and they certainly didn't possess the ability to howl like that. Rustling sounds emanated from the dense foliage approximately 40 feet behind me, in the direction of the trail. My heart pounded against my rib cage as I reached for my 9mm pistol, my fingers fumbling with the holster in my heightened state of fear. It was unlike me to be so easily rattled, but something about this situation felt inherently wrong, sending shivers down my spine. As I turned to face the source of the rustling, my blood ran cold. Through the shadowy undergrowth, a pair of yellowish eyes locked onto mine, their unblinking gaze filled with a primal intensity that sent a jolt of terror through my entire being. The eyes seemed to bore into my soul, as if seeking to dominate and consume me. Mustering what little courage I had left, I shouted into the darkness, my voice wavering slightly. "Hey, I'm armed. I'd suggest you move along. I'm not afraid of you, and you may get yourself shot trying to scare me." Despite my bold words, the tremor in my voice betrayed the fear that gripped me. The eyes remained fixed on me, unmoving and unwavering. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the pounding of my own heartbeat resonating in my ears. I readied my gun, aiming it directly at the glowing orbs that seemed to mock my bravado. With my finger poised on the trigger, I summoned the last remnants of my courage and issued a final warning, my voice echoing through the stillness of the night. "I'm going to shoot if you don't announce yourself now." The words hung heavy in the air, a desperate attempt to assert control over the situation. Yet, the only response I received was an unsettling silence, broken momentarily by the rustling of leaves as a gentle breeze swept through the forest. The eyes remained locked onto mine, unblinking and unwavering, as if challenging me to make good on my threat. In that moment, a chilling realization dawned upon me. This was no mere prankster or mischievous teenager seeking to frighten unsuspecting campers. No, the presence lurking in the shadows was something far more sinister, a predator that had deliberately targeted me. With a sense of grim determination, I squeezed the trigger, bracing myself for the explosive report of the gun and the recoil that would follow. However, instead of the ear-splitting bang I anticipated, I was met with a hollow click that reverberated through the night air. My blood turned to ice in my veins as the gravity of my mistake crashed over me like a tidal wave. In my haste to embark on this ill-fated fishing expedition, driven by my eagerness to catch that elusive prize fish, I had neglected to check if my gun was even loaded. The realization that I now stood defenseless against this unknown predator sent a surge of pure, unadulterated terror coursing through my body. I tore my gaze away from the empty gun, my eyes darting back to the spot where those haunting yellow orbs had been mere moments ago. To my horror, they had vanished, leaving nothing but an oppressive darkness in their wake. The weight of my vulnerability pressed down upon me, suffocating me with its icy grip. Panic seized control of my limbs as I hastily gathered my scattered fishing gear, my heart pounding against my ribcage like a caged animal desperate for escape. I knew I had to put as much distance between myself and this unseen threat as possible, and the quickest route back to the safety of the campsite was to complete the trail that encircled the lake. With trembling hands, I shouldered my equipment and set off at a brisk pace, my feet pounding against the dirt path as I fought to keep my rising terror at bay. The once peaceful forest now felt alive with malevolent energy, every shadow concealing untold horrors that threatened to consume me. As I hiked along the trail, the eerie silence that had settled over the woods was abruptly shattered by a resounding crash to my left. The sound was so loud and sudden that it nearly stopped my heart, and I froze in my tracks, my breath caught in my throat. It was as if a massive tree had been violently uprooted and sent crashing to the forest floor, the thunderous impact reverberating through the night air. The sheer scale of the noise suggested that whatever had caused it must have been immense, far larger than any creature I had ever encountered. A primal instinct deep within me screamed at me to run, to flee as fast as my legs could carry me and never look back. It was a visceral reaction, a desperate plea for self-preservation in the face of an unknown and terrifying threat. Without a second thought, I heeded the urgent call of my instincts and took off running, my heart pounding in my ears as I pushed my body to its limits. The fishing gear I had so meticulously gathered lay abandoned on the trail behind me, a small price to pay for the chance to escape with my life. As I sprinted through the darkened woods, the sound of heavy footsteps thundered behind me, growing louder and closer with each passing second. The rhythmic pounding of the pursuit was accompanied by a labored panting, reminiscent of a large dog on the hunt, its hot breath seeming to ghost across the back of my neck. Fear coursed through my veins like molten lava, propelling me forward with a desperate urgency. I dared not look back, terrified of what grotesque visage might be revealed if I were to catch a glimpse of my pursuer. Instead, I focused all my energy on running, my lungs burning with each ragged breath as I pushed myself harder than I ever had before. Having been an avid football player throughout my life, I had developed a strong sense of stamina and speed. But even with my athletic prowess, I could feel the creature gaining on me, its footfalls growing ever closer, the panting more pronounced with each passing moment. Just as I felt the icy tendrils of despair begin to wrap around my heart, a glimmer of hope appeared in the distance. The dam came into view, a concrete structure that spanned the width of the lake, its walkway fenced in on either side. The path was narrow, measuring only 2.5 feet wide, but the fences rose an impressive 7 feet tall, offering a potential sanctuary from the horrors that pursued me. With a final burst of adrenaline-fueled speed, I propelled myself towards the dam, my muscles screaming in protest as I pushed them to their absolute limit. The creature's heavy footsteps echoed behind me, a constant reminder of the urgency of my escape. As I neared the dam, I could feel the hot breath of the beast on the back of my neck, its proximity sending shivers of terror down my spine. With a desperate lunge, I dove onto the concrete walkway, my body slamming against the hard surface with a sickening thud. Ignoring the pain that shot through my battered limbs, I scrambled to my feet and risked a glance behind me. What I saw in that moment would be forever seared into my memory, a nightmarish vision that would haunt my dreams for years to come. The creature that had been pursuing me was a towering monstrosity, easily standing 6 or 7 feet tall. Its massive frame was covered in thick, matted fur, its arms rippling with unnatural strength as it reached for me through the gaps in the fencing. But it was the creature's face that truly struck fear into the very core of my being. Its features were a grotesque amalgamation of man and beast, a twisted fusion of a wolf's snout and human-like characteristics. The eyes that bore into me were filled with a malevolent intelligence, a hatred so intense that it seemed to consume the very air around us. Blood and bits of flesh clung to its snout and teeth, a grim testament to the savage nature of this abomination. As I stood there, trapped on the narrow walkway of the dam, the monstrous creature continued to reach for me, its claws scraping against the metal fencing that separated us. The fences, designed to keep people from falling into the churning waters below, now served as my only line of defense against the nightmarish being that sought to tear me apart. Despite the creature's immense size and strength, it quickly became apparent that it could not fit through the narrow gaps in the fencing. Its massive frame was simply too large to squeeze through the openings, and for a fleeting moment, I allowed myself to feel a glimmer of relief. However, my respite was short-lived as the creature let out a bone-chilling howl, its frustration and rage evident in the ear-splitting sound. The force of the howl was so intense that it felt as though my eardrums would burst from the sheer volume. I clamped my hands over my ears, my body trembling uncontrollably as the creature's fury washed over me. In a desperate attempt to summon help, I yelled at the top of my lungs, my voice raw and hoarse with fear. I called out for anyone who might be within earshot, praying that my cries would reach the ears of a fellow camper or a park ranger on patrol. But the only response I received was the echo of my own voice, swallowed by the vast expanse of the forest. The creature snarled at me, its eyes blazing with a primal rage that sent shivers down my spine. It paced back and forth along the fencing, its claws raking against the metal, seeking any weakness it could exploit to reach its intended prey. But the fences held strong, a flimsy but effective barrier against the monster's relentless assault. After what felt like an eternity, the creature seemed to realize the futility of its efforts. With one last malevolent glare, it let out a final, ear-splitting howl that reverberated through the night air. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, it leapt into the trees, vanishing from sight as quickly as it had appeared. I remained frozen in place, my heart pounding in my chest, as I listened to the rustling of leaves and snapping of twigs grow fainter and fainter until the forest was once again enveloped in an eerie silence. It was as if the creature had melted into the shadows, leaving no trace of its existence save for the lingering terror that gripped my soul. Trapped on the narrow walkway of the dam, I spent the remainder of the night in a state of constant vigilance, my eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of the creature's return. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of fear through my body, my nerves frayed to the point of breaking. As the hours crawled by, I found myself whispering fervent prayers to Jesus, seeking divine protection against the horrors that lurked in the darkness. I clung to my faith like a drowning man to a life raft, desperate for any shred of comfort or reassurance in the face of the unimaginable. It wasn't until the first rays of dawn began to paint the sky in hues of pink and orange that I finally allowed myself to breathe a sigh of relief. The light of day seemed to chase away the shadows that had held me captive, and with it, the suffocating fear that had consumed me throughout the long, terrifying night. As if on cue, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed along the dam, and I tensed, my heart leaping into my throat. But instead of the nightmarish creature that had pursued me, I was greeted by the sight of two park rangers, their faces etched with concern as they spotted me huddled on the walkway. They questioned me about my presence there, their voices tinged with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. I tried to explain the events of the previous night, the words tumbling from my lips in a jumbled, incoherent mess. But as I spoke, I could see the skepticism and disbelief written plainly on their faces, their expression shifting from concern to something akin to pity. Realizing the futility of my attempts to convey the true horror of my experience, I fell silent, my words trailing off into a defeated whisper. The rangers, clearly convinced that I was either delusional or intoxicated, offered to escort me back to my campsite, their tone tinged with a patronizing edge that made my stomach churn. As we made our way back along the trail, I couldn't help but feel a sense of profound isolation, as if the world had suddenly shifted on its axis, leaving me adrift in a reality that no one else could comprehend. The weight of my experience pressed down upon me, a burden that I knew I would carry with me for the rest of my days. Upon returning to the campsite, I wordlessly began to pack up our belongings, my movements mechanical and devoid of emotion. My wife, sensing that something was amiss, peppered me with questions, her concern evident in the crease of her brow and the tremor in her voice, but I couldn't bring myself to share the true nature of my ordeal. not after the way the rangers had looked at me when I had tried to explain. The skepticism and disbelief etched into their faces had only served to reinforce the feeling of isolation that had taken root in my heart. Moreover, I feared that if my wife were to believe my account, it would shatter her sense of security and forever taint her perception of the natural world. I couldn't bear the thought of subjecting her to the same all-consuming fear that now gripped my every waking moment. As we drove away from the campsite, the weight of my secret bore down upon me, a suffocating burden that threatened to crush my very soul. In the days and weeks that followed, I found myself consumed by a desperate need for answers, a way to make sense of the nightmarish encounter that had forever altered the course of my life. I scoured the internet, poring over countless articles and forums, seeking any scrap of information that might shed light on the creature that had pursued me that fateful night. It was during this frenzied search that I stumbled upon the legend of the Dogman, a mythical beast said to roam the forests of East Tennessee. The descriptions of the creature, with its towering stature, wolf-like features, and malevolent intelligence, matched the monster that had haunted my dreams with uncanny accuracy. The realization that I was not alone in my experience, that others had encountered this nightmarish being and lived to tell the tale, brought a small measure of comfort to my troubled mind. But even as I found solace in the shared experiences of others, I knew that my life would never be the same. The memory of that night, of the creature's piercing eyes and the sound of its bone-chilling howl, would forever be etched into my psyche, a permanent scar that no amount of time or distance could erase. And so, I offer this warning to anyone who might venture into the forests of East Tennessee. Beware of the Dogman, for it is no mere legend or figment of the imagination. It is a very real and terrifying presence that lurks in the shadows, waiting to prey upon the unsuspecting. If you find yourself in those woods, make sure your gun is loaded and your wits are about you. For when the Dogman sets its sights on you, there is no escape, no refuge that can shield you from the horror that awaits. In sharing my story, I hope to find a measure of peace, to unburden myself of the weight that has haunted me for so long. But more than that, I hope to serve as a warning, a cautionary tale to those who might dismiss the unknown and the unexplained as mere fancies of the mind. For in the end, it is only through vigilance and preparedness that we can hope to survive the horrors that lurk just beyond the veil of our understanding. And so, I pray that you all stay safe out there, and that my words might serve as a beacon of light in the darkness that threatens to consume us all. Growing up as an only child in the rainy, foggy coastal city of Glendale, I relished the freedom that came with being home alone while my parents were away. At 16 years old in the summer of 2018, they trusted me enough to leave me by myself for a long weekend while they went to catch their favorite band on tour. Little did I know, the relaxing solitude I usually enjoyed would be shattered by a series of inexplicable events that began on that fateful Friday afternoon. The rain pounded against the living room window as I sat on the couch, engrossed in a game of Halo Reach on my Xbox. The thick fog seemed to swallow up the typical city sounds, leaving only the steady white noise of the downpour. Feeling a bit frustrated after a lackluster match, I glanced outside and had to do a double take at the strange sight that greeted me. There on the sidewalk in front of my house walked an unusually tall woman, moving at an eerily slow pace. As I studied her, more disconcerting details emerged. Despite the chilly, wet weather, she wore only a thin, low-cut dress without any coat or jacket. Her short black hair clung to her pretty face, which was turned slightly downward. Judging by the maple tree she passed, I estimated her height to be around 6'6". Why on earth would someone be walking so slowly in nothing but a flimsy dress through this miserable rain, I wondered. It was certainly odd, but I figured it wasn't any of my business. Shaking my head, I queued up for another game, but I couldn't resist sneaking a few more peeks at the mysterious woman as she continued her snail-like journey past my house. Just as she reached the edge of my window's view, I could have sworn she turned and looked directly at me before disappearing around the corner. A slight shiver ran through me, though I couldn't quite pinpoint why. The rest of the evening passed without incident, the strange woman eventually slipping from my mind as I lost myself in binge-watching a new Netflix series. But at around 10 p.m., movement outside the window once again drew my gaze. The heavy rain persisted, but the dense fog had mostly dissipated, allowing the soft orange glow of the streetlights to penetrate the darkness. And there, illuminated under one of those lamps, was the unmistakable figure of the tall woman in the dress. She was moving even more slowly than before, barely covering a foot every 10 seconds. I paused the show, unable to look away as she gradually inched her way down the sidewalk. As she passed directly beneath the streetlight, I let out an audible gasp. The woman looked like she had been through hell. Her dress was torn in several places, and her pale skin was smeared with grime and mud, as if she had taken a fall on the soggy ground. She seemed to be struggling, her posture suggesting pain and fatigue. Concern overpowered my initial hesitation. This woman was clearly in trouble and needed help. I leaped up from the couch and hurried to the front door, flinging it open and stepping out onto the sheltered porch. But as I raised my hand to call out to her, she vanished. It had only taken a second for my eyes to leave her as I exited the house, but somehow, in that brief moment, she had disappeared. Even if she had broken into a sudden sprint, there was no way she could have moved out of my line of sight that quickly. I stood there stunned for a long minute, trying to make sense of what I had just witnessed. A thorough scan of the surrounding area offered no clues to her whereabouts. Deeply unsettled, I retreated back inside, double-checking that I had locked the door behind me. Sleep did not come easily that night, my mind replaying the bizarre encounter over and over as I tossed and turned. To my surprise, I ended up sleeping fairly late the next morning, finally dragging myself out of bed around 9:30. The relentless rain drumming on the roof and the lingering unease from the previous evening's events made the cozy interior of my home feel like a welcome refuge. After a quick shower, I padded into the kitchen to refill my cat Jasper's food and water bowls, taking a moment to chuckle half-heartedly at his voracious enthusiasm for his breakfast. Still puzzling over whether I had imagined the whole thing with the woman, I settled back onto the couch and lost myself in a few more rounds of Halo. But my focus kept drifting to the rain-splattered window, my eyes flicking back to it between matches. When the clock hit noon, I set down my controller and ventured into the kitchen for a snack and some water, stretching out my stiff muscles. As I returned to the living room, sipping from my glass, my gaze was again drawn to the window out of habit. I nearly choked on the water. There she was, the woman from last night, shuffling down the sidewalk through the pouring rain and thick fog. The daylight, dim as it was, provided a clearer look at her deteriorating state. Her tall frame was hunched over, arms wrapped around herself as if warding off the cold. What remained of her dress hung off her in tatters, plastered to her skin and revealing far too much of the glistening, muck-streaked flesh beneath. I stood frozen, glass halfway to my lips, as she moved past at an agonizingly slow pace. Movement in my peripheral vision caught my attention. Across the street, a man walked briskly in the opposite direction, apparently undeterred by the foul weather. I waited for him to react to the woman's obvious distress, to stop and offer her aid. But to my shock, he didn't even spare her a glance dot. It was as if she wasn't even there, completely invisible to him. Just as the man passed out of view, the woman suddenly stopped and clutched at her chest, swaying for a moment before collapsing to her knees on the rain-soaked pavement. Heart pounding, I dropped my glass, barely registering the shatter as I bolted for the door, phone in hand. If she was having a medical emergency, she needed help immediately. I raced down the short path from my porch to the sidewalk, ready to call an ambulance. But when I reached the spot where I was certain I had seen her fall, there was nothing. No crumpled, unconscious figure, no blood or signs of a struggle. She had simply vanished. Unnerved, I jogged a little ways up and down the sidewalk, scanning the surroundings for any trace of her. But the street was deserted, the unrelenting rain the only movement. Crouching down to where I thought she had collapsed, I noticed something bizarre, a small patch of the sidewalk that felt warm to the touch, even hot, despite the chilly water pouring down on it. Jerking my hand back, I muttered in disbelief, "What in the world?" I barely slept a wink Saturday night, my mind churning with questions and unsettling possibilities. By the time weak sunlight began to filter through my rain-streaked window on Sunday morning, I was already downstairs nursing a cup of strong coffee, determined to stay alert in case the mysterious woman made another appearance. But the day passed without incident, no sign of the tall figure in the tattered dress. As evening fell, I tried to convince myself that the stress of being alone for the weekend had caused me to imagine the whole thing. Just an extremely vivid, recurring hallucination brought on by too many hours of video games and junk food. It was a flimsy explanation, but the alternative, that I had actually seen a woman appear and disappear, was too disturbing to consider. Figuring I should probably do something productive before my parents returned the next day, I spent a few hours cleaning the house from top to bottom, the mindless work providing a welcome distraction. By the time I crawled into bed just after midnight, I was exhausted, my eyes heavy and gritty. Sleep was just beginning to overtake me when 3 distinct knocks echoed through the quiet house, causing me to sit bolt upright in bed, my drowsiness evaporating. They were heavy, deliberate, and unmistakably coming from the front door. I held my breath, hoping I had imagined it, but a minute later the 3 knocks sounded again, sending my heart into overdrive. Who could possibly be at the door this late, and in this weather? My parents weren't due back until tomorrow afternoon. Pulse pounding in my ears, I crept downstairs as silently as I could, not wanting to alert whoever was outside to my presence. Reaching the front door, I pressed my eye to the peephole, my clammy hands shaking slightly. But the porch was empty, no sign of a late-night visitor. Perplexed, and more than a little spooked, I unlocked the door and pulled it open just a crack, peering out into the rain-soaked night. At first glance, everything appeared normal, the street quiet and deserted. But as I made to close the door, something caught my eye, a small, bright splash of color on the weathered welcome mat. I stooped to pick it up, my breath catching in my throat as I examined it under the porch light. It was a lollipop, a large red one, the kind you might see at a county fair or candy shop. The cellophane wrapper was tied with a thin black ribbon, the material soft and silky between my fingers. There was no note, no explanation for its presence. I took the strange gift inside, locking the door securely behind me. In the harsh light of the kitchen, I turned the lollipop over in my hands, searching for any identifying marks or labels, but there was nothing, just the generic, almost too perfect candy and that unusual ribbon, which seemed to absorb the light around it. Something about it felt off, a niggling sense of wrongness that I couldn't quite put my finger on. After a few minutes of debate, I decided to err on the side of caution and tossed the lollipop in the trash, not willing to risk tasting it. But the ribbon I kept, sliding it from the cellophane and tying it around my wrist like a bracelet. It was silly, but I felt an odd sort of connection to it, a compulsion to keep it close. Monday morning dawned chilly and gray, the rain finally tapering off to a light drizzle. I was finishing up the breakfast dishes when I heard the welcome sound of my parents' car pulling into the driveway. Relief washed over me as they came through the door, their presence chasing away the lingering unease from the strange events of the weekend. Over lunch, they regaled me with stories from their trip, raving about the band's electrifying performance. When they asked how things had gone in their absence, I hesitated for a moment before replying with a simple, "Fine." I had never been one to keep secrets from my parents, but something held me back from divulging the unnerving encounters with the woman in the tattered dress. I couldn't shake the feeling that speaking about her would somehow make her more real, more dangerous. As the days turned to weeks, I began to relax, settling back into the familiar rhythm of school and hanging out with friends. I didn't see the woman again, and gradually I was able to convince myself that the whole thing had been a bizarre, stress-induced hallucination. The black ribbon remained tied around my wrist, a subtle reminder of that unsettling weekend, but I managed to push it to the back of my mind. until a few days ago, when she returned. It was late, close to midnight, and I was on my way home from a study session at my best friend Ava's house. The normally packed subway platform was deserted, the fluorescent lights casting harsh shadows on the concrete. Stifling a yawn, I pulled out my phone to check the train schedule, silently willing the minutes to tick by faster. A prickle of awareness made me glance up, and my blood ran cold. There, directly across the tracks on the opposite platform, stood the woman. Her impossibly tall figure was unmistakable, even at this distance, but gone were the tattered dress and dirt-streaked skin. Instead, she wore a sleek black dress that hugged her curves, the hem falling just above her knees. Delicate glasses perched on her nose, framing eyes that seemed to bore into mine. I stood frozen, phone forgotten in my hand, as she raised a graceful arm and waved at me, a small smile playing at the corners of her full lips. The gesture was almost friendly, but there was something predatory about it, a sense of anticipation that made my skin crawl. As I watched in mute horror, her other hand drifted to her left wrist, long fingers toying with a thin band of black that encircled it. My gaze dropped to my own wrist, to the identical ribbon I had impulsively tied there all those weeks ago. The revelation hit me like a punch to the gut. She knew. She had left the lollipop, had somehow marked me with the ribbon. Before I could react, a train came barreling into the station, screeching to a halt in front of the woman and obscuring her from view. I blinked rapidly, my paralysis broken, and took a stumbling step back from the edge of the platform. When the train pulled away a minute later, she was gone, the opposite platform as deserted as it had been when I first arrived. I barely remember the rest of the journey home, my mind reeling as I tried to process what I had seen. It had to have been her, the same tall, beautiful woman who had haunted my thoughts for weeks. But how was it possible? And what did she want with me? With shaking hands, I unlocked the front door and slipped inside, engaging the deadbolt behind me. The house was quiet and still, my parents having gone to bed hours ago. I crept up the stairs to my room, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would wake them. Closing the door softly behind me, I sank onto the edge of my bed, my legs suddenly weak. I fumbled with the ribbon on my wrist, intending to yank it off and stuff it out of sight. But as my fingers brushed the silky material, a wave of calm washed over me, my racing heart slowing and my breathing evening out. It was almost as if the ribbon was alive, responding to my touch with a soothing energy that drained the fear and confusion from my body. I lay back on the bed, suddenly bone-tired, and let my eyes drift shut. As I hovered on the edge of sleep, fragments of the woman's face floated through my mind, her dark, knowing eyes, her enigmatic smile. And somehow, inexplicably, I felt a sense of connection, of longing. The next few days passed in a haze, my thoughts consumed by the mysterious woman and the strange hold she seemed to have over me. I went through the motions of my daily routine, attending classes and completing assignments, but my heart wasn't in it. I found myself constantly glancing at the black ribbon on my wrist, running my fingers over its smooth surface like a talisman. My friends noticed the change in my demeanor, the distracted air that hung over me like a cloud. They asked if everything was okay, if I needed to talk, but I brushed off their concern with a forced smile and a vague excuse about stress from school. How could I even begin to explain what I had experienced, the impossible events that had unfolded over the past few months? I knew I should be afraid, that I should tell someone what was happening. But the more I thought about the woman, the more I felt drawn to her, like a moth to a flame. There was something magnetic about her, a pull that I couldn't resist even if I wanted to. And deep down, I wasn't sure I did want to resist. As much as she terrified me, there was a part of me that craved the thrill of her presence, the electric charge that coursed through my veins whenever I caught a glimpse of her. I found myself staying up late into the night, pacing my room and replaying every encounter with her in my mind. I analyzed every detail, from the way she moved to the intensity of her gaze, searching for some clue as to who or what she was. But there were no answers, only more questions. And as the days turned into weeks, I began to wonder if I would ever see her again. if the strange connection between us had been nothing more than a figment of my imagination. Until one rainy night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I heard it. 3 unmistakable knocks, heavy and deliberate, echoing from the front door. My heart leaped into my throat as I sat up, my body moving almost of its own accord. I padded down the stairs in a daze, my bare feet silent on the carpet. As I reached for the doorknob, I caught a glimpse of the black ribbon on my wrist, pulsing softly in the dim light. And somehow, I knew what, or rather, who, I would find on the other side. With a deep breath, I turned the knob and pulled the door open, ready to face whatever lay ahead. For better or worse, my fate was tied to hers now, and I was done running from it. My name is Dakota Lone Elk, and I've been a park ranger for the U.S. Forest Service for the past 5 years, patrolling the remote wilderness areas of the Pacific Northwest. It's a hard job, full of long hours, tough terrain, and more than a few close calls. But I love being out in nature, surrounded by towering pines, rugged mountains, and pristine rivers. It feels like home. I grew up on the Spokane Indian Reservation in eastern Washington state. Life was never easy there. My family struggled to make ends meet, and opportunities were scarce. But I found solace in the woods that bordered the reservation. As a boy, I would spend hours exploring the hills and valleys, learning the ways of the forest. It was the only place I felt truly free. When I finished high school, I knew I needed to find a way out, to build a better life for myself. That's when I learned about the Park Ranger program. It seemed like the perfect fit, a chance to put my outdoor skills to use while earning a steady paycheck. I applied as soon as I could, and was thrilled when I got accepted. The training was grueling, but I excelled at the physical challenges, and quickly picked up the technical skills like orienteering, first aid, and wildlife management. When I finally got my assignment to the Okanogan-Wenatchee National Forest, I felt like I had found my calling. But nothing could have prepared me for the strange and terrifying events that I would soon face in those deep, dark woods. It all started with a series of missing persons cases in a remote section of the forest. Hikers and campers who ventured into the area were disappearing without a trace. At first, we assumed they had gotten lost or injured, but as the numbers kept growing, a sense of dread began to settle over the ranger station. Rumors began to circulate among the local community about creatures that lurked in the woods. Old native legends of shapeshifters and skinwalkers mixed with campfire tales of Bigfoot and feral men. Most of us rangers chalked it up to overactive imaginations and the suggestive power of the primeval forest. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching us from the shadows. Then, one bright autumn morning, a hiker staggered into the visitor center, bleeding and nearly incoherent with fear. He babbled about being stalked by a dog man, a huge bipedal creature with the body of a man but the head of a wolf. The other rangers wanted to dismiss it as a bear encounter or hallucination. But something in the hiker's eyes told me he was telling the truth, or at least believed he was. I decided then and there that I had to investigate before anyone else went missing, or worse. Little did I know that I was about to come face to face with a horror beyond imagining, an evil that had stalked the Olympic Peninsula since time immemorial. And it knew I was coming for it. I set out alone the next morning, loading up my pack with gear and enough food for several days in the backcountry. The area where the hiker had his encounter was deep in the wilderness, miles from the nearest road or campground. As an experienced ranger, I was used to solo treks and felt confident in my ability to handle anything the forest could throw at me. But as I hiked deeper into the old growth, an uncanny stillness seemed to settle over the wood, as if nature itself was holding its breath. The towering Douglas firs and hemlocks blocked out the sun, casting everything in an eerie green twilight. Thick ferns and underbrush grabbed at my legs as I pushed forward along the overgrown trail. Normally, these ancient forests are full of life. The chatter of birds, the skitter of chipmunks, the distant bugling of elk. But on that morning, the only sound was the crunch of my own footsteps and the thudding of my heartbeat in my ears. It felt like I had crossed into another world, a place where the normal rules of nature didn't apply. After a few hours of hiking, I reached the general vicinity where the missing hikers had last been seen. I set up camp in a small clearing near a stream, taking care to hang my food out of reach of bears. As I sat by my campfire that night, poring over topo maps and planning my search grid for the next day, a twig snapped in the darkness beyond the reach of my firelight. I grabbed my flashlight and called out a warning, assuming it was a deer or maybe a raccoon. But then another stick broke, closer this time, followed by a low, guttural growl that made my blood run cold. It sounded like a wolf, but deeper, more resonant. I caught a flash of red eyes reflecting in the flashlight beam, much too high off the ground to be a normal animal. I jumped to my feet, unholstering my service weapon with shaking hands. The growling grew louder, circling the edges of the clearing, just out of sight. I swung my light frantically, trying to catch a glimpse of what stalked me. But all I saw were shadows, shifting and twisting in unnatural forms. Suddenly a dark shape hurtled from the undergrowth, rushing towards me with terrible speed. I fired off a panicked shot, but the creature dodged with uncanny agility. A second later, it was on me, slamming into my chest with the force of a linebacker, throwing me back against a tree trunk. Up close, I could see it clearly for the first time. A humanoid body covered in shaggy fur, powerfully muscled limbs tipped with curved claws, and a wolf-like head with a long snout lined with jagged teeth. The stench of it filled my nostrils, like wet dog and rotting meat. It reared back with a roar, ready to lunge for my throat, and in that split second, I truly believed I was about to die. Just as the beast's jaws were about to close around my neck, a deafening boom split the night air, and the creature lurched sideways with a spray of blood. It let loose an ear-piercing shriek of pain and rage as a second shotgun blast caught it in the shoulder. I looked up, dazed, to see a grizzled old man step out of the shadows, wielding a battered hunting rifle. He racked another round and took aim, his lined face grim with determination. "Get down!" he barked as the creature rounded on him, its wounds already healing before our eyes. I rolled behind a fallen log just as the old-timer fired again, the muzzle flash revealing the creature leaping towards him with impossible agility. The man tried to backpedal, but his boot caught on a root and he went down hard. The beast was on him in an instant, slashing and snapping. I brought my pistol to bear, putting 3 rounds into its back at point-blank range. The thing jerked and spun, its muzzle now dark with the old man's blood. Its eyes locked on mine, burning with a malevolent intelligence that chilled me to my core. I knew it wasn't just some animal. There was something horribly, unnaturally sentient in that gaze. It lunged, and I unloaded the rest of my clip into center mass, but it barely slowed. A claw swiped down, and pain exploded across my face as I felt flesh tear. I stumbled back, blood sheeting into my eyes, waiting for the killing blow. But the old man wasn't done. With his last strength, he rammed his bowie knife to the hilt in the creature's thigh, making it howl and spin away from me. It backhanded the man with bone-shattering force, sending his broken body tumbling away like a rag doll. The man's sacrifice gave me a precious few seconds. I snatched up his fallen rifle and chambered around as the beast turned back to me, its muscles bunching to pounce. At that range, I couldn't miss. I put the shot right between its bleeding crimson eyes. The creature's head snapped back and it crumpled to the forest floor like a puppet with cut strings. It twitched once, twice, then went still. A pool of dark blood spread slowly around its massive body in the dancing firelight. Agony throbbed through my ravaged face as I staggered to the old man's side. But one look told me he was beyond any help. His sightless eyes stared up at the night sky, his face frozen in a mask of defiance. I didn't know who he was or what he was doing out there, but he had saved my life at the cost of his own. I bowed my head, tears and blood mingling together as I watched the embers of my dying fire slowly fade to black. I must have passed out from blood loss and shock. When I awoke, pale dawn light was filtering through the pine boughs, and my face was caked with dried gore. Every inch of me hurt, and my head pounded like a drum. But I was alive. The events of the night crashed over me, and I jackknifed upright, horrified that I had let my guard down. To my disbelief, there was no sign of the creature's carcass. Only a wide stain of black blood and broken undergrowth showed where it had fallen. Prints the size of dinner plates led away from the kill site, vanishing into the depths of the forest. A chill ran through me. It wasn't possible. I had put a rifle round through its skull. By all rights, the thing should be a cooling slab of meat. Yet the evidence was clear. Against all reason, the beast still lived. The old man's corpse was gone as well, only the churned-up needles showing where he had breathed his last. Of his rifle, pack, and gear, there was no trace. It was as if the forest had swallowed him up, erasing all sign of his presence and sacrifice. I limped to the icy stream and washed the blood from my face with shaking hands, assessing the damage. 4 deep furrows ran from my scalp to my jaw on the left side, as if I had been raked by the world's biggest cougar. I would have scars, but I thanked the spirits of my ancestors that I hadn't lost an eye. My radio and sat phone had both been smashed in the melee, along with half my gear. There was nothing to do but bind my wounds and start hiking out. I needed to report what had happened, to rally a heavily armed search and destroy mission. And I needed to find out the identity of the mystery man who had come to my rescue. His sudden appearance and knowledge of the creature hinted at a deeper history behind these attacks. If I could uncover that, it might provide the key to ending this nightmare. I set off down the trail as the sun crested the ridge, casting long shadows ahead of me. Despite the daylight, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, stalked, of malign eyes tracking my every move from just out of sight. I kept my pistol in hand and hurried my steps, all too aware of how vulnerable and alone I was out there. The full weight of what I was up against crashed down on me. This was no mere animal, no mutant bear or cougar. The legends were real. Somehow, impossibly, I had gone toe-to-toe with a literal monster and barely escaped with my life. It was a mythic evil that had no place in the modern world. And now that I had seen it, now that I knew the truth, I had a terrible feeling that the creature would never stop hunting me, that it would dog my steps for the rest of my days, until it finished what it started under the blood moon. I shook off the dark thoughts and focused on the trail ahead, on getting back to civilization and marshaling a force to defeat this thing. For the first time in my life, the comforting shade of the forest felt threatening, sinister. The only question was, how do you kill a myth made flesh? I made it back to the ranger station, calling in my report between bouts of field dressing my wounds. Within hours, the top brass had choppered in, bringing a squad of rangers, state troopers, and game wardens, bristling with enough firepower to take down a herd of enraged grizzlies. I told them everything. Well, almost everything. I left out the supernatural elements, knowing how crazy it would sound. As far as they were concerned, a hiker had been stalked by an especially cunning and vicious bear. When it attacked me, a mysterious Good Samaritan had intervened, losing his life but driving the animal off. They launched a grid search, beating the bush for miles around the kill site. But unsurprisingly, they turned up no sign of the creature. Tracks and blood trails terminated abruptly, as if the beast had vanished into thin air. After 3 days, they called it off, posting the standard warnings about aggressive wildlife and advising folks to stay out of the deep backcountry. The official line was a rogue bear, no further threat. The brass didn't want to panic the public and damage the tourism that was the lifeblood of many small towns up here. I knew better. This thing was beyond their experience, beyond anything in the normal world. And it was still out there, waiting, watching. The only lead I had was the identity of the old hunter who had saved me. I pulled in every favor I had, running his description through databases and calling up local contacts. A week later, I had a name. Jedediah Harker, a former Marine Scout sniper who had lived as a recluse in these mountains for decades. Locals described him as a half-crazy survivalist, spinning wild tales about monsters and demons in the woods. Most had written him off as just another burned-out vet who'd gone to live off-grid, but he had known about the creature, had known enough to track it and lay in wait at my campsite, almost as if he had been expecting it to come for me. And seeing its impossible abilities and healing firsthand, I was starting to rethink all those crazy stories. What if there was more truth in them than anyone knew? I needed answers. I resigned my post, leaving my career and the only life I'd known behind. I moved to the tiny logging town of Blackpine, taking a job as a trail guide that let me spend my days in Harker's old stomping grounds. Following his back trail, I began to piece together the story. Decades earlier, Harker had been part of a special forces squad deployed to the peninsula on a classified mission. They were there to investigate reports of an unknown predator that had been stalking loggers and miners in the area since the 1800s. What they found was a nightmare, a shape-shifting entity that had haunted the native tribes for generations. A hunger that walked like a man, something old and dark and evil. They went in cocky with modern weapons and never came out. Except Harker, the lone survivor. He had been fighting a one-man war against the thing ever since, trying to protect civilians where he could, to drive it back into the deepest wilderness. But he was one old soldier. All he could do was buy time. Time had just run out. For Harker, for me, maybe for everyone in the region if this thing wasn't stopped. His sacrifice had brought me into the fight, passed me the torch. Now it was up to me to finish what he started a lifetime ago, or die in the trying. Because I could feel it in my bones now. I was being hunted. The beast had my scent, and it would never give up. I could spend the rest of my short life running, or I could make a stand. And if I was going to go out, I wanted to go out like Harker, taking the monster with me. That was the only way to make it all mean something. The only way to silence the screams that haunted my dreams and waking hours alike. I knew I would only get one shot at the creature. I had to make it count. I picked an isolated spot deep in the national forest, a narrow box canyon far off trail that looked like something out of Jurassic Park. Towering mossy cliffs rose up on three sides, old-growth evergreens soaring hundreds of feet to sieve the sunlight. A silver thread of a stream wound down the canyon floor, crisscrossed with fallen titans furred in emerald moss and fungi. It was a place of primordial beauty, and it would make a natural kill box if I played my cards right. The trick would be getting the creature to come to me, and then keeping it pinned down long enough for an airstrike I had requested through some of Harker's old Black Ops contacts to arrive. Those Reaper drones packed Hellfire missiles wouldn't be anything left but a crater. I set up my firing positions, ranging each one. Claymores and green phosphorus grenades to channel and cripple. A GPMG covering the main approach up the stream bed. One-shot M203 grenade launcher for precision work. Bear traps snapped shut with a meaty thunk, their vicious teeth filed to ripping daggers. Punji stakes and tripwires lurked in the undergrowth, waiting to maim and entangle. The whole ravine was a death trap, laced with enough improvised firepower to shred an army. At the heart of it all, I placed my bait. A raw haunch of venison doused in my own blood, still seeping from the claw wounds on my face. An irresistible lure for a predator, especially one who had already sampled my scent and taste. Now all I could do was wait, hunkered down in my blind with the M203 trained on the bait, and all my senses straining for the first hint of the creature's approach. My finger caressed the trigger, muscles coiled tight with the anticipation of violence. Hours dragged by with agonizing slowness as the sun tracked across the sky, shadows reaching across the canyon floor like grasping claws. The waiting was always the hardest part, alone with the twisting of your own thoughts, the nagging fear that crept up your spine. What if it didn't take the bait? What if it sensed the trap? What if I had underestimated its cunning? There were so many ways this could all go sideways. My bleak musings were shattered by a rustling in the undergrowth across the stream. Instantly, I snapped around, flipping the selector to armor-piercing and sighting down the barrel. I had been a park ranger for over a decade now, ever since I left the reservation as a young man determined to make something of myself. Being out here in the untamed wilderness of the Pacific Northwest suited me. I loved the solitude, the self-reliance it required, and I took pride in helping protect these sacred lands and guiding those who wandered into her mysterious depths. My name is Sequoia, like the majestic trees that have stood sentinel over these forests since long before my ancestors first set foot on this continent. My grandmother gave me the name, saying I would grow to be as tall and strong as the mighty sequoias. Well, I had the height part down at least, though I was rangy where the trees were thick and solid. I was several miles into the backcountry when the radio at my hip crackled to life. "Sequoia, come in!" It was Jenna, the lead ranger back at HQ. I unclipped the radio and held it to my mouth. "Go ahead, Jenna, what's up?" "We just got a call about an overdue hiker near Deception Pass. College kid, went out solo 2 days ago and hasn't checked back in. Parents are worried sick. Can you head over and take a look?" I sighed. "Sure thing. Any idea what trail he was planning to take? We get a handful of these every season. Inexperienced hikers biting off more than they can chew. His backcountry permit has him going up the Tall Trees Trail and then off trail from there, but no clear destination listed. I'll send a copy to your GPS." "Got it, thanks. I'm on my way." I clipped the radio back on my belt and adjusted my pack. Looks like it was going to be a long day. By the time I reached the Tall Trees trailhead, the drizzle had turned to a steady rain. I zipped up my dark green ranger jacket and pulled my hat down tighter. The parking lot was empty, not surprising given the weather. I set off up the muddy trail at a brisk pace. The rushing sound of the swollen creek accompanied my footsteps. About 2 miles in, I found it. A narrow, overgrown path splitting off from the main trail, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. This must be where the missing hiker, Jake Hansen, according to the info Jenna sent, had diverged from his planned route. I plunged into the underbrush, following the faint trail as it wound through sword ferns and huckleberry bushes. The trees grew denser, blocking out much of the gray light and casting everything in deep shadow. An uneasy feeling crept over me, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. I knew these woods about as well as anyone, but something felt off. The normal sounds of the forest seemed muted, hushed. An expectant silence hung in the damp air. I hiked onward, scanning for any clue of the lost hiker. A snapped branch, a muddy boot print, a discarded candy bar wrapper. But as the minutes stretched into an hour, I found no trace. My sense of disquiet grew. The shadows seemed to flicker at the edges of my vision, taunting me. I shook my head and pressed on. And then I saw it. A scrap of bright blue fabric caught on a blackberry bush, fluttering in the breeze. I crouched down for a closer look. It was a torn piece of a lightweight rain jacket, the kind an unprepared day hiker might wear. Had to be Jake's. My heart quickened. I searched the area, eyes roving over the damp earth. There, a faint impression of a hiking boot in the mud. I followed the tracks as they veered off the faint trail, deeper into the trackless wilderness. The boot prints grew harder to follow as I pushed through the tangled understory, sword ferns and Oregon grape grabbing at my legs. The canopy blocked out the weak sunlight, casting everything in an eerie green dimness. My breathing sounded overly loud in my ears. A twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, my hand dropping to the bear spray on my belt. But there was nothing there, just mossy tree trunks and swaying fern fronds. I took a deep breath, tried to slow my racing pulse. Get a hold of yourself, Sequoia. I'd always prided myself on being at home in the woods, attuned to her rhythms and secrets. But something about these woods today felt unsettling, unfamiliar, like I was an intruder in my own backyard. The muddy tracks continued to wind through the underbrush, crossing the same stream multiple times. Was Jake lost, disoriented, or frantically fleeing from something? The thought sent a chill down my spine despite my Gore-Tex jacket. I quickened my pace. As I clambered up a steep embankment, a red flash caught my eye. I pushed aside a huckleberry bush for a better look, and my stomach clenched. Smeared across a granite boulder was a dark red stain. Blood. I swallowed hard. There wasn't much, but still, in all my years of rangering, I had never seen a trace of blood in these woods that didn't come from me or another ranger. Animals tend to hunker down and hide when injured, not leave a neon sign. I pulled out my GPS unit and marked a waypoint at the bloodstain. Better record this in case, well, just in case. I glanced at the coordinates. I had hiked miles from the trail at this point, far off the beaten path. Not a place you'd expect a casual day hiker to end up. Jake, what the hell were you doing out here? I was so absorbed in studying the bloodstain that at first I didn't register the sound, a low guttural vocalization halfway between a growl and a moan. By the time my brain processed it, The noise had faded back into silence. It seemed to have come from a dense stand of Douglas fir trees ahead. "Hello, Jake," I called out. "This is Ranger Sequoia with the Park Service. Are you hurt?" My voice sounded small, swallowed up by the vastness of the forest. No response. I unholstered my bear spray and held it at the ready as I crept forward, scanning the gloom between the trees. I knew the local black bears were more likely to run from a human than confront one, but an injured bear or a sow with cubs could be unpredictable. And then there were the more reclusive creatures that roamed these woods, the ones that didn't end up on the postcards they sold in the park gift shop: cougars, bobcats, wolves. I was a dozen yards from the trees when the stench hit me. A noxious mix of rotting flesh, musky fur, and something else. An acrid tang I couldn't place. It was like a physical blow. I gagged, covering my mouth and nose with my bandana. I'd come across dead animals before, of course, but this was different. Worse. Fighting back the urge to vomit, I approached the tree line. Forced myself to look into the shadows between the trunks. At first I saw only darkness. Then my eyes adjusted, picked out the details: broken branches, torn earth, clumps of matted brown fur. And there, half hidden under the fronds of a decaying log, a hiking boot, attached to a human foot. Oh God. No. I rushed forward, crashed to my knees next to the grisly scene, urgently brushed away the leaves and needles. Please don't be dead, please don't be. It was Jake. What was left of him? His body had been savagely mutilated, clothes shredded, flesh torn, limbs bent at unnatural angles. His youthful face was frozen in a rictus of terror, mouth stretched wide in an eternal silent scream. Clouded eyes stared blankly at the canopy above. I reeled back from the gruesome sight, clamping a hand over my mouth. Hot bile seared my throat. In an instant, all my ranger training, all my outdoor experience, drained away, leaving me just another frightened human alone in the woods with an unspeakable horror. But I wasn't alone. That sickening other smell hit me again, complex and alien, and underneath the grunt of my own labored breathing, I heard it. That eerie, guttural moan, closer this time, hungry. My head snapped up, eyes wide, there in the gloom between the trees. Was that a flicker of movement? A shadow within shadow? I blinked rapidly, trying to focus. A dark shape detached itself from the tree line, took a lumbering step forward. Even with panic screaming in my head, some part of my brain registered the impossible size of the thing, the bulk of it, larger than any bear, taller than the tallest man. No, it couldn't be. That was just a campfire story, a legend. The creature took another step, and the pre-evening light filtering through the canopy fell across its face. Black glittering eyes bored into mine, devoid of mercy or reason. A ferocious alien intelligence. That maw opened, revealing jagged teeth flecked with red. And I knew that the same bloody end that had befallen Jake now awaited me. I was looking into the eyes of a myth made terribly flesh. Bigfoot was real, and it was here, in the shadow-haunted depths of my forest. Heaven help me. A wordless bellow erupted from that nightmarish face, a sound of pure primal bloodlust, and the creature lunged forward with terrifying speed. I scrambled backward, still on my knees, ripping my bear spray from its holster. There was no time to aim. I fired wildly in the direction of the charging beast, a torrent of capsaicin solution spraying out in front of me. The acrid stench of the spray mixed with the meaty reek rolling off the predator. It came on, heedless, smashing through huckleberry bushes, a dark avalanche of matted fur and corded muscle. The spray did nothing. Why would it? This was no mere animal. It was a force of nature, unstoppable. I lurched to my feet, turned to flee, but a gnarled tree root snared my boot. I crashed face first into the damp earth, felt a blast of pain as my nose crumpled against a rock. Hot blood gushed down my chin. The creature's roar sounded again, so loud it made my skull vibrate. I rolled onto my back, knowing it was already too late. I was going to die, just like Jake, ripped apart by an impossible beast that shouldn't exist. The creature towered over me, close enough now that I could feel the stinking heat of its breath, count the burrs tangled in its shaggy fur, see the madness swirling in those depthless black eyes. It raised one furred hand tipped with jagged yellow claws, lips peeling back in a snarl. "Wait!" I screamed, throwing my hands up in a futile gesture of supplication. To my astonishment, the beast hesitated, claws still poised to eviscerate. "Please!" I panted. "Please don't!" I knew it was insane to plead for my life to an animal, to a monster, but I was out of options. Those glittering eyes bored into mine, and for a surreal moment, I had the uncanny sense that the creature was considering, weighing my worth. The seconds stretched out, my ragged breathing the only sound. Even the ubiquitous forest birds had gone deathly silent, as if the whole world were holding its breath. Finally, achingly slowly, the huge hand lowered, the snarl fading. The creature rocked back on its haunches and let out a low, warbling grunt, almost a sigh. And though no human throat made the noise, I could have sworn I heard a tinge of resignation in the sound, as if the creature was thinking, "Not this one, not yet." The moment passed and the beast turned, lumbering back into the gloom of the forest as suddenly as it had appeared. I lay there in the dirt, legs splayed, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. Adrenaline sang in my veins. I'd never been so terrified, yet so profoundly relieved it had spared me. Why? Gingerly, I rolled to my hands and knees, groaning at the hot pulse of pain in my battered nose. I swiped at the blood crusting my lip with the back of a shaking hand and staggered to my feet. My knees threatened to buckle, but I locked them out of sheer stubbornness. I wasn't going to fall again in front of it. I limped over to where Jake's mutilated body lay sprawled in the underbrush. Without the immediate threat of the creature, I could only now truly process the horror of his death. Tears blurred my vision, but I didn't let them fall. There would be time for grieving later. Right now, I had to figure out what the hell to do. I couldn't just leave him here, abandoned like so much carrion. He deserved better than that. But the thought of touching his mangled corpse, stuffing it into a body bag, my stomach heaved and I swallowed a rush of bile. Radio. I needed to radio this in. Let search and rescue handle the recovery. My trembling fingers fumbled the walkie-talkie off my belt. I mashed the talk button. "Dispatch, this is Sequoia, over." I was amazed at how calm my voice sounded, belying the jackhammer pounding of my heart. A hiss of static was my only answer. Of course, the narrow valleys and towering evergreens blocked the signal out here. I'd have to hike until I reached a clearer transmission point. But that would mean leaving Jake alone out here, with it still prowling out there in the trees somewhere, doing God knows what. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to think, to plan. Finally, I crouched next to Jake's body, careful not to look too closely at what had been done to him. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I'm so sorry. But I have to go for help. I promise I'll come back for you. I won't let that thing violate you further. You'll get home to your family, I swear it." Haltingly, I backed away from his corpse. Even though I knew he was beyond caring, it still felt wrong turning my back on his pitiful remains. Like a betrayal, like cowardice. But I clenched my jaw and limped off in the direction of the tall trees trail, the most expedient route back to the ranger station, back to civilization. And if I took some grim satisfaction in placing more distance between myself and the creature with each painful step, well, could you blame me? The hike back was a blur of labored breathing and shifting shadows that made me flinch. My nose had clotted, but every exhalation reopened the wound, and I had to keep mopping at the slow seep of blood with my sleeve. I'd been hurt worse before, but that wasn't what made each stride an effort of will. It was the knowledge, crystallized with terrifying clarity, of what else stalked these forests, of just what I was sharing this lonely stretch of trail with. After what felt like hours, I reached a small outcropping of rock that I knew from experience boosted walkie-talkie reception. I slumped against a gnarled madrone tree, so weary I no longer cared that its peeling red bark would stain my uniform, and unclipped the radio again. "Dispatch, dispatch, this is Sequoia, over," I said, hating the tremor in my voice. This time Jenna's voice crackled back, laced with static but wonderfully, heart-wrenchingly human. "Sequoia, where have you been? You were due to check in over an hour ago. What's your status? Did you find the missing hiker?" I swallowed, suddenly realizing I had no inkling how to even begin to explain what had transpired out there. the creature that shouldn't exist, Jake's unfathomable demise. Who would believe me? I could scarcely believe it myself, and I've never been prone to flights of fantasy. I found a body, I finally managed. It's bad, Jenna, really bad. I need search and rescue out here ASAP. God, Jenna breathed. A burst of static, then, okay, stay calm. Can you secure the scene? What's your exact location? I rattled off my coordinates as I dug in my pack for the emergency blanket I always carried. As much as it sickened me, I would use it to cover Jake's pitiful remains until help arrived. It was the barest minimum of decency I could offer him now. Okay, got it, Jenna said after I recited the string of numbers that would lead search and rescue to this nightmare. Now, Sequoia, I need you to listen to me carefully. I'm going to dispatch SAR to your location, but I need you to stay put, okay? Secure the scene as best you can, but don't put yourself at any further risk. The cavalry is coming. I almost laughed at that, a bitter bark. The cavalry, as if an entire company of armed men would stand a chance against the monster in the trees. But what else could I say? That there was an ancient, mythic evil stalking this forest that would rip them limb from limb the moment they set foot off the trail? That their guns and gear would be less than useless against fang and claw and primal fury made flesh? No, let SAR come. Let them see what I've seen, and then maybe I wouldn't feel so alone in this new, horrifying reality that had swallowed me whole. I copy, I said woodenly into the radio. Securing scene, awaiting backup. Good, Jenna said, obvious relief bleeding through the static. Now, is there anything else I should know? Anything unusual about the scene? I hesitated, staring out into the shadowed tangle of underbrush and tree trunks, wondering if it was out there even now, watching, waiting. But what would I even say? How could I possibly convey the full scope of the horror without sounding like I'd utterly lost my mind? Which maybe I had. Maybe that was the only sane response to seeing the world crack open and reveal the hungry darkness grinning on the other side. No, I lied, hating myself for it even as the words left my numb lips. No, nothing unusual, just a dead body, a dead kid. Static hissed across the channel, and I thought for a second Jenna would press me, call me on my withheld truths. But all she said was, "Roger that. Take care of yourself, Sequoia. Help is on the way." The radio went silent, and I was alone again with the trees and the blood and the spoor of the beast. I shuddered, the emergency blanket clenched in one white-knuckled fist, and forced my leaden feet to stumble back in the direction of Jake, of what little was left of him to keep vigil over. But with every step, it grew in my mind, taking up more space, blotting out thought and reason with those pitiless black eyes, until all that remained was a single thudding imperative: run, hide, survive. Because deep in the black marrow of my bones, I knew this was only the beginning. I had looked into the abyss, and now the abyss looked back, patient and hungry, waiting for night to fall. The hours crawled by with agonizing slowness as I crouched next to Jake's shrouded form, every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig sending my heart into my throat. The creeping shadows of evening gathered between the trees, pooling in every hollow, poised to swallow me at the slightest misstep. And underneath the rising chorus of birdsong and insect chatter heralding the onrushing night, I could feel it watching with that same implacable patience. Like it had all the time in the world to claim me, and Jake had been merely the appetizer. I checked my watch compulsively, movements jerky with agitation. What the hell was taking SAR so long? They should have been here by now, unless they couldn't find me, or something had found them first. The grisly possibilities chased themselves around my brain until I stood abruptly, no longer able to bear my own spiraling thoughts. To hell with protocol and procedure. To hell with Jenna's well-meaning but useless edict to stay put. I had to move or I'd go mad. "I'm sorry," I told Jake's pitiful bundle, voice cracking, "but I have to try to reach the trailhead. Flag down SAR when they come. I won't be far, okay? I won't leave you." I didn't let myself dwell on whether I was trying to reassure a dead boy or my own splintering psyche. Instead, I gripped my billy club tight enough that my knuckles stood out white against my brown skin, and set off at a limping trot, toward the thin ribbon of trail that meant safety, sanity. Bracketing ferns slapped at my legs as I crashed through the undergrowth with far less stealth than my usual woodcraft allowed. To my jumping nerves, each susurration of vegetation was the predator's claws reaching out to drag me down into foul oblivion. But I didn't slow. Couldn't. If I stayed still for even a moment, I feared I might simply shatter, reduced to so many bloody, whimpering shards in the loam. And then, between one crashing step and the next, the creatures fell on me. One moment I was fighting my way through the thicket, heart thudding wildly against my ribs, an invocation to my ancestors, a desperate prayer on my cracked lips. The next, a huge, hairy mass slammed into me from the side, sending me sprawling. The billy club flew from my grip, swallowed instantly by the clawing underbrush. The breath whooshed from my lungs in a choking rush, and for a terrifying moment I couldn't seem to draw in more past the stabbing pain in my ribs. My skull bounced off a clump of roots and a galaxy of sparks swirled in my vision. I blinked hard, fighting to clear them, to bring the hulking shape pinning me to the ground into focus. But it wasn't the creature, not the same one anyway. The thing on top of me was slimmer, almost gangly, its misshapen body covered in matted brown fur sticky with sap and old blood. It reeked like a slaughterhouse floor, the meaty stench so thick I could taste it coating my tongue. But even through the pain and panic and roiling nausea, I could see that its frame was that of a man stretched and twisted far beyond the boundaries of nature. A grotesque parody of human form sculpted by some mad god. Spittle-filled jowls snapped mere inches from my face, revealing a mangled slash of jagged fangs and nubs of shattered teeth. Its eyes were wild, rolling, but undeniably human, or they had been once, before the transformation took hold. Now they held no reason, no recognition, only a bottomless hunger. It lunged for my throat, a hellish yowl ripping from its deformed mouth. I flung up my hands in an instinctive warding gesture, and felt something snap in my left forearm as the creature's jaws clamped down. Bone-deep agony blazed up my arm and I screamed, wrenched my hand free of that grisly trap of teeth with a wet pop and a gush of hot blood. The creature howled in savage triumph, worrying at my shredded flesh like a dog with a bone. I could feel the strength leaching out of me with each fresh spurting pulse from my tattered veins. So this was how it would end. Torn apart by a mockery of man, my body abandoned in this shadow-haunted pocket of primeval green. Just one more blood offering to whatever impossible god had spawned these horrors. But some stubborn ember still smoldered in my core, some defiant scrap of self that refused to shuffle meekly into the abyss. Not like this, not alone and unmourned, fuel for a nightmare. With my good hand scrabbling in the leaf litter, I groped for anything solid, a rock, a root, a goddamn stick. My fingers closed on something hard, heavy. I didn't pause to look at it, just swung with every last scrap of my fading strength. The fist-sized riverstone connected with the creature's temple with a sickening crack. It reeled back, that outsized maw falling slack in shock. I hit it again. Bone crunched under stone and the creature toppled off me, mewling weakly. I lurched upright, swaying, the dripping stone still clenched in my nerveless fist. My vision swam gray at the edges, but I refused to let the encroaching dark claim me. If I fell now, I'd never get back up. The creature lay twitching on the forest floor, its misshapen skull a caved-in ruin. I wanted to laugh, to cry, to scream my defiance at the pitiless trees. But all that came out was a broken wheeze. Because crashing toward me through the underbrush, heedless of obstacles, came another creature, and another. Their guttural howls rising in a mad chorus that made my skin crawl. They had scented my blood, my weakness, and they were coming to feast on both. I ran. What else could I do? Crashing through the underbrush with the last reserves of my flagging strength, ducking under moss-furred branches and leaping rotting logs, with an agility born of pure, desperate adrenaline. The creatures bayed behind me, hot on my trail, so close I swore I could feel their carrion breath on the back of my neck. But I was losing blood, and fast. It pattered onto the loam from my savaged arm in fat, glistening drops, every heartbeat driving me closer to a final fall. The forest tilted around me and I staggered, slamming my shoulder against the rough bark of a towering spruce. This was it. I was finished, bled white and spent. The creatures would be on me in moments, and this grim chase would end in a welter of torn flesh and splintered bone. I squeezed my eyes shut, sending up a silent prayer to my ancestors for strength, for courage in this last extremity. The crashing grew louder, the howls more fever-pitched. I sucked in a shuddering breath and braced for the first rending bite, but it never came. Instead, the forest erupted with the staccato blast of gunfire, deafeningly close. My eyes flew open. Men in khaki uniforms charged past me, pushing through the grasping underbrush in an ordered line, rifles up and barking. Search and rescue. They had come at last. A wordless sob of relief tore out of me. They couldn't hear it over the din of their own weapons and the agonized shrieks of the monsters as slugs found flesh. But I didn't care. I wasn't alone. I wasn't forgotten. However this ended, I wouldn't be just another ghostly statistic, another shattered skeleton moldering under the ancient trees. A dark shape hurtled from the shadows behind the firing line, and one of the SR men went down with a truncated scream, blood gouting. The creature that had felled him, a twisted thing with blackened stumps of antler erupting from its skull, crouched atop his chest and buried its snout in his belly with savage glee. The men fell back, trying to regroup, but the monsters were everywhere now, swarming from the shadows, seemingly impervious to pain or fear, as they threw themselves on the barrels of the guns. More screams as men fell, rent by wicked teeth and jagged claws, limbs ripped away in gory streamers, bellies unzipped to spill loops of purplish gut onto the moss. It was chaos, madness, a scene from the deepest pit of hell. I pushed off from my tree, staggering toward the battle, no longer sure if I meant to aid the SR men or simply let the same red ruin claim me too. But before I could reach them, another shape burst from the shadows, bigger than the leaping man-things, a shaggy black mountain of muscle and fury swatting one of the SR men aside like a broken toy. It was the creature, the one that had gutted Jake, had looked into my eyes and seen some flicker of kinship, of recognition before. And now, here it was again, wading into the fray with unstoppable primal savagery. Only it wasn't attacking the SR team. It was attacking the other monsters. With a bellow that shook the very trees, the great beast seized one of the leaping horrors and bashed its head against a boulder until it went limp, leaking clotted brain matter. Another leapt on the creature's back, sinking its fangs into one massive shoulder, only to be reached up and crushed, ribs popping like twigs in that unforgiving grip. I could only watch in stunned disbelief as the tide of battle turned, the creature scattering the pack of shrieking man-things before it like wind-tossed leaves. In moments, the smaller beasts were fleeing, yelping, into the darkening trees, leaving me alone with the impossible bulk of my unlikely savior. The creature turned to face me, its fathomless black eyes glittering in the fading light. Fresh blood ran in rivulets through its matted fur, but I couldn't tell how much came from its own wounds. It snorted, a guttural sound somewhere between challenge and recognition, and took one lumbering step toward me. I held my ground, though my whole body screamed to flee, transfixed by that penetrating gaze. It was the same look it had given me before, when it had stayed its killing stroke. I could have sworn something like profound, terrible intelligence flickered in those ebon depths. The creature huffed out a breath that stirred the fine hairs on my arms and bent, reaching for me with one black-nailed paw the size of a dinner plate. I flinched, but held, waiting on an impossible razor's edge between resignation and revelation. But before that heavy hand could close on my savaged arm, a rifle barked, so close it left my ears ringing. The creature roared as a bloody furrow appeared across its barrel chest, whirling to face the new threat with teeth bared. The last SR man still standing swayed on his feet, one arm hanging limp and useless at his side, his rifle wavering in his offhand. But his eyes were hard and steady as he stared down the monster that had saved him. "Get away from her," he gritted out from between clenched teeth. Blood ran into his eyes from a gash on his forehead, but he didn't blink, just tightened his finger on the trigger. "No," I shouted, but too late. The rifle boomed again, and a wet red hole appeared in the creature's abdomen, releasing a gush of dark arterial flow. The beast screamed, more enraged than hurt, and charged the SR man on its short-bowed legs with terrifying speed. The man got off one more shot, going wide, before the creature was on him, ripping the gun from his hands like a child's toy, and seizing him around the throat, lifting him off his feet as if he weighed nothing at all. I lurched forward, not even knowing what I intended. To help the man, to somehow stop the creature, to do anything but stand there and watch another human being shredded before my eyes. But the creature paused, the man kicking and choking in its grip. Slowly, so slowly, it turned its massive head to look at me, and I could have sworn I saw a flicker of something perilously close to sadness in its eyes. Then it squeezed, and the SAR man's neck popped like a dry twig. It hurled the twitching corpse away into the trees with terrible force and swung back to face me, blood-smeared jowls quivering. I met that fathomless gaze, helpless to look away. Tears streamed down my face, but I barely felt them through the leaden numbness settling into my limbs. "Why?" I croaked, barely audible. It was a child's question, plaintive, uncomprehending in the face of such carnage. The creature huffed, a low rumble I felt in my bones, and to my shock I understood. Not in words, but meaning imparted in a primal flash of electric connection, like a lighting strike linking two ancient alien poles. This was not malice, not evil, as I conceived it. This was nature, red in tooth and claw. The creature killed as a cougar killed the deer, as the eagle killed the hare, from need and instinct, and I saw in that searing moment, to protect its own. The little monsters, twisted and cruel though they'd become, were the creature's get. Its children, after a fashion, transformed by some eldritch power, but still its blood, its kind. And the creature would fight to the death to preserve them, as any beast defends its young, even from each other, if it came to that, even from me. I staggered back, reeling, as the creature swung away, dismissed. It loped into the gathering dark beneath the trees and was swallowed up, leaving me alone amid the corpses and the rising whine of insects. Shaking, bleeding, I slid down the bole of a towering fir and buried my face in my knees. The night closed in around me as I huddled against the rough bark of the fir tree, too spent even to shiver. The metallic scent of blood, both mine and the creature's, hung thick in the air, an unholy incense. In the distance, the baying of the twisted pack faded, leaving only the sibilant whisper of wind through leaves and the muted, mournful calls of nightbirds. It was over. The immediate threat had passed, moved on to seek other prey. But the truth of what dwelt in these ancient woods could never be forgotten, never be unseen. I was changed in some fundamental way by the horrors I had witnessed, by the knowledge that mankind was not the undisputed master of these forests. Perhaps we never had been. Perhaps, as the native peoples had long known, we were merely guests in this place, tolerated only as long as we trod lightly and made the proper obeisances to forces beyond our ken. Forces embodied by the great shaggy beast god that had saved me, even as it tore men apart with its impossible strength. I didn't pretend to understand what I had seen in that last moment of connection, when the creature's fathomless eyes had met mine, and some spark of meaning had passed between us. A glimpse of an primordial order, savage and unforgiving, of the timeless cycle of fang and blood and rebirth, uncaring of the follies of men. It was a truth too vast, too inhuman to compass. Not in my current wrecked state, barely clinging to consciousness as I slowly bled out my life force onto the uncaring forest floor. Dimly, as if from a great distance, I heard voices calling my name. Human voices, high and panicked, the crackle of radios and the thump of booted feet pounding down the trail. More rangers, more rescuers, drawn by my last garbled transmission and the sudden silence that had followed. I tried to call out, to cry for aid, but my throat was raw and swollen. All that emerged was a weak croak, but it was enough. The bobbing beams of flashlights swung in my direction, fixing on my pale, blood-streaked face. Exclamations of shock and dismay, the clatter of a litter being unslung. Gentle hands were on me then, urgently triaging my wounds, pushing needles into veins to replace lost fluids. I was aware of being lifted, the swaying sensation of being carried between two tall figures. The canopy slid by overhead, and I had the sudden inane urge to laugh. I was just one more damaged thing being dragged out of this forest. No different than a wounded deer or a mauled hiker. No, that wasn't true. I was different now, transformed by dark wisdom, baptized in blood and pain and the awareness of mankind's terrifying fragility. The forest had worked its alchemy on me, remaking me into something wilder, more elemental, a creature myself in some ways. I had entered these woods one man, naive and cocksure. I would leave them another, if I left them at all. Darkness pressed in, narrowing my vision to a dim tunnel as shock finally pulled me down into its smothering embrace. The last thing I saw before unconsciousness claimed me was a pair of glittering ebony eyes watching unblinking from the shadows between the trees, waiting, eternally patient, for the next poor mortal soul to stumble into its domain, never knowing the true nature of the hungry forest until it was far, far too late. The wail of the screech owl pierced the stillness of the moonlit forest. Perched high atop a gnarled oak branch, I scanned the shadowy woods with a practiced eye. The night vision goggles cast an eerie green sheen across the landscape. All seemed quiet on my watch as usual. I'm Dakota, named for my friend to everyone nature by my Lakota mother. For the past 5 years, I've served as a park ranger in the remote wilderness of the Olympic National Forest. It's a lonely existence, patrolling these ancient woods day after day, season after season. But I find solace and purpose in protecting this untamed land. My one-room cabin sits in a small clearing, enveloped by towering Douglas firs and hemlocks. Rustic and weathered, it provides humble shelter from the elements. By the light of kerosene lamps, I spend my evenings studying field guides, journaling, and listening to the chatter of wildlife outside my door. The serenity of the forest belies the dangers that lurk within. Over the years, I've faced unpredictable wildlife, treacherous terrain, and the ever-present risk of injury far from help. But the satisfaction of preserving this pristine environment and keeping hikers safe makes it all worthwhile. Still, the path that led me here was not an easy one. Struggling to make ends meet in the city, I yearned for a simpler way of life more connected to nature. When the park ranger position opened up, offering housing and a living stipend, I knew I had to take it, even if it meant leaving friends and family behind. But on nights like this, when the forest is draped in an unsettling hush, I can't help but feel a prickle of unease. The elders of my tribe spoke of dark legends tied to this land, of ancient creatures that roam the wilds. As a man of science and logic, I always brushed aside such tales as mere superstition. Until now, that is. Lately, campers have reported strange sightings and sounds in the woods, footprints that shouldn't be there, an uncanny feeling of being watched. Each account tests my resolve further. There's an ill wind brewing, I fear, carrying us into the heart of something beyond human reckoning. With a shake of my head, I recheck my radio and gear. The night presses in, ripe with secrets. I cannot afford to let my guard down, for when the wilds beckon, one can never be sure just what will answer from the depths of the forest primeval. Whatever the coming days may bring, I know this much. A ranger's work is never done. The morning mist clung heavily to the forest floor as I set out on patrol. The moisture-laden air muffled my footsteps, transforming the usual crunch of old growth underfoot into a dull thud. An unseasonal chill seeped through my standard-issue jacket, and I found myself checking over my shoulder more than usual. The woods had an unfamiliar feel about them, a certain stillness laced with mounting tension. After several hours picking my way through the backcountry trails, I stumbled across something that made my blood run cold. There, pressed deep into the loamy earth beside a creek bed, was an enormous humanoid footprint. But no man could have left a track so large. The print spanned at least 18 inches from heel to toe, with individual toe marks clearly visible. I crouched down to examine it more closely, my skin prickling with unease. Placing my own boot inside the imprint, I marveled at the sheer size of the thing. It had to have been made by something standing well over 8 feet tall and weighing hundreds of pounds. I swallowed thickly, old tribal legends rising unbidden to my mind. Could there be some truth to the tales after all? Some undocumented creature roaming the Olympic wilderness? I quickly pushed such irrational thoughts aside. With a shake of my head, I pulled out my field notebook and jotted down detailed notes about my find, GPS coordinates, measurements, and a rough sketch. I knew I should cast a plaster mold of the print, but something made me hesitate. If word got out about this, it would bring a media circus down on the park. Cryptozoologists, Bigfoot enthusiasts, and crackpots would descend in droves. No, until I understood what I was dealing with, I'd keep this discovery quiet. I couldn't fully explain it, but some deep instinct urged caution and discretion in this matter. As I made my way back to the ranger station, I knew I'd be poring over my tracking guides by lamplight late into the night. I needed answers, and I sensed time was of the essence. Each passing day seemed to bring more reports of unexplained phenomena in the park. Later, as I hunched over my desk strewn with wildlife books, a sharp crack sounded from the woods behind my cabin. I froze, flashlight in hand, as a chorus of agitated animals erupted in the distance. Coyotes yipping, owls hooting, and something else. A long, eerie howl that rose above the rest, sending a cascade of shivers down my spine. It sounded too big to be a wolf, and had an almost human-like quality to it. Gun in hand, I stared out into the darkness for a long time. I barely slept at all that night, and when I did, my dreams were filled with dark primal forests and fleeting glimpses of an ancient creature moving through the shadows. It watched me with shining eyes that knew no fear of man. I woke in a cold sweat, certain that the howl had not been a dream at all, but the heralding of something old and primitive stirring in the forests of the Olympic, something that would not rest again until the season of the hunt was over. The following weeks passed in a blur of strange occurrences and growing unease. Park visitors reported feeling watched by an unseen presence, and campers complained of large shadows circling their tents in the night. But it was the disappearances that troubled me most. In the past month, 3 separate hikers had vanished without a trace in the backcountry. Intensive multi-day searches turned up no sign of them. It was as if they had simply been plucked from the forest, leaving no clues behind. I pored over their last known GPS coordinates, my gut clenching as I realized they were all within a few miles radius of where I had found the enormous footprint. Was something luring people deep into the wilderness? The lack of evidence was the most disturbing thing of all. No broken branches, scattered gear, or blood to point to animal predation. Just an eerie void where a human being had once been. I racked my brain for a rational explanation, but deep down I knew I was already in the realm of the inexplicable. Desperate for answers, I reached out to the elders of my tribe, hesitantly sharing my growing fears about the forest. To my surprise, they seemed unsurprised by my tales, almost as if they had been expecting this day to come. They spoke of ancient warnings passed down through generations of a primordial guardian spirit bound to the land. Neither animal nor man, but some amalgamation of the two. When nature is threatened, the great beast wakes to restore the balance, they intoned solemnly. The forest is a force beyond our control or understanding. Their words laid heavy on my heart. I was a man caught between two worlds, the myths of my ancestors and the cold logic of the modern ranger. The longer I walked this tightrope of uncertainty, the more I felt my perceptions of reality fraying at the edges. What if some darker machinery moved beneath each missing person's case? And then the storm came. A squall of unnatural fury and intensity, as if the very heavens echoed with ominous portents. Gale force winds bent the trees nearly double, their boughs groaning in protest. The rain fell in torrents from an iron-gray sky, visibility dropping to mere feet in front of me. I battled my way back to the cabin, its walls shuddering under the onslaught of the elements. Huddled over my battery-operated radio, I monitored the ranger channels for updates or distress calls. But only static and silence greeted me. In a forest suddenly cut off from the outside world, I felt truly alone for the first time. As the tempest raged into the night, so too did my sense of impending confrontation. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever lurked out there in the darkness was drawing ever closer. Our fates intertwined by forces set in motion long before I first set foot in these haunted timberlands. In that relentless howling wind and rain, I discerned a summons, primal and insistent. The hunt was on. As the storm passed, An unnatural stillness settled over the forest. No birdsong, no chittering of small animals in the undergrowth, only a deep, expectant hush. Shouldering my pack, I ventured out into a world transformed. Broken branches and debris from the squall littered the trails, the muddy ground pitted with pools of standing water. An acrid tang hung in the air, like the aftermath of some great violence. Winding my way through the labyrinth of downed trees, I couldn't shake the uncanny sense of being herded, as if some unknown force was subtly guiding my path. The back of my neck prickled with the distinct feeling of being watched, though I could detect no overt signs of pursuit. As I trekked deeper into the backcountry, a grim certainty settled in my gut. Whatever I had been chasing these past months, I sensed it was now leading me to a final confrontation. Pausing to check my GPS, I frowned as the screen flickered and went dark. Backup compass in hand, I oriented myself the old-fashioned way, though each looming tree and twist of the trail seemed eerily unfamiliar. It was as if the storm had rearranged the very contours of the land itself, turning my mental map on its head. Rounding a bend in the path, I froze in my tracks. There, caught in a shaft of dappled sunlight, was a sight that made my blood run cold. Affixed to a tree at eye level was a scrap of blood-stained fabric, fluttering gently in the breeze. I recognized it instantly as a piece of the red jacket worn by the last missing hiker. With a growing sense of dread, I scanned the area for any other signs of a struggle or remains, but once again the scene was unnaturally sterile, devoid of any tracks but my own. Steeling my nerves, I pressed on, an inexorable pull guiding me ever deeper into the forest's dark heart. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, I knew I was running out of daylight. The temperature dropped precipitously, and I could see my breath fogging before me. That's when I heard it. A snap of twigs, so close it made me whirl around. But instead of a hulking creature, I found myself face to face with another ranger, his uniform torn and muddied. "Jesus, am I glad to see you," he gasped. "I've been wandering in circles for hours. Something's stalking me out here, I swear to God. We've got to get back and call for backup." As he babbled on, a creeping unease washed over me. Something in his wide, staring eyes and manic tone felt off. And then I noticed the radio clipped to his belt. An older model, not standard Ranger issue. The skin on the back of my neck crawled as I studied the man before me, a sinking realization taking hold. I had walked these forests for years and knew every ranger in the district. This man's face was one I had never seen before. I took a slow step back, hand tightening on my holstered sidearm. But before I could make a move, an ear-splitting roar shattered the twilight. Birds erupted from the treetops in a black flurry of wings, and then I glimpsed it, a fleeting shadow, huge in hirsute, moving inhumanly fast. The other ranger screamed and bolted into the underbrush. I had the briefest impression of a face that was not quite a face, of ancient eyes that held no mercy. And then the forest swallowed him whole. In that instant, I knew two things with a crystalline certainty that drove all doubt before it. One, that the man I had spoken to had never been a ranger at all, but something far older and more cunning, wearing a human mask. And two, that I was no longer the hunter, but the hunted, drawn into a final, deadly game, as old as these ancient woods themselves. Heart thundering in my ears, I crashed through the underbrush in a blind panic. Branches tore at my clothes, roots threatening to twist an ankle, but I plunged on, heedless of direction. My mind reeled with the sheer impossibility of what I had just witnessed. The line between myth and reality had not just blurred, but shattered entirely, and in that crack, something primordial and terrifying had emerged. At last, my burning lungs forced me to pause and take stock of my surroundings. Night pressed in from all sides, the forest a churning sea of shadows. In my flight, I had lost all sense of direction, my mental map of the area hopelessly scrambled. A rising note of hysteria built in my throat as I realized the extent of my predicament, lost and alone in a forest that suddenly felt openly hostile, as if the very trees were aligned against me. And in that moment of despair, I heard it again. The howl, long and mournful, but this time disconcertingly nearby, perhaps only a ridge away. Sweat turned to ice on my skin, as I realized the hunt was still very much on. With numb fingers, I unholstered my sidearm, knowing with grim certainty that the gun was little more than a child's toy against the inexplicable entity that now stalked me. Forcing down my fear, I oriented myself by the stars and struck out in the rough direction of my cabin, praying that I could reach that small bastion of civilization before the creature picked up my trail again. But even as I hiked, a small part of me whispered that it was already far too late for that. That the only path left was the one that led directly into the jaws of my pursuer. As if to underscore that fatalistic thought, the air began to thrum with an omnipresent sound that lifted the hairs on my nape, a rhythmic thudding like a war drum beaten at a distance. With a start, I realized I was hearing the creature's footfalls, a loping gait that ate up ground at an impossible clip, and it was drawing closer with each passing second. A wiser man would have been reduced to blubbering pleas for mercy at that point, but some stubborn spark in me refused to go down without a fight. If I was to meet my end this night, I would do so on my feet, staring down my fate squarely as befitted a son of the Lakota Nation. I thought of my ancestors who had walked this land long before me, of their whispered warnings about the spirits that guarded the untamed places. Had they too once stood against this nightmare made flesh? A strange calm washed over me then, a clarity of purpose that cut through the haze of terror. I knew what I had to do. Squaring my shoulders, I turned to face the direction of the steadily advancing footfalls. The drumbeat grew louder, echoing through my very bones. A hulking shadow detached itself from the tree line, moving with a fluid grace that was both beautiful and utterly alien. I raised my gun and drew a bead on the creature, even as my instincts screamed against the futility of the action. The figure drew closer, moonlight seeming to bend strangely around its shaggy contours. 20 feet, 10. And then I beheld it fully for the first time, yellow eyes gleaming with a feral intelligence far beyond anything I had ever known. In that infinite moment, as I stared into the abyss of mankind's most ancient fears, I saw recognition. The creature paused mere steps away, head cocking to the side as it regarded me with an inscrutable expression. And in that frozen tableau, a single word hung unspoken between us, heavy with the weight of eons past and fathomless mysteries. Cousin. The gun trembled in my grasp as a soul-deep weariness descended over me. I realized was tired of being afraid, tired of not knowing. I needed to understand, even if that understanding destroyed me. Slowly, with great deliberation, I lowered my weapon. "What are you?" I whispered. "Why have you brought me here?" The primal guardian did not answer in words, but took another step closer, expression almost sorrowful. I closed my eyes and waited for the felling blow, but it never came. Instead, I felt the world shift in some indefinable way. The air pressure changed, as if a great weight had suddenly been lifted from the atmosphere. The forest around me blurred and ran like watercolors, then snapped back into focus with a disorienting clarity. I blinked in confusion, trying to get my bearings. To my shock, I found myself standing in a moonlit glade, an ancient stone circle at its center. Towering monoliths rose up at cardinal points, their weather-worn surfaces inscribed with swirling petroglyphs that seemed to writhe in the wan light. And there, perched atop the largest menhir, was the creature. But it was not as it had appeared before. Gone was the menacing bulk, replaced by an almost emaciated figure, hunched and withered. In the stark moonlight, I could see that its hide was riddled with old wounds, evidence of countless battles fought. As I watched in mute amazement, the creature began to speak, its voice a low, rumbling rasp that echoed from the very stones themselves. "I have watched your kind since the first dawn, walked beside you unseen through the ages. Once you knew me as guardian and guide, a reminder of your place in the greater web of life." It shifted, ancient eyes holding mine with a palpable intensity. "But you have forgotten the old ways, the sacred pacts, forgotten that the wild places are not yours to claim and control. And so, from time to time, I must awaken to restore the balance, to remind humanity that there are older, deeper powers at work in the world, powers that will brook no disrespect." A sudden understanding washed over me, pieces falling into place with staggering speed. The missing hikers, the strange lures, the mind-bending pursuit through a forest turned labyrinthine and uncanny. All of it a test, a crucible to burn away civilized delusions and lay bare the primal truth beneath. In that moment, I understood that this was no mere legend come to life, but the living avatar of humanity's awe and terror before the untamed wild. A manifestation of our first and deepest fears upon trading nomadic life for the thin veneer of civilization. That primordial dread had never truly left us. It had simply receded into the shadows of our collective unconscious, waiting. As if sensing my racing thoughts, the creature drew itself up to its full height, voice thrumming with an ancient power. I am the watcher in the woods, the one who stalks between the worlds. And you, Dakota of the Lakota, have been chosen to carry this message back to your people. Remember your place, honor the old pacts, or reap the whirlwind of nature's wrath unchecked. It fixed me with a final smoldering look, gaze heavy with the weight of eons. Now, awaken and bear witness. With those words, darkness rose up to claim me. When I next opened my eyes, I was huddled on the floor of my cabin, dawn's light filtering through the windows. For a single disoriented moment, I wondered if it had all been some terrible fever dream, some lurid figment of isolation and stress. But even as the thought crossed my mind, I knew the truth of it in my bones. The long-healed scar from an errant bear of my rookie year throbbed in sympathetic memory. The watcher's warning echoed in my ears, as loud as the day it was spoken. I knew I had not dreamt my time in the impossible glade. Staggering to my feet, I crossed to the desk and fumbled for my journal. The words poured out of me in a torrent, near illegible in my haste to capture every detail before it faded. When the fever of composition finally broke, I sat back, emotionally and physically drained. With shaking hands, I reached for the radio, ready to call in the most unbelievable field report of my life. But something stayed my hand, some deep-seated intuition. I knew that this was a story the world was not yet ready to hear, a truth too primal and terrifying for mass consumption. Pandora's box, waiting to unleash a collective existential crisis. No, better to let this remain a ranger's tale, whispered around campfires by those who walk the wild places and keep the old ways. A reminder that we are not the masters of this world, but only guests in it, bound by duties and laws we forgot at our own peril. Rising from my desk, I crossed to the window and gazed out at the misty forest, my domain and ward. The trees stood sentinel in the early light, ancient and inscrutable. A sudden breeze set their branches to whispering, and for the briefest instant, I imagined I saw a familiar, hulking shape moving between the trunks. Watching, waiting. With a nod of silent understanding, I turned away to begin my morning patrol. There were trails to walk and order to uphold. For I am Dakota, Ranger, and messenger of the Watcher in the woods. Mankind would do well to heed its warning, lest the hunt begin again. My name is Ahanu, which means he fights in Cherokee. I suppose my parents were prescient in choosing it, as fighting to survive has defined much of my life. I took the job as a park ranger in the remote wilderness of the Pacific Northwest for many reasons. I had always felt called to nature, more at peace among the towering evergreens and cascading rivers than I ever did surrounded by concrete and crowds. Financial hardship had been a constant shadow over my life, and the steady, if modest, paycheck of a ranger held great appeal. But if I'm honest, more than anything, I was running away. A disastrous breakup and layoff in quick succession had left me reeling, desperate to escape the ruins of my life and start fresh someplace new. When I saw the posting for a backcountry ranger position, something deep inside me stirred. I knew instantly it was what I needed to do. I'll never forget the day I first laid eyes on my assigned region, accessible only by a treacherous Forest Service road. As my Jeep rumbled over the final rise, a breathtaking expanse of untamed wilderness unfurled before me. Ancient conifers cloaked the serrated mountain peaks in a thick emerald mantle. Mist swirled through the valleys like an enchanted breath. It was equal parts terrifying and mesmerizing in its primeval beauty. At the end of a winding dirt track, I found the weathered cabin that would serve as my home for the foreseeable future. It was rustic but well built, with a sturdy metal roof and a small covered porch. Inside was a single room with a wood stove, a desk, and a cot. Bare essentials, nothing more. But after the chaos I'd left behind, the simplicity was soothing. That first night, as I drifted off to the lullaby of chirping crickets, I was filled with something I hadn't felt in a long time: hope. Maybe here, in the heart of the wild, I could finally find the peace I'd been chasing. Little did I know the true nature of what awaited me in those woods. That every dark folk tale whispered around campfires contained a kernel of horrible truth, and that my desperate quest for a new beginning would lead me into an abyss of primal terror from which there may be no return. My duties as a ranger were straightforward on paper: patrol the backcountry trails, assisting hikers and campers as needed, conduct maintenance on bridges, signage, and fire pits, monitor wildlife populations and forest health. In reality, the sheer scope of the wilderness made it impossible to be everywhere at once. I focused my efforts near the more trafficked trailheads, but some areas could go weeks without seeing another human soul. As I grew accustomed to the rhythm of ranger life, I came to relish the solitude. Rising with the sun each morning, I'd brew a strong pot of coffee and sit on my porch, soaking in the symphony of birdsong and the sweet perfume of pine. I took my Jeep as far as I could on the service roads, then set out on foot to hike the web of narrow trails that snaked through the underbrush. Though I encountered my share of turned ankles, dehydrated day trippers, and greenhorns wielding brand new backpacking gear, few incidents from those early days stand out in my memory. It was on the whole an idyllic time, one that almost let me forget the pain that had driven me to the wild in the first place. Almost. Then came that sweltering day in late July when I first met Judd Hembry. I was walking back to my Jeep after a long patrol, covered in sweat and eager to get back to my cabin for a cold shower. Turning a corner, I was startled to see an ancient, rusted pickup truck parked in the middle of the narrow dirt road. Perched on the open tailgate was one of the strangest men I'd ever laid eyes on. He looked to be in his 70s, with a long beard the color of steel wool and skin like tanned leather, crevassed with deep wrinkles. He wore stained canvas pants held up by suspenders, and a sweat-yellowed shirt with the sleeves cut off, revealing sinewy, tattooed arms. An ancient felt hat was pulled down almost to his pale blue eyes, which fixed me with a penetrating stare as I approached. "Howdy, Ranger," he rasped in a tobacco-roughed drawl. "Reckon you're that new fella they shipped in from the city?" "That's right," I replied cautiously. "A Hanu Redhawk. And you are?" "Judd Hembry. Been hunting and trapping these hills since before your daddy's daddy was a twinkle in his eye." He spat a stream of brown tobacco juice and fixed me with a hard look. "You been out there much yet? Seen anything peculiar?" I thought about it for a moment. "Can't say I have. Lots of wildlife, but nothing out of the ordinary. Why?" Judd glanced furtively at the tree line, then leaned towards me and lowered his voice. "There's things up in these mountains, Ranger. Old things, older than the trees and streams and the very stones, and they don't take kindly to interlopers." A chill raced down my spine despite the oppressive heat. "What kind of things? What are you talking about?" The old man shook his head. "Pray you never find out. But keep your eyes peeled, especially come sundown. If you spot tracks you can't identify, or hear sounds in the night that curdle your blood, best come find old Judd right quick. Might be the only thing keeps your guts where God put 'em." With those ominous words, he slid off the tailgate and walked slowly around to the driver's side door. The ancient truck roared to life, belching black smoke, and rattled off down the road, leaving me staring after it in consternation. At the time, I chalked the strange encounter up to an isolated old-timer's eccentricities, but in the days to come, as strange occurrences began to plague the wilderness, Judd's cryptic warning would echo through my mind with chilling clarity. It started with small things at first, easily rationalized but troubling nonetheless. I began finding areas of forest where the underbrush had been trampled down in big circular patterns, like an immense invisible foot had stomped everything flat. At first there were no accompanying tracks, but one evening near dusk, I discovered an enormous humanoid print sunken deep in a muddy creek bed. It had to be at least 18 inches long from heel to splayed toe. I placed my own boot inside the outline, feeling a tingle of trepidation when it was swallowed up with room to spare. Could it be a prank? Some bored local with a crude wooden foot mold? I wanted to believe that. But I couldn't shake the uncanny sense of being watched as I made a plaster cast of the print with shaking hands. Then the campers started reporting nighttime disturbances. Horrific, bellowing cries that echoed through the mountains, too sonorous to be any native wildlife. Food snatched from their bear canisters and tree hangs, but the safety latches left undamaged. Several claimed to have glimpsed a huge hair-covered form moving at impossible speeds through the trees. Their descriptions varied, but the theme remained constant. Something big, something fast, something intelligent. I did my best to reassure them, promising increased patrols and installing extra signage about the importance of proper food storage in the backcountry. But the incidents kept mounting, and beneath my calm, authoritative exterior, a knot of disquiet was growing. Late night towards the end of August, unable to sleep, I drove my Jeep out to the trailhead, where most of the reports originated. Stepping out into the muggy darkness, I swept my flashlight beam over the tree trunks at the forest's edge. The light caught a pair of eyes glowing flame yellow in the shadows. My heart leapt into my throat. But as I took a stumbling step backwards, the eyes lowered and resolved into the bemused face of a mule deer. It flicked its tail and bounded off into the brush. Chiding myself, I turned back towards the Jeep and froze. There, illuminated in the flashlight's glare, was a handprint on the driver's side window, but no ordinary handprint. It wrapped almost entirely around the glass, the palm as wide as a dinner plate, the fingers as thick as sausages. A viscous fluid dripped from the tips, leaving syrupy rivulets. The smell hit me a moment later, and I staggered back, gagging. It was musky and rank, like rotting mushrooms mixed with urine. I looked wildly around, expecting an attack from any direction. But the night remained still, my ragged breathing the only sound. Shaking uncontrollably, I climbed into the Jeep and roared off down the road, not caring about the branches that scraped the sides. I had no idea what had left that horrifying print. But one thing I knew beyond all doubt. It was no human hand. And it had been right outside my Jeep, inches away, while I'd ignorantly surveyed the tree line. When I finally reached the turnoff to Judd Hembry's dilapidated cabin, I didn't hesitate. If anyone could shed light on the puzzle, it was the grizzled old trapper. And at this point, I was desperate for answers, no matter how unhinged the source. Judd's one-room shack squatted in a dank hollow, miles from the nearest official Forest Service structure. An ancient generator chugged outside, powering a single wan bulb that illuminated a nightmarish mess within. Every surface was piled with yellowing newspapers, outdated almanacs, and cryptozoological tomes. The walls were papered with crudely sketched maps and faded photographs I was afraid to examine too closely. A noxious blend of tobacco smoke, mothballs, and unwashed clothes thickened the air. Judd himself bent over a scarred wooden table, peering at something through an old jeweler's loupe. He looked up when I entered and leveled a rheumy blue gaze at me, unsurprised. "Well now, guess you went and saw something you couldn't chalk up to overactive imaginations and bad beef jerky, eh, boy?" I sank into a rickety chair, suddenly dizzy. That handprint. What could have made it? It was huge, inhuman. "Please, Judd, if you know anything." "I know plenty," he grunted. "Plenty I wish I could forget." He fished a flask from his shirt pocket and took a long pull before offering it to me. I declined with a shaky hand. "You ever hear tell of Sasquatch? Bigfoot? Skunk ape?" He fixed me with a piercing stare, daring me to scoff. "Fairy stories, most'd say. Drunken woodsmen seeing things, hyped-up tourists snapping blurry pics of apes in gorilla suits. But the natives round here, they got legends that go back hundreds of years. Most won't talk about 'em, leastways not to outsiders." He shifted some papers and plunked one in front of me. It was a photocopy of an old daguerreotype depicting an indigenous family in ceremonial garb. But at the edge of the frame, half hidden by a fold, was an unmistakable outline, huge and hominid, caught in a blurred forward lurch. "They're real, realer than you or me. been skulking these hills since time immemorial, since the land was young and untamed. Some say they're nature spirits, others the vengeful ghosts of butchered tribes. Me, I reckon they're a holdover from an older world. A savage, primal world no modern man was meant to see. He stabbed a tobacco-stained finger at me, and now they know you're wise to him. That handprint was a message, boy. They marked you, marked your scent. You're a threat, poking round their ancient haunts, and they don't suffer threats kindly. An icy finger of fear trailed up my spine. What do they want? How do I stop them? Judd barked a harsh, mirthless laugh. Stop 'em? You don't stop 'em. You steer clear and pray they don't take too much of a shine to you. 'Cause once they get a notion to mess with a body directly, well, let's just say I seen what's left when they're done, and it'd turn your guts to ice. He stood abruptly and began rummaging on a cluttered shelf, muttering to himself. Finally, extracting a leather pouch that stank of incense and decay, he shoved it into my numb hands. Herbs and such, a mix I picked up from a medicine man before he passed over. Scatter it round your cabin, your camp, your jeep. Might mask your smell, confuse 'em some. Might not. Hard to say what'll sway creatures old as the glaciers. But I reckon it's better than nothing. I stood to leave, my head swimming with horrific visions, my heart a leaden weight. At the door, Judd's parting words drifted after me. One last thing. If you hear a high, keening whistle in the night, like a baby screaming crossed with a tea kettle, drop whatever you're holding and run. Don't look back. Don't try to catch a glimpse. You see one head on, 'tain't likely your mind'll hold. They come from an older place, a darker place, a place not meant for the eyes of men. As I stumbled to my jeep in a fog of dismay, I thought I caught a glimpse of shaggy umber fur in my peripheral vision. When I whipped my head around to look, only blackness met my straining eyes. But I could feel them out there, watching, waiting. Back at my cabin, I laid salt lines and scattered Judd's pungent herbs with a generous hand. But I knew in my bones it was a paltry defense, a whistling in the dark. The things in the woods were coming for me. It was only a matter of time. The next week was a waking nightmare. Each day I went through the motions of my duties, touring the trails, assisting hikers, filing my reports at the ranger station by radio, but every moment was shot through with icy dread, every shadow a lurking threat. The signs of their presence grew ever more blatant, ever closer. Strands of coarse hair snagged on splintered trees, boulders overturned and thrown improbable distances. Deer carcasses hung high in the canopy, drained of blood. My cabin door smeared with a foul-smelling brown paste. The tourists dwindled away as word spread of the disturbances. Some even asked if the Park Service was planning to close the backcountry entirely. I made soothing noises about increased bear activity and redoubled safety measures, but my guts clenched with each new question. It was only a matter of time before someone didn't make it back out of the woods, before some hiker stumbled on something that shattered their sanity and painted the pines red with their vital fluids. I thought about going to my superiors, laying out the truth in bald terms. But one look at my haggard face in the mirror convinced me of the futility. They'd have me strapped to a gurney and dosed to the gills with antipsychotics before I could finish my tale, assuming they allowed me to reach civilization at all. No, I was on my own. A lone human pitted against an unthinkably ancient evil, abandoned to the mercies of creatures that had haunted these hills since the first sliver of moon gleamed down on primeval forests. What chance did I, with my frail, modern frame and useless technology, have against such eldritch might? But I had to try. I was a ranger, sworn to defend the wilderness and all who took solace in its untamed beauty. If I had to march into primal horror, spend my life like a candle to keep that sacred trust, so be it. I couldn't live with myself otherwise. On that fateful night, I knew my time had run out. As the purple dusk bled to Stygian black, a piercing, ululating howl split the air, far too close, right at the edge of the clearing that housed my cabin. Judd's warning echoed in my ears, and I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. But I could see no other path. To flee would only invite a swifter demise. I had to stand and fight for any hope of survival. Moving like a sleepwalker, I took my rifle from the rack and chambered around with an audible snick. The weight felt good in my hands, solid, real, an anchor against the black tide of unreason unfurling beyond that rough-hewn door. Each step towards it was an agony, my feet dragging like lead weights, my heart thudding a staccato beat against my ribs. But I forced myself onward, one trembling hand extended to grasp the rough iron handle. The door swung open with a tortured creak, and I stepped out onto the small porch, the rifle clutched tight to my chest. The night pressed in, alive with 1,000 rustling noises that stilled abruptly as my boots hit the weathered boards. An owl hooted mournfully in the distance, the sound far too loud in the preternatural silence. My eyes strained to pierce the gloom, the thin moonlight painting everything in shades of silver and deepest shadow. At first, I could discern nothing amiss, just the familiar hulking shapes of the pines, the soft sigh of the wind through their needles. But then a movement at the edge of the clearing snapped my focus, a patch of darkness detaching from the deeper black of the tree line. It resolved into a shape that sent a bolt of gibbering panic through my entire body. Huge and hairy, vaguely manlike but horribly warped, it lumbered forward on bent legs thick as tree trunks. Overlong arms hung nearly to the ground, ending in gnarled hands tipped with jagged blackened claws. But worst of all was the face, a nightmare fusion of human and animal features dominated by a jutting brow and a lipless mouth full of yellowed fangs. The creature shuffled to the center of the clearing and stopped, swinging its massive head from side to side, scenting the air. Then, with a start that nearly dropped me to my knees, its eyes snapped to mine, red, glowing pits of malevolence that seared my soul and dragged a wordless cry from my throat. Time distorted, seconds stretching to eternity as we stared at each other across the glade. The thing radiated an aura of savage glee, a dark joy at my obvious terror. It knew I was no match for it, knew it could rend me limb from limb without even breaking a sweat. This was a game to it, a cruel sport. And I was the mouse transfixed by the cobra, helpless before utterly alien power. With an effort that took every last scrap of my will, I wrenched my eyes away and fumbled the rifle to my shoulder. Instinct and training took over, and I sighted down the barrel, centering the creature's heaving chest in the crosshairs. My finger caressed the trigger, began that final irrevocable squeeze. And an impact like a battering ram slammed into my back, hurling me clear across the clearing to crash into the unyielding trunk of a giant spruce. Bones snapped like dry kindling, and red agony blossomed, driving the air from my lungs in an explosive gasp. Through rapidly tunneling vision, I glimpsed a second monstrous form looming over me, triumph etched in every bestial line of its furred visage. As I slid down the rough bark to crumple bonelessly at the base of the tree, the two creatures closed in, their movements unnervingly fluid for such massive beings. My rifle lay shattered, useless in the trampled grass. Crimson flecked my lips, the coppery tang coating my tongue. No escape, no hope. But as the yawning abyss of oblivion rose up to claim me, a desperate calm settled over my heart. This was the end, yes, but maybe, just maybe, my death would buy time. Time for other hapless souls to avoid this nightmarish fate. If my spilled blood served to warn the world, to keep the unwary from stumbling unaware into the hungry maw of these ancient, eldritch beings, maybe it would all be worth it in the end. A candle sputtering defiantly against the infinite night. As tearing claws and gnashing teeth fell upon my failing flesh, I fixed that noble thought foremost in my mind. And as the light drained from my eyes, I fancied I could see it, my memory, speeding out into the ether, a final warning flare against the hungering dark. The darkness took me then, an endless, starless void, and I knew nothing more. Sunlight speared through swaying pine boughs, painting dappled patterns across Judd Hembree's weathered face. He stood over the shattered ruin splayed in the center of the clearing, all that remained of Ahanu Redhawk. No one else would be coming. The young ranger had been a loner, no local family to raise the alarm at his disappearance. It would be days, maybe weeks before his superiors started asking pointed questions. More than enough time to stage a convincing accident and bury the gnawed bones. Judd sighed, a sound heavy with sorrow and grim resignation. He'd taken a real shine to the kid, even knowing he likely wouldn't last long once they started sniffing around. But it had to be done. The ancient pact had to be kept, the old ways honored. Squatting down, unmindful of the sticky redness soaking into his dungarees, Judd gently closed those staring, vacant eyes. "Weren't your fault, boy," he murmured. "Was just your turn is all. The forest always takes its due." His own turn would come one day, he knew. And on that day, he'd walk into the hungry darkness with his head held high, a willing sacrifice to keep the primal beast sated, to buy a few more decades of tenuous peace for the world beyond the wild places, as it had always been, as it must always be. The guardians at the gate, paying the blood price so civilization could flourish unknowing. Ahanu had upheld that trust to the end, giving his life to keep the hungry shadows at bay. He'd died on his feet, staring horror in the face. There was honor in that. "Sleep well, Ranger," Judd whispered. "The forest keeps you now." Straightening his creaking joints, the old man turned and shuffled back into the sheltering trees, leaving the clearing to the buzzing flies and the enfolding green. The dark boughs swallowed him, and he was gone. The old cabin door creaked as I pushed it open, the weathered wood rough under my calloused hands. Another long day patrolling the trails of Shoshone National Forest was finally over. All I wanted was to kick off my boots, stoke the wood stove, and pour myself a tumbler of cheap whiskey. I'd taken this job as a backcountry ranger to get away from it all after 2 tours in Afghanistan. The horrors I'd witnessed overseas still haunted my dreams. I figured the remote wilderness of Wyoming, just me and the vast expanse of trees and mountains, would help quiet the ghosts of my past. And for a while it did. But lately something strange had crept into my peaceful refuge. It started a few weeks ago, an eerie feeling of being watched, the snap of twigs in the undergrowth when no animals were around, a foul smell on the wind that made my nose wrinkle and the hair on my neck stand up. I'd shrugged it off at first, blaming it on fatigue and an overactive imagination. Then the reports started trickling in from hikers. Missing supplies from campsites, large barefoot tracks sunk deep in the mud, inhuman shrieks that echoed through the valley at night. Hikers were getting spooked, canceling their backcountry permits and hightailing it out of the woods. It was my job to investigate, to maintain safety and order in the 2.5 million acres of wilderness under my watch. But each report, each "what if" proposed by the wary hikers, chipped away at my own sense of security and isolation out here, alone in my cabin in the middle of goddamn nowhere. The floorboards groaned under my weight as I crossed the small room, tossing another log onto the struggling fire. Orange embers flared to life, dancing shadows flickering across the log walls. I collapsed into the threadbare armchair and finally poured myself that whiskey, the peaty scent curling into my nostrils. But even the comforting burn of alcohol sliding down my throat couldn't shake the unease skittering under my skin. Something was out there in those woods, I was sure of it now. And with winter fast approaching, my only easy way out of here would soon be buried under 6 feet of snow. I glanced at the hunting rifle mounted on the wall, then out the clouded window pane at the sea of pines, stretching endlessly in every direction, already shrouded in darkness. I had a bad feeling deep in my gut that there were things lurking in that darkness, things that didn't want me here, and that I'd soon find out what those things were, whether I wanted to or not. Dawn bloomed pale and cold over the cabin, mist curling around the trunks of the towering evergreens. I laced up my boots, still damp from trudging through yesterday's rain, and slid my arms into my olive green ranger jacket. Time to go see what fresh hell awaited me today. I'd barely made it a quarter mile down the trail when I smelled it again. That putrid, rotting stench that seemed to be popping up more and more frequently these days. This time it was stronger than ever. I gagged, pulling my bandana up over my nose and breathing shallowly through my mouth as I moved forward, shoulder muscles taut with apprehension. What was that god-awful smell? I got my answer far sooner than I would have liked. Not 2 minutes farther down the path, I came across the source, and immediately wished I hadn't. A mule deer carcass, still steaming, sprawled across the trail. No, sprawled wasn't the right word. More like strewn, in bloody, mangled pieces. Clumps of brown fur and shredded viscera stretched in a wide radius around the body, what was left of it at least. A leg here, a jutting rib cage there. The head was nowhere to be seen. My gorge rose as I forced myself to crouch down to take a closer look. Black flies buzzed in a thick, droning cloud around the grisly scene. Forcing down my revulsion, I examined the tattered body cavity. There, clinging to the exposed vertebrae, were dark hairs, far too coarse and tawny to have come from the deer itself. I carefully tweezed a few hairs free and bagged them, my hand shaking slightly. Evidence. Further inspection at the kill site revealed other disturbing details. An alarming amount of blood sprayed up the nearby aspens, far higher than any cougar could reach. Chunks of leaves and moss ripped up, as if the deer's legs had kicked desperately. Three-toed tracks sunk deep into the boggy soil, far larger than any wolf print. Chills cascaded down my spine as I stood, my eyes darting around the brightening forest. I'd seen nature's brutality before, but there was something unnatural about this slaughter. Something much more sinister than a hungry mountain lion or a bear fattening up for hibernation. The thought that kept circling my mind like a relentless vulture was that no creature I knew of could have done this. Not in such a frenzied, haphazard way. Not while remaining unseen by my cameras and hair snares. I'd been called superstitious before by my buddies back in the army. Gullible, prone to believing in things that lurked in shadows. Well, all those late nights spent reading about cryptids and campfire bogeymen were coming back to haunt me now in this misty forest. Because I had a sinking suspicion that the mythical beast I'd always scoffed at, always dismissed as backwoods fantasy, was very much real. And it was hungry. I burst through the cabin door, adrenaline spiking through my veins, and lunged for the sat phone. My shaking fingers struggled to grip the chunky plastic as I punched in the only number that mattered right now. Dispatch. The gravelly voice of Hank, another backcountry ranger on loan from Yosemite, crackled through the tenuous connection. Hank, it's Akacheta. I need you to listen to me very carefully. I fought to keep my voice steady. Something is out here. Killing. I found a mule deer ripped to shreds on the southeast trail, just past Divide Peak. It's like nothing I've ever seen. Silence on the other end. Then, you sure a bear didn't get to it? Heard they've been real hungry this year. What with the berries all dying off in that late frost we had. It ain't a goddamn bear, Hank. I was yelling now, my fist clenched white-knuckled around the receiver. I've seen plenty of bear kills. This was different. Tracks like I've never seen. Blood everywhere. Claw marks 12 feet up a tree. I sucked in a shallow breath and closed my eyes. I think we might be dealing with a Sasquatch. A bark of laughter sounded tinnily through the sat phone speaker. A Sasquatch? Akacheta, you feeling all right? That rot-gut whiskey finally get to your head? Damn it, Hank, I'm serious. I resisted the urge to hurl the phone at the wall. Just get some backup out here, would you, before someone gets hurt? All right, don't get your britches in a twist. I'll call the rangers over in Grand Teton. See if they can spare anyone for your wild goose chase. Sit tight. The line went dead. I slumped into the chair, my head pounding. I knew how crazy it all sounded. Hell, a month ago, if someone had told me Bigfoot was real, I'd have laughed them out of the woods. But I'd seen those prints, smelled that ungodly reek of death. I knew, deep in the marrow of my bones, that something was out there. And it sure as hell wasn't a wild goose. 2 days. 2 days of pacing the confines of my cabin like a caged animal, waiting for backup that never arrived. 2 days of flinching at every snap of a twig, every rustle of pine needles in the wind. 2 days of descending further into the depths of my own paranoia. I needed to get a grip. I was a highly trained Army Ranger, for Christ's sake, not some wide-eyed tourist jumping at shadows. But as the sun sank for the second night with no sign of my fellow Rangers, the icy tendrils of real fear began to worm their way through my gut. If Hank had actually called for help, they should have been here by now, which could only mean one thing. No one was coming. I was truly alone out here. Just me and the encroaching winter and whatever the hell was lurking in those woods. I glanced at the old sat phone hanging silently in its cradle. I could call for help again, demand extraction. But in my mind's eye, I could already see their pitying looks, hear their snickers behind my back. Akacheta, the ranger who cried Sasquatch. I'd be a laughingstock. And besides, I'd signed up for this job, this solitude, for a reason: to confront my demons, to prove to myself that I was more than the aftermath of war. Running scared now would only be admitting defeat, not just to Hank, but to myself. So I did the only thing I could think to do. I prepped for battle. I inventoried my supplies, laid my weapons out on the rough-hewn table that dominated the cabin's single room. The hunting rifle, the bear mace, the 10-inch combat knife that had served me well in the mountains of the Hindu Kush. As I sat in the growing darkness, methodically cleaning and loading the rifle, a strange calm finally settled over me, the eye in the center of the hurricane. I was done waiting for the boogeyman to come knocking. It was time to go hunting. I crept through the shadowed trees, my breath pluming in the icy air. The sun had barely crested the eastern ridge, but I'd already been tracking for hours, following the meandering game trails and stream beds, searching for any sign of my unseen enemy. And now it seemed my search had finally come to an end. There, in a matted tangle of hobblebush, caught on a jagged branch, a dark tuft of coarse hair swaying in the aching breeze, just like the ones I'd found on the savage deer. Heart pounding, I squatted down, examining the soil. There, the barest imprint of that strange, three-toed track. It was fresh, the edges crisp and damp. Whatever this thing was, it had passed this way not long ago. I followed the tracks, the trail winding deeper and deeper into the oldest, densest part of the forest. Massive hemlocks, trunks bigger around than my truck, loomed like ancient sentinels. The air grew thick and heavy, the silence oppressive. Even the ever-present birdsong faded away. Then I saw it. There, through a break in the underbrush, a clearing. Piles of branches and detritus mounded up in a rough semicircle, like some sort of nest. Bones, some deer, some elk, some disturbingly humanoid in shape, littered the ground. The stench of rot hung cloying and inescapable. And in the center of it all, a hulking shape, easily 8 feet tall, covered in matted brown fur. Its back was to me, but I could see the corded muscles rippling beneath its hide, the elongated arms hanging nearly to the ground, tipped with savage claws. Then it turned, and I saw its face. My blood turned to ice in my veins. The creature's face was caught in a nightmarish hybrid between man and ape, a twisted parody of the humanity I had so desperately sought in the wilderness. Deep-set eyes, almost black in their intensity, bored into mine with a startling feral intelligence. Its jaw jutted forward, filled with jagged teeth, a predator's grin, and the smell, my God, the smell, like a charnel house, fetid and cloying, so thick I could almost taste it on my tongue. For a moment that could have been an eternity, the creature and I stood there, locked in a primal tableau, ancient enemies sizing each other up. Then, with a speed belied by its massive size, it charged. I barely had time to react, to swing my rifle up to my shoulder before it was on me. A huge, hairy hand swatted the gun away like a child's toy, sending it spinning into the underbrush. Claws raked down my chest, shredding through my jacket like tissue paper, hot blood blooming in their wake. I stumbled back, fumbling for my knife, some distant part of my brain screaming at me that this was impossible, that this could not be happening. But the pain, the coppery warmth spreading across my skin, was all too real. I lashed out with the knife, felt it connect with solid flesh, eliciting a bellow of rage from the creature. But it was like trying to fell a redwood with a penknife. Another blow sent me sprawling to the loamy ground, gasping for air, the creature's bulk pinning me like an insect. I stared up into those hate-filled eyes, saw in them a glimmer of something disturbingly akin to triumph. Its fetid breath washed over me, and I knew with icy certainty that I was going to die here, alone in this forest, at the hands of a monster I'd once mocked. But even as I waited for the killing blow, my thoughts drifted unbidden to my family, my friends, my squad mates, who had stood by me through hell and back. I saw their faces, heard their laughter, and I knew I couldn't give up. Not like this. With a wordless roar of defiance, I surged up against the creature's weight, my hands scrabbling desperately in the dirt and detritus, searching for anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers closed around something hard, ridged. A bone, I realized, probably elk. I swung with all my remaining strength, felt the bone shatter against the creature's skull with a sickening crunch. It reeled back, a gargled scream tearing from its throat. I hit it again and again, hot blood splattering my face until the bone cracked in my hand and the creature finally slumped to the side, its chest heaving shallowly. I clawed my way out from underneath its bulk, vision tunneling at the edges, every breath like a knife between my ribs. Slowly, painfully, I limped to where my rifle lay in the dirt. I scooped it up, checked the chamber with shaking hands. Still loaded. Small miracles. I staggered back to the fallen creature. It stirred weakly, its eyes glassy and unfocused. I pressed the rifle barrel to its misshapen forehead. "I'm sorry," I whispered, though whether to the creature or to myself, I wasn't sure. Then I pulled the trigger. The shot shattered the stillness, sending a flight of ravens screaming into the overcast sky. I sank to my knees beside the creature's corpse, the rifle slipping from my numb fingers. It was over. I had faced the nightmare and lived. But even as I watched the blood seep into the soil, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted in these ancient woods. A primordial balance upended. And though the creature was dead, I knew its memory would haunt me until the end of my days. The knowledge that there were things lurking in the forgotten corners of the world, things that defied explanation or reason. I was alive, but I would never be the same. The wilderness had claimed a piece of my soul, just as surely as if the creature's claws had torn it from my chest. And I knew, with a grim certainty, that I would never truly leave this place. The old cabin door creaked as I pushed it open with a bloodied hand, the weathered wood rough against my fingertips. Another long, dark night stretched before me, and somewhere out in the shadowed trees, something howled. They say some beasts should never be disturbed, that there are ancient, malevolent forces lurking in the forgotten places of the earth that are best left alone. But when you're a young, naive park ranger like I was, full of courage and a sense of duty, such warnings tend to fall on deaf ears. I thought I was prepared for anything this job could throw at me. I had no idea how wrong I was. My name is Ahanu, which means he fights in the language of my ancestors, the Cherokee. I had just started my new position as a park ranger in the remote Shasta Trinity National Forest of Northern California. At 21, I was eager to prove myself in my first real job out of college. And while the pay wasn't great, I jumped at the chance to live in a rustic cabin out in the wilderness, surrounded by towering pines and rugged mountains as far as the eye could see. It felt like exactly the change of pace and scenery I needed after 4 years of lectures and dorm living. The job itself was straightforward enough on paper. Patrol the trails and campsites, assist lost or injured hikers, help maintain the park facilities, and generally serve as a steward of the forest and a friendly face to the public. But what they failed to mention in the job description was that I'd be stationed at the most isolated ranger outpost in the park, accessible only by a treacherous mountain road and the nearest town a 2-hour drive away, or that my rustic cabin was little more than a dilapidated wooden shack with a leaky roof, spotty electricity, and no cell phone reception to speak of. Still, I embraced the solitude and the chance to truly immerse myself in nature. My daily hikes revealed the breathtaking beauty of the old-growth forest, with its towering redwoods, crystal-clear streams teeming with rainbow trout, and elusive wildlife like black bears and mountain lions. I felt at peace out there among the ancient trees, as if I was reconnecting with some primal, long-forgotten part of myself. But there were also times, especially at night, when the forest seemed to come alive with ominous creaks and shadows, filling me with a deep unease. The local legend spoke of dark, hungry things that roamed the woods after dusk, tales of hikers vanishing without a trace, of mutilated deer carcasses found high up in the branches of trees, of eerie, not quite human shrieks echoing through the river valleys. The other rangers would shrug them off as just old campfire stories whenever I brought them up. But alone in my cabin at night, the tall tales didn't seem quite so far-fetched. I had been there about 2 months when the disappearances started. At first, it seemed like just another unfortunate but unremarkable case of hikers losing their way. The vast wilderness of the Trinity Alps has swallowed up many an unprepared trekker over the years, but something about these felt different right from the start. The missing persons had all been experienced outdoorsmen and women, well equipped with supplies and knowledge of the terrain. And the way they had vanished, without so much as a footprint or scrap of gear left behind, defied any natural explanation. Deep down, I knew there was something more sinister at play, even if I couldn't bring myself to admit it at the time. Call it ranger's intuition, or maybe some ancestral connection to the land and its secrets. But each time another hiker failed to return from their backcountry overnight, a chill would run down my spine, and my thoughts would turn again to the whispered legends I had dismissed. I could feel the fear taking root, could sense the forest growing more restless, more watchful, as if it were trying to warn me about the nightmare to come. The first solid lead in the disappearances arrived on a Tuesday in mid-July, exactly 17 days after the last hiker, a 32-year-old software engineer from San Francisco named Jonathan Byers, had gone missing. I was out on my usual morning patrol, bushwhacking my way through a remote stretch of trail near the northeast border of the park, when a bright scrap of fabric caught my eye near the base of a massive Douglas fir. Kneeling down for a closer look, I could see it was a torn piece of a lightweight rain jacket, high-end gear of the sort favored by serious backpackers. But it was the dark stains and musky odor clinging to the ripped edges that made my blood run cold. Hands shaking slightly, I ran the fabric through my fingers, bringing it closer to inspect. The stench was unmistakable, the cloying coppery tang of dried blood, mixed with an unfamiliar feral musk that made my nose wrinkle in disgust. Heart pounding, I swept my gaze across the forest floor, searching for any other signs of a struggle or clues to what might have happened here. But aside from a few snapped branches and scuff marks that could have been left by any passing animal, the dark, loamy earth revealed no secrets. Swallowing hard, I carefully bagged the bloody jacket scrap as evidence and marked the coordinates on my GPS before continuing on my way. Back at the ranger station that evening, I pored over topo maps of the area and cross-referenced the location with the last known whereabouts of the missing hikers. A pattern quickly emerged. All of the disappearances had occurred within a roughly 10-square-mile radius near the northeast edge of the park, the same general vicinity where I had found the torn, bloodied jacket. Furthermore, I realized with a shudder, the trees in that area would have been shedding pollen right around the times the hikers vanished, coating the forest floor in a thick yellow dust that could make tracking nearly impossible. It was as if whatever was out there knew exactly when and where to strike to leave the smallest trace of its grisly work. More unsettling still was what I discovered when I rolled the bloody scrap of fabric over in my hands, inspecting every thread for potential clues. There, caught in the waterproof fibers on what would have been the inside of the jacket, I found a single coarse black hair, far too thick and wiry to belong to any of the typical fauna of the park. A hair that I would later learn matched no known animal species on record. At the time, it just felt like the final piece of the puzzle clicking into place, confirming the impossible truth I had been trying to deny, that there was a monster in the woods, and it was hunting us. That night, I barely slept, my mind racing with the implications of what I had found. I knew I should take the evidence to the authorities, should sound the alarm and ask for backup to help track this thing and put an end to its killing spree. But I also knew how crazy it would sound, especially coming from a rookie ranger with a history of asking about old monster stories. I had a sinking suspicion they would sooner write me off as a superstitious nut than take my claims seriously. And more than that, I felt a fierce sense of protectiveness and responsibility for the park. A bone-deep need to see this through myself, to be the one to stop the beast and make the forest safe again. Still, I wasn't naive enough to think I could take this thing on alone, armed with nothing but my standard-issue sidearm and a half-baked plan. I would need help, the kind that wouldn't ask too many questions or go running to the authorities. And I knew just the man for the job, an eccentric old cryptozoology buff who had been coming to the park for years to research his crackpot theories on Bigfoot and other local legends. He went by the name of Dr. Jacoby, though I had my doubts about the legitimacy of his credentials. But he was the closest thing to an expert on the myth of Sasquatch I had, and at that moment, diving headlong into the world of the paranormal seemed the only sane choice I had. The next day, I made the winding 2-hour drive into town, my mind churning with a nauseating mix of anticipation and dread the whole way. I tried to rehearse what I would say to Dr. Jacoby as I white-knuckled the steering wheel, how I would convince him to join me on my desperate hunt without sounding like a lunatic myself. But every possible opener sounded ridiculous in my head, the ravings of a madman or a reckless fool. By the time I pulled up to the battered mobile home that served as Jacoby's part-time research base and knocked on the flimsy aluminum door, my stomach was a nest of anxious knots. The man who answered had the wild, unkempt look of an aging hippie academic, his wiry gray hair sticking out at odd angles beneath a fraying fishing hat, and his thick beard streaked with tobacco stains. Pale blue eyes blinked out at me from behind round spectacles, shrewd and slightly suspicious. But when I introduced myself and stammered out a quick explanation of why I'd come, his lined face split into a delighted grin, as if I were an old friend dropping by to discuss his pet obsession. "Well now, Ranger Ahanu, you've certainly come to the right place," Jacoby chortled, waving me inside with an energetic sweep of his arm. "I've been telling folks about the big hairy hominids in these hills for 20 years, but nobody ever wants to listen. Of course, most of them haven't seen the evidence firsthand like you have." As he led me into his cluttered kitchen, already launching into an eager recounting of his many years spent combing the woods for signs of Sasquatch, I felt a flicker of hope for the first time since I discovered that damnably hair. Crackpot he may be, but the depth of Jacoby's knowledge and conviction was clear. If anyone could help me track and make sense of this thing, it was him. Over the next several hours, fueled by the professor's never-ending pots of burnt coffee, we pored over his research notes and grainy trail cam photos, scouring for any clues that might aid in our hunt. Jacoby was convinced that the creature was some relict population of Gigantopithecus, an extinct genus of ape that could have feasibly crossed the Bering Land Bridge into North America during the Pleistocene epoch. He claimed there had been sightings in the area going back decades, always isolated cases, a hiker here, a hunter there, so the authorities never connected the dots. But it was his theory about the beast's hunting habits that made my blood turn to ice water in my veins. These sightings, these disappearances, they all cluster around the same time of year, Jacoby explained, stabbing a nicotine-stained finger at one of his crumpled topographical maps. Late spring, early summer, mating season would be my guess. And if its behavioral patterns are anything like other great apes, that means the dominant males will be patrolling the borders of their territory, looking to pick off any threats or interlopers. I swallowed hard against the sudden constriction in my throat. "So you're saying this thing is, what? Protecting its breeding grounds?" "Could be," he nodded grimly, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "All I know is, there's never been this many disappearances in a single season before, which makes me think maybe there's a new alpha male in the area, asserting his dominance the only way he knows how, by eliminating anything he sees as competition." A new, horrifying thought occurred to me then. The way this creature was escalating, growing bolder and more violent with each passing year. What if it wasn't just defending its territory anymore? What if this was the start of something worse, a new evolutionary epoch where man was no longer the dominant predator? After all, the only species that kills for sport, that wipes out entire populations not out of need but blind aggression, is human. What if, in our arrogance, we had finally created an enemy that was learning to beat us at our own savage game? I left Jacoby's ramshackle lab that afternoon with a borrowed tranquilizer gun and a grim resolve settling in my gut. Crazy as it seemed, I knew the truth in my bones, could feel the primordial certainty of it thrumming in my veins. There was a monster in my woods, a beast that would keep killing until someone stopped it. And that someone had to be me. The next few weeks passed in a blur of sleepless nights and feverish planning, every spare moment spent poring over topographical maps and infrared trail camera feeds, hunting for any signs of my quarry. I threw myself into the search with a single-minded determination that bordered on obsession, my every waking thought consumed by visions of the creature's monstrous silhouette lurking in the underbrush. My fellow rangers quickly noticed the change in my demeanor, the grim set of my jaw and the dark circles etched beneath my eyes. They tried to voice their concerns, tentatively at first, then more insistently as the days wore on, and I began neglecting my other duties in favor of ever longer, more remote patrols. But their words barely registered, bouncing off the hardened shell of my resolve like pebbles. How could I explain to them the bone-deep, primal dread that drove me? The unshakable conviction that there was something out there, something ancient and hungry and malevolent, that would keep devouring innocence until I put an end to it. They would have written me off as a madman, a danger to myself and others, and maybe they would have been right. The forest itself seemed to take on a sinister cast in those long, merciless weeks. The once soothing susurrus of pines turned ominous and watchful. Every snapped twig or rustling fern frond made me flinch for my rifle. My nerves stretched taut as piano wires. Slowly but surely, the wilderness I had once loved and sought solace in became my own personal heart of darkness. On one particularly suffocating night, as I lay sweating and unsleeping on my narrow bunk, I found my thoughts returning again to the disappearances, to the hikers whose names and faces now haunted my every waking moment. Jonathan Byers and his fiancée, Mara Jimenez, smiling arm in arm in a selfie taken at the trailhead. Aiden Thompson, a gangly 19-year-old with a shock of red hair, flashing a peace sign before shouldering his overstuffed pack. Naomi Jackson, a no-nonsense ex-army sergeant with kind eyes, off for a weekend of solo hiking and birdwatching. All of them vanished into the looming dark of the forest, never to be seen again. All of them counting on me, whether they knew it or not, to keep these woods safe, to stop the thing that took them. The weight of that responsibility settled on my chest like a stone, crushing the breath from my lungs. I was no stranger to hard choices and sacrifice. Growing up on the reservation, with a father lost to the bottle and a mother working 3 jobs to keep us afloat, I'd learned to be strong, to put the needs of the tribe before my own. And now, my tribe was the forest and all the fragile, precious lives that passed through it. I couldn't let them down, couldn't let this creature, this perversion of nature, continue its grisly hunt. And so I planned and plotted and prepared, assembling my makeshift arsenal with grim focus. The traditional weapons of my ancestors, obsidian knives and yew longbows, seemed laughably inadequate against such a force. But I took a strange comfort in their solid weight, in the ancient knowledge that I carried my people's strength with me. Dr. Jacoby supplied what modern firepower he could, his manic energy only fueling my own sense of urgency. But it was the bait that twisted my stomach in knots, that made me question for the first time how far I was willing to go. If I couldn't lure this thing out of hiding with a few well-placed camera traps and recorded vocalizations, then I would need to give it what it craved most, human prey in the form of myself. A one-man expedition, deep into the beast's hunting grounds, too tempting a target to resist. It was a risk, I knew, a gamble with my own life as the stakes. But if it meant ending this nightmare, keeping the forest and its visitors safe, I was prepared to pay that price. On the morning of the last day of the month, as the sun slanted through my cabin window in a weak, lager-yellow haze, I shouldered my rifle and pack, sucked in a steadying breath, and plunged into the waiting tree line. Only the whispering pines bore witness to my departure. My plan, if you could call it that, was simple enough. Hike out to the creature's last known location, the place where I'd found that bloodied scrap of jacket, and wait. For as long as it took, however many long watches of the night. Dangle myself like a worm on a hook and pray the beast took the bait before I lost my nerve or succumbed to exposure. It was a strategy born of equal parts desperation and brute stubbornness, the kind of all-or-nothing thinking that had served me well in the past when my back was against the wall. But as the shadows lengthened and the already oppressive forest grew thick with a brooding, watchful menace, a niggling voice of doubt crept unbidden into my mind. This was insanity. It was paired. The same nagging doubt that had haunted me since the start of this mad crusade. What chance did I, a lone mortal man, no matter how well-armed or woodcrafty, have against a freakish aberration that had been honing its predatory skills since the last ice age? I was a mote, a dust speck flailing against the primordial dark. I had to be insane to think otherwise. But sanity, like so many of society's polite fictions, has little place in the deep woods. Out here, there is only instinct and necessity, the brutal calculus of survival. And my every instinct screamed at me to press on, to see this through, no matter the cost. If not me, then who? I was the only one who knew the truth, the only one who could stop this thing before it racked up an even bloodier tally. Madness was a small price to pay if it meant keeping those in my charge safe. And so I hiked, my boots eating up the duff-strewn miles as the forest pressed in close and green and ominous on all sides. Each step drew me further from the world of sidewalks and cell towers, deeper into a primeval shadowscape where half-glimpsed horrors lurked behind every mossy bole. Here, the rules that governed the sane daylight world fell away, replaced by a more savage tooth and claw logic. I planned to make my stand at the base of the same towering fir where I had found Jonathan Byers' blood-soaked jacket, a fitting enough place for a final confrontation. I had no illusions of victory, knew I'd be lucky to even wound the creature before it shredded me with its scythe-like claws. But if I could slow it down, get a tracking dart in it, maybe I could lead the ranger team back to its lair to finish the job. It was the best I could hope for. As I trekked, I felt the weight of generations stretching out behind me, the spirits of my ancestors whispering their encouragement on the gusting wind. I pictured my father's careworn face, my mother's calloused, blueberry-stained fingers. They had never shirked from hard, thankless tasks, had faced down their own monsters with grim Dakota resolve. I could do no less. Deep down, I think a part of me had known it would end this way from the moment I first set foot in these woods, first felt the primordial thrill and dread of something ancient and hungry watching from the shadows. That same dark recognition had seized me the instant I saw that tuft of grimy hair caught in poor Byers' jacket, as if some long-buried race memory had shivered to the surface, as if all my years of carefully paved-over wildness, the slow accretion of civilization, had been stripped away in an instant, leaving only the raw, exposed bones of animal instinct. The light was just beginning to leach from the sky in a grimy, gunmetal wash when I reached the appointed place, the air gone heavy and gravid with the promise of rain. Overhead, dark clouds massed like armies on the march, distant thunder echoing my pounding pulse. Carefully moving with exaggerated slowness, I shed my pack, checked and rechecked my rifle, rummaged through my gear with a sniper's methodical patience. More ritual than necessity, an incantation against the chattering of my nerves. I don't know how long I waited there, hunkered amid the serpentine twist of roots, hardly daring to breathe as mosquitoes and horseflies drank their fill of my blood. Time lost all meaning, warping and stretching like taffy in the green-tinged gloom. My world narrowed to the rough bark at my back, the sour animal reek of my own fear sweat, the keening chorus of cicadas swelling and fading in waves. Each veer of light across the forest floor made my fingers twitch towards the trigger. And then, between one blink and the next, it was there. Not crashing through the brush with a matinee monster's ham-fisted menace, but simply there, as if it had coalesced out of the forest's shadowed heart. For a long, vertiginous moment, I doubted my own senses, wondering if exhaustion and dread had finally unspooled my mind. Because the thing before me was at once terribly, viscerally real, and yet impossibly, deliriously wrong. As if my darkest, most unhinged nightmares had grown flesh and stepped screaming into the light. It was vaguely man-shaped, in the way a child's stick figure drawing approximates the human form. Towering and barrel-chested, its rangy, corded limbs were knotted with obscene musculature, like ancient yew roots that had soaked up centuries of black forest loam. Its hide was a palimpsest of scars and ropey pelts, thick as ironwood bark. But it was the head that froze the blood in my veins, stopped my breath cold in my seizing lungs. Because it wasn't a head at all, but a mind-bending protoplasmic mass of writhing tendrils, squirming and unfurling, and tasting the air with 1,000 questing mouths. Mouths that parted to reveal needle-like fangs dripping an iridescent green ooze. In that moment, pinned beneath the thing's eyeless, alien regard, I knew with numb, gut-punch certainty that I had made a terrible, unforgivable mistake. That all my half-cocked bravado and grim determination were less than useless in the face of this primordial horror. I was an ant, a dust mite, railing against the onrushing dark with my speck-sized delusions of competence. There would be no slowing this creature, no clever tracking to its lair, only the swift and brutal rending of my flesh from my bones. The beast reared up to its full, staggering height, midnight black against the jaundiced sky, and let loose a sound that turned my bowels to water, a brain-scouring, atavistic shriek full of insatiable hunger and ancient malice. It echoed off the glowering pines, rang inside my skull like a struck gong, the primal, wordless void speech of a creature that had long ago forgotten even the concept of mercy. For a single prayer-like instant, the thunderhead calm before the red, roaring dark, my hand found the stock of my rifle, fingers settling into the familiar grooves. Safety off, crosshairs aligned center mass. I knew I would only get one shot before the thing was on me, all ripping fangs and grasping paws. One shot to make it count, to buy a few more screaming, blood-soaked minutes of life. But even as I squeezed the trigger, I knew it was futile, a mosquito's dying sting against a leviathan's bulk. The creature shrugged off my slug like it was a bothersome gnat, a minor inconvenience in its relentless, ages-old hunt. Its tendrils writhed and scalded the air as it lunged, claws splayed impossibly wide and hungry for my viscera. Something broke inside me then, some final, load-bearing bone of hope snapping clean. The woods blurred around me as I sprang to my feet, adrenaline and the last dregs of rational thought screaming at me to run, to flee this primal nightmare before it devoured me whole. My world narrowed to the slap of underbrush against my thighs, the swell and burn of my lungs, the mindless animal terror blanking every thought but escape. And though every tortured sinew and tendon in my body propelled me forward, though I willed my legs to eat up the mossy miles back to the sane, well-gridded world, I knew with leaden certainty that there would be no going back, that this far beyond the reach of compass and church bell, there was no safe retreat to the land of streetlights and subdivisions, no unringing the bell of dark epiphany, no closing my eyes now that I had glimpsed the savage, uncaring face behind nature's green mask. The creature was right behind me, gaining ground, its stinking breath singeing the hairs on my neck. I imagined I could already feel the wet, tearing agony of its jaws clamping down, the gush and spurt of my lifeblood feeding the ravenous forest floor. Despair rose in my throat, tangy and coppery as the first bright herald of death. And then, as if the universe itself had taken pity on my plight, the heavens opened up in a punishing, pounding deluge. Rain fell in stinging sheets, churning the duff to a sucking, boot-grabbing quagmire. But still I ran, slip-sliding and wildly careening, letting exhaustion and pain and the useless dregs of hope burn away, until there was nothing left but forward motion, the blind, unthinking drive of prey to survive. Behind me I heard the creature bellow in rage, a sound to flay the skin from mortal bones, but it seemed more distant now, muffled by the storm's percussive roar. I didn't dare look back, didn't trust my treacherous eyes, just lowered my head and crashed on into the drowning dark. Time lost all meaning in that headlong, stumbling flight, minutes or hours or years blurring together in a smear of rain and ragged breath. My world narrowed to the sting of lactic acid in my thighs, the metal-bright taste of blood on my tongue, the tunnel vision drive to keep putting one foot in front of the other. I ran until my muscles seized and my lungs threatened to burst, until I no longer knew if I was fleeing or chasing, hunter or hunted. When at last my body betrayed me, legs crumpling like scissored strings, I pitched face first into the chilly muck, too spent even to break my fall. For long, airless moments I simply lay there shivering, cheek pressed to the rotten leaf mulch, waiting for the killing blow to fall, waiting for the agony of rending jaws and eviscerating claws to eclipse the searing throb of exertion. But it never came. Slowly, wincing against the scourge of returning sensation, I levered myself up onto my elbows, cast a wild, whiplashed glance back the way I'd come. The woods were empty, inscrutable, wreathed in monsoon gloom. No hulking shadow crashed through the underbrush in my wake. No fetid stench of fell breath hung in the air. Even the ominous creak and rustle of boughs seemed muted, drowned beneath the seething hiss of falling rain. It was as if my pursuer had simply melted back into the forest's shadowed womb, reabsorbed into the primeval murk. As if I had dreamed the whole mad, growling chase in a delirium of exhaustion and dread. For a long, seasick moment, I doubted my own straining senses, wondering if the deprivations of the past months had finally unspooled my mind into gibbering madness. But no, even through the pounding veil of rain, I could still see the signs of struggle, of desperate flight. Snapped saplings, scarred bark, a muddy furrow plowed by my clawing hands. Whatever rational explanation I might grasp for, the evidence of my own body was incontrovertible. I had not imagined those needle fangs, that carrion reek, the mind-bending wrongness of that squirming, grasping hunger. It had been here, inches from tearing out my throat, and it would be back. Slowly, legs shaking like a newborn foal's, I hauled myself upright, cast about for some landmark, some anchor in the drowning anonymity of trees. But it was no use. In my panicked flight, I had veered far off course, plunging deeper into the throttling tangle of underbrush. The gray light filtering through the pine boughs gave no clue to direction, the faint far-off grumble of thunder no marker of safe harbor. My compass, dragged wildly askew by animal terror, spun uselessly beneath the clasp of my pack. I was lost, loster than lost, swallowed up by the belly of an implacable, unfathomable dark. The same merciless wildness that had rent and devoured so many souls before me, that would go on devouring long after my bones were ground to meal. In that moment, as despair rose in my throat like sour bile, I understood with numb, gut-punch clarity the true extent of my folly, my towering arrogance. Who was I, a mote, a dust speck, to think I could best a nightmare that had stalked these hills since the first Pleistocene dawn? What use were my laughable weapons, my tin pot traps and totems, against a being that wore the forest like a second skin, that had beaten its red rhythm into the very bedrock? I was a child, an ant, railing against a force as vast and uncaring as continental drift. And yet, even as hopelessness dragged me under like an undertow, some stubborn spark still guttered in my chest, some flinty ember of sheer cussed spite. If I was to die out here, a speck devoured by the pitiless wild, it would not be weeping and writhing on my belly. It would be on my feet, with the snarl of defiance in my throat and a curse on my cracked lips for the thing that killed me. Hand trembling only slightly, I fumbled the rifle strap over my shoulder, took a deep, steadying breath of the petrichor sweet air. Then, jaw set and shoulders squared against the wetted, unseen eyes of the forest, I turned my boots towards the path of least resistance and began to walk. I made it maybe 5 miles, threading my way through the drowning murk, before the light truly failed and the bone-deep ache of exhaustion dragged me under. Too weary to go on, I sank to the spongy earth at the foot of a lightning-scarred fir, pulled my knees to my chest, and prayed the paltry shield of my jacket would be enough to fend off the gnawing cold. Sleep, when it came, was shallow and fitful, a skittish dog shying from the snap of falling acorns. In my thin, feverish dreams, gnarled roots rose up to ensnare my limbs, pinning me writhing and helpless as monstrous forms slid from the baffled gloom. I woke gasping and shocky more than once to the drum of rain on my face, heart trip-hammering against my ribs until the waking world reasserted itself in ungentle increments. Dawn, when it finally crept in on stiff, arthritic fingers, brought little relief. An anemic, sickly light filtered through the boughs, turning the forest depths a sepulchral green. The rain had petered out to a dismal, seeping mizzle that wormed its clammy fingers down my collar, left me chilled and aching in every extremity. Of my pursuer, there was no sign, no rank odor or clinging, oily dread. Only the creeping, insidious sense of being watched, assessed, as if the very trees were bending their vast, slow thoughts towards my dissolution. Mechanically, I choked down a handful of gorp from my pack, barely tasting the gummed oats and raisins. the cloying sweetness of chocolate chips turned to wax on my tongue. Then, favoring my bruised ribs and bum ankle, I struggled back along my wavering course, retracing my steps by trail sign and stubborn instinct. It was punishing, spirit-leeching work, bushwhacking through the drowsing bracken, every muscle strung taut as bridge cable. Exhaustion dragged at my limbs, set black spots swarming across my vision. More than once I stumbled and nearly fell, saved from pitching headlong into the ravine, only by a white-knuckled grip on an exposed root or salvaged walking stick. My world narrowed to the rough, rhythmic counterpoint of my breathing, the crunch and squelch of my boots in the mast. I was so focused on the scant yards ahead, the next snarled deadfall or jutting stone to navigate, that I nearly walked face first into the tree. It reared up out of the creeping mist like a crooked spine, its bole easily thrice the breadth of a draft horse, its hoary bark gone black with age. Half obscured by a pelt of moss and lichen, a crudely rendered glyph had been hacked into the trunk. 3 wavering lines, the middle one broken, enclosed by an uneven circle. It tugged at something in my hindbrain, some flickering night-black inkling of ancestral dread. Then, heart hammering, I raised my eyes to the glyph's twin carved maybe 20 yards ahead, then its triple etched into a wind-twisted spruce. A trail of eldritch breadcrumbs, leading deeper into the forest's hulking, stone-gnawed heart, deeper into the hunting grounds of my nightmare-made flesh. I wish I could say that I hesitated, that self-preservation stayed my steps, and sent me pelting back towards the dubious safety of the lowlands. But in truth, there was never any question. The same stubborn, half-cracked resolve that had brought me this far, the same flinty core of vengeance, left no room for flight. If the beast thought to waylay me with spoor and sly-laid scat, it would soon learn the folly of underestimating a son of the Dakota nation. Jaw set and shoulders squared, I unslung my rifle, fixed a round in the chamber. The weapon's steely weight, the acrid bite of gun oil centered and clarified, burning away the last foggy vestiges of fatigue. Then, a prayer to the grandfathers on my lips, I set off down the crooked, carven trail into the belly of a waking, watchful dark. The path, if it could be called that, was narrow and choked with grasping bracken, the packed earth still soggy from the night's punishing rain. Roots humped and tangled underfoot, threatening to send me sprawling with every lurching stride. Overhead, the canopy pressed close and umbral, alive with the skitter and shriek of unseen things. The air hung thick as spoiled milk, weighed down with a sense of brooding, simmering menace. My destination, I knew with a leaden certainty, was the heart of the beast's domain, the dank and moldering wellspring from which it drew its unnatural strength. Only there, in the rotted womb of its power, did I have any hope of facing the creature on even footing. It was a fool's hope, a mote's defiance, but it was all I had left. Time lost all meaning in that primordial wood, distance and direction swallowed up by the eternal viridian gloom. I could only mark my progress by the burn in my lungs, the lancing fire in my joints as I scrambled and clawed through the choking undergrowth. The forest seemed to shift and writhe around me, trees melting into half-glimpsed horrors at the edges of my vision, only to snap back to gnarled wood when I whipped around. At last, just when I thought my hammering heart might burst in my chest, I stumbled into a clearing. An obscene rent hacked into the forest's flank. The trees fell away as if scythed, leaving a churned waste of mud and splintered stumps. And there, hulking at the clearing's center like an ancient burial mound, squatted the beast's lair. It was a crude, primal thing, little more than a heap of boulders chinked with rotted logs and clods of mossy earth. But from its Stygian depths breathed a charnel reek, a choking miasma of old blood and moldering bones, the scent of generations of slaughter, soaked deep into the uncaring soil. For a long moment, I simply stood rooted, hands white-knuckled on my rifle stock as I fought down the gorge rising in my throat. Every instinct screamed to run, to flee this blighted place and never look back. But I had come too far, sacrificed too much, to turn back now. Steeling myself with a shuddering breath, I approached the mound, picking my way over the broken earth with my weapon at the ready. The lair's crooked entrance gaped like a wound, a ragged slash of deeper darkness in the gathering gloom. Fetid air puffed from that abattoir maw, ruffling my hair and sending icy fingers trailing down my spine. At the threshold I hesitated, offered up one final prayer to any god or ancestor who might be listening. Then, before the last of my courage could desert me, I stepped over the rotted lintel and let the darkness swallow me whole. Inside, the reek was a living thing, coiling in my lungs and squeezing like a fist. The blackness pressed in from all sides, disorienting and absolute, broken only by the feeble beam of my flashlight stabbing out ahead. Bones and bits of ragged fur crunched underfoot, the leavings of the creature's foul appetites. With each step, I expected the beast to come lunging from the depths, a flurry of ripping fangs and eviscerating claws, but the attack never came. Instead, as I crept deeper into the lair's dank bowels, I began to make out a faint, sickly phosphorescence ahead, an eldritch gleam that turned my stomach to cold lead. Rounding a jutting spur of rock, I found myself in a vast, stinking cavern, its ceilings furred with glowing fungus. And there, in the chamber's center, crouched the object of my hunt, the stalker of my nightmares. Even dwarfed by the soaring vault of stone, the creature loomed, its squirming bulk scraping the cavern heights. Firelight from a guttering brazier played over its glistening hide, outlining the cable-thick ropes of ropey muscle, the serrated armory of claws and teeth and spines. But it was the eyes that snared me, froze the breath in my seizing lungs. Milky and lidless, they bulged from misshapen sockets, swiveling to fix me with a cold, alien hunger. In that pale, unblinking gaze, I saw no spark of reason, no shred of anything I could name as soul or sentience. Only a bottomless, unfathomable void, the cavernous absence at the heart of all living things. In that moment, I knew my quest for vengeance had been the purest folly, that I had deluded myself in thinking this thing could be slain by mortal means, that its existence could be scoured from the earth like mud from a boot heel. It was a force of nature, as pitiless and unyielding as the churn of glaciers, the grind of continental plates. To set myself against it was the maddest hubris. And yet, even as despair rose to choke me, I felt a strange, giddy sense of peace, of completion. I had done all I set out to do, had carried my duty to the bitter dregs. What happened now was in the hands of the spirits, the implacable turnings of an ancient, uncaring universe. My part in this story was done. Slowly, moving as if through a dream, I raised my father's rifle to my shoulder one final time. The beast rumbled, its squirming bulk uncoiling as it rose to tower over me, blotting out the luminous sky. I could smell its charnel reek, feel the heat of its breath as it opened its tearing maw to roar its dominance. "This is for them," I whispered, the words scraped raw. "For all you took." And as the creature lunged, as its crushing jaws arced down to engulf me, I squeezed the trigger and let the cleansing fire carry me into the dark. Newspapers would report it as a tragic accident, a lone ranger lost to madness and misadventure in the unforgiving wild. They would speak in pious tones of a bright future cut short, a respected lineage shattered by obsession and grief. But the few tribal elders who still kept the old tales would nod in solemn recognition, eyes dark with ancient knowledge. They alone would understand the truth the young man had died for, the primordial horror he had lured back to its den with his own blood and bone. His had been the noblest of sacrifices, the purest of Pyrrhic victories. And though none now lived who spoke his name, who remembered his life or his reason, the land itself would hold his memory for generations. Though it lay dormant and glutted for the span of mortal lifetimes, a brooding, patient presence that seethed beneath the skin of the world. The forest did not forget, and it did not forgive. The wail of the wind through the towering pines filled my ears as I trudged along the narrow trail, my boots crunching through the crusted snow. Kondirunk, they called me, after the great Wendat chief. But out here I was no chief, just a lone park ranger, tasked with protecting these ancient woods and the secrets they held. I'd taken this job to get away from it all, the stress, the people, the constant demands. Out here it was just me, the forest, and whatever lurked in the shadows. Sure, the pay was meager, and the isolation could be suffocating, but there was a raw, untamed beauty to this place that called to something deep within my soul. As the sun dipped below the ridgeline, I quickened my pace, eager to reach the warmth and safety of my small cabin. But a strange sound made me pause, a guttural, almost human-like groan that seemed to echo through the trees. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. It couldn't be. Could it? I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought. Bigfoot was just a legend, a campfire story to frighten children. There was no way the creature actually existed, right? Still, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that I was being watched as I hurried the last few yards to my cabin door. The next morning dawned cold and gray. As I sipped my coffee and checked the radio for any potential search and rescue missions, a strange report crackled through the static. A family of hikers had stumbled into a ranger station miles away, claiming to have been stalked and chased by a massive, hairy beast in the woods. My blood ran cold. I tried to push the report out of my mind as I set out on my daily patrol. But everywhere I looked, I saw signs that made my skin crawl. Massive, humanoid footprints sunken deep into the muddy riverbank. Broken branches and trampled underbrush, as if something huge had crashed through the forest. And always, that uncanny feeling of being watched, of hostile eyes tracking my every move. As evening fell, I found myself jumping at every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves. I was an experienced ranger, not some green rookie. I'd faced bears, cougars, and treacherous terrain. But this was something different. Something that made the primordial part of my brain scream danger. I tried to laugh it off, to tell myself that I was just spooked by that strange report. Bigfoot wasn't real. The hikers were mistaken, or outright lying. There had to be a logical explanation. As I climbed into my bunk that night, I kept repeating that to myself like a mantra. But deep down, I wasn't so sure anymore. The next few days passed in a blur of unease. The strange sightings and reports kept coming in. Park guests abandoning campsites in the middle of the night, swearing that something had been prowling just beyond the reach of the firelight. Eerie wails drifting on the night wind, sounding almost human. And yet, not. I interviewed hikers, checked trail cameras, and even collected scat samples to send to the lab. But I couldn't find any conclusive evidence of what was stalking the woods. At least, nothing I could include in an official report without sounding crazy. So I started my own private investigation, staying out later and later to track and observe. Deep down, I knew I should tell someone, my supervisor, the local wildlife biologist, anyone. But I was afraid of being labeled as unstable, or worse, a believer in children's campfire stories. And if I was honest, part of me wanted to be the one to bring the truth to light, to go down in history as the man who proved Bigfoot was real. As the days grew shorter and colder, I became more and more obsessed. I knew I was taking risks, neglecting my other duties in favor of my secret quest, but I couldn't stop. Not until I unraveled the mystery. It was on a frigid October dusk that I finally got the evidence I'd been searching for. I was doing a final sweep of a remote trail when I heard the snap of a branch behind me. I whirled around and found myself face to face with a creature that should not exist. It towered over me, at least 8 feet tall, its massive body covered in shaggy black fur. But it was the eyes that struck me the most. Intelligent, almost human, and filled with a terrifying intensity as they locked onto mine. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. Then the creature opened its fanged mouth and let out a bone-chilling roar. Adrenaline flooding my veins, I turned and ran, crashing blindly through the undergrowth. I could hear the thing behind me breathing hard as it gave chase. I'd never been so frightened in my life. Somehow I managed to lose myself in the darkening woods, taking shelter beneath the twisted roots of a massive oak. There I crouched for hours, trying not to breathe, straining to hear any sign of my pursuer over the frenzied pounding of my own heart. Only when dawn began to leak through the branches did I dare move again. I stumbled back to my cabin in a daze, knowing that everything had changed. I now had confirmation of what I had both feared and secretly hoped. Bigfoot was real. And it was here, in my forest. The thought was both thrilling and utterly terrifying. In the days that followed my encounter, I became a man obsessed. I set up a complex network of cameras across the most remote parts of the forest, determined to capture more evidence of the creature. Every spare moment was spent reviewing grainy footage, analyzing strange footprints, and researching the lore of the Bigfoot. I pored over ancient native legends that told of the Genoskwa, the stone giant that roamed the forests, and pioneer settler accounts of the Sasquatch, the hairy wild man of the woods. The more I read, the more convinced I became that the creature I had seen was real, a remnant of a primordial world we had all but forgotten. But as my fixation grew, so did my isolation. I withdrew from my fellow rangers, ignored urgent radio calls, and let my other duties slide. Even when a group of hikers went missing in my sector, part of me didn't want to suspend my Bigfoot tracking to lead a search party. Deep down, I knew my obsession was consuming me, warping my priorities and my sense of duty. But I felt powerless to stop it. The mystery of the Bigfoot had sunk its claws into me, and I couldn't shake free, even if it cost me everything. My job, my friendships, maybe even my sanity. As the first snowflakes of winter began to swirl, I finally admitted to myself that I needed help. I couldn't keep going on like this. A lone ranger haunted by something I could barely prove was real. With shaking hands, I picked up the radio and put out a call to the head ranger station. But before I could confess what I had seen, a blood-curdling scream pierced the snowy silence. It sounded like one of the missing hikers, and it was coming from deep in the woods. Without a second thought, I grabbed my gear and plunged into the forest, following the echoing cries. As I ran, I tried to tell myself I was just doing my job, that this wasn't about the Bigfoot. But I couldn't ignore the prickling feeling on the back of my neck that told me the creature was out there, watching me, and some dark part of me hoped I would find it. I burst into a small clearing and stumbled to a halt, my heart lurching into my throat. There, huddled in the blood-spattered snow, was the torn and broken body of the missing hiker, and crouching over it, its fur matted with gore, was the Bigfoot. The creature swung its massive head toward me, its eyes blazing with a feral light. In that moment, I knew with cold certainty that it saw me as a threat, a rival predator in its territory, and that if I didn't act fast, I would meet the same fate as the poor hiker. But as I fumbled for my bear spray, I hesitated. This creature, terrifying as it was a miraculous being, a piece of living myth. Could I really bring myself to harm it, to destroy something so rare and wondrous? That moment of hesitation almost cost me everything. The Bigfoot lunged, its fangs flashing toward my throat. I barely managed to twist away, feeling the hot brush of its breath on my skin. Instinct took over and I raised the bear spray, firing a stream of capsaicin straight into the creature's eyes. The Bigfoot reeled back with a deafening roar of pain and rage. For a second I thought it might charge again, but then it turned and fled, crashing away through the trees like a living earthquake. I sank to my knees in the bloody snow, my whole body shaking with terror and exhaustion. In the aftermath, I told the other rangers I had been attacked by a rogue grizzly. I led them back to recover the hiker's body, but all signs of the Bigfoot were gone, obscured by the falling snow. Part of me was relieved I wouldn't have to explain, to prove what I had seen. But another part grieved that my time with the creature had ended in violence. As the search teams packed up and prepared to hike back, I took a last look at the forest, the ancient pines stretching into the gathering gloom. I knew the Bigfoot was still out there, nursing its wounds and its anger. I had become a part of its story now, and it a part of mine, our fates entangled in a way I was only beginning to understand. I turned away and followed the other rangers into the falling night. My days of roaming these woods might be numbered now, but I knew I would never forget my time here, standing in the shadow of myth and legend. And sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I would wonder if the Bigfoot was out there remembering me too.